We're
Oh,
good?
all right, we're good. All right, so as I was saying, it is T Mac here, and once again, we are back in Niagara for a Digimon regional. But not only that, we have a variety of games. We have Dragon Ball, we have Fusion World, we have everything you can think of this weekend, except for One Piece. That was last week. But I'm joined by the one, the only Mr. Avolt. What's going on, Avolt?
Hey guys, nice to be back again. Thank you for having me, T Mac.
It's been a pleasure. We did the online one a few weeks ago, and now you're back here in Niagara with us. So that's pretty good. So we're going to have a long day of Digimon. We're going to have 9 rounds today. No one undefeated clause here. It's just going to be a strict 9 rounds, and whoever's the winner at the end of that. And we're going to be covering everything. So we have everything all set up here and ready to go. Aval, talk to me. What deck do you want to see come out on top today?
I was gonna ask you that question first, you know?
Oh, me?
I was gonna ask
Okay.
you first.
Everybody knows I'm a Bloom Lord player, so you know I would love to see a Bloom Lord do its cheeky little shenanigans like last time in that online regional. They were able to sneak in there. That would be my favorite. But probably one deck that I really want to see do well because it's especially new and it would be a great way to showcase how you can get into the game is the adventure deck.
Nice.
I would love to see the adventure deck do super well here. Even just like starting out while we were walking around, I did see a lot of people on that adventure build because it is really strong out the jump. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it can do here today. What
Yeah.
about yourself?
Yeah, so I mean, to quickly bridge on to what you said your favorite is Bloom Lord. Now, the cool thing is, have you heard of Adventure Bloom Lord?
Oh my days, baby. We're cooking.
So there are rumors out there. This is really interesting green build, but you know, if we see it, we see it. But yeah, like you said, Adventure is definitely one of the new starter decks. Really, really good deck. Really, really powerful as well together. And yeah, by combining both of them, I'm excited to see. We definitely have really good players here that pilot that deck. So I'm curious to see really cool ways to cook it up. Placed on your play style, you can include the Wargrey Ace, Metal Guard Ace, or the Pro and Wargrey, however you want to focus it. And we're going to be curious to see that for sure.
Yep.
Well, as to why I think there's top, right now we are in a very diverse meta. This is probably one of the big events that are happening ever since we have our global unification,
Yes.
right? So a lot of people are cooking differently. And the cool thing is, we have many different matchups, right?
All right.
So there's Sakuya, there's Royal Knights, there is Galactic, and these are really, really, really strong decks that we can expect to see. But I personally hope to see Red Purple Imperial myself.
Oh, that's going to be very nice. And we're just going to get straight into our first match here. And this first match, ladies and gentlemen, is no surprise here, is going to be that adventure like I just talked about here. So we have Riley Godon Evans on that adventure package. And then we have Ben on that red hybrid, tried and true red hybrid. Never fails, right, when it comes to these big events. You just go burr, make your big tall stack, go in for a lot of security checks, and just go straight face.
Yes. So now I'm really interested in seeing because there's actually several kind of ways to play red hybrid at the moment. There is the classic ancient gray, which you probably remember seeing a little bit in the last
Oh, yeah.
Niagara regional.
Yep.
And then there is Emperor Greymon as well. Now, there's the red, green, blue version, or you can play the pure red version. So far, we don't exactly know what it is, but ever since the promo Aguni was restricted down to one by the hit, I'm curious to see how is Ancient Grey going to perform. Is it going to be Ancient Grey to climb up, to go for those big stack? How would it work with only one promo Aguni to make it work? But so far, we see on the board right now, we have the BT21 promo Aguni ready at the back, ready to chip with Uko, ready to draw, and I'm really curious to see what the top end is going to be like coming soon.
Yep. So it's we do see that new red, the red purple one there. So it's kind of leaning to that, and we see here Uko also got in a swing here and was actually able to stay alive.
Yeah.
Very rarely do you see that Uko stay alive there, but being able to get that value off the Uko just coming up, and because that Uko didn't die, right? It's now going to be able to use its effect to get that search off the top three as well, right? So that's going to be putting in a lot of work.
Exactly. So yeah, so it looks like the Palmon goes for a security check, swings into Gatsu, gonna recur a Biomon and setting up a Matt and TK ready to go. For Adventure deck, it's really important to establish your tamers. You want to have as many different colors as possible on the board, and the more colors you have, the more powerful effects you're gonna get. Okay, so it looks like we see the BT17 Ancient Grey revealed off this search with the Uko as they push up with Burning Greymon. So looks like it's gonna be the Ancient Greymon.
Yep.
I'm curious to see what sort of ratios they're going to be playing between the BT4 and the BT17, what they're going to focus on as well. But yes, we're going to be still able to see the big chunking security ability that it can actually conduct. So with 2 memory to work with right now at the moment, and another Flamon ready to call it raising, are they going to go for an attack? Or can they go for swing? Do they have the pieces to now swing, go into the BT17 Aguni, I suppose? Because that is what lets them warp into an Ancient Gray. So here comes it down with that, and we're using its effect. Which Ancient Gray will it be? Probably the BT17 one, I suppose, because that has the best floating capability to do multiple checks. Oh, no, surprise. It's the BT4 Ancient Gray instead. And this is going to be a ton of damage. It's going to gain Security Attack +1 for every hybrid within the sources. There's an Aguni. There's a Burning Gray. There's a Flamemon as well. There's actually 2 Agunis and a Flamemon. So that is pretty much going to be 5 checks in one go.
What did I tell you about that OTK style? Looking to go big, tall, and just dealing as many security checks as possible. And this is the one thing about these red hybrid decks. They love this type of play style. They just want to go fast as possible, get it down, and now that Uko could potentially go in for the final check as well.
Well, the memory side has passed to the opponent side at the moment. So unless if they're able to gain memory within their stack, then they could go for the play. But now it looks like they're going to go for the end of turn play here, where they're going to have to self-delete, being able to play the Takuya and the Koji out, but only passing the opponent to 1 memory. They did give them a little bit of value there in terms of finding another additional TK and Mat, as well as the Courage delay option card. I believe, a Unite or Courage, I believe.
Yes.
I forgot the name. It's a little bit long, but it's the delay option right there. And now they're also going to finish off with a Flamemon to be played off of the on deletion of the Ancient Gray. The stack within has a Flamemon that allows them to play that Tamer, Takuya Koji, and now they're pretty much threatening lethal. The Adventure is pretty much at 0 security at this moment.
And that's where you never want to be, especially like that was such a grimy turn. Just being able to do those 5 security checks, getting your opponent into a position where, like, yeah, you have to have something here or you just straight up lose. You have to set up a blocker here, something, and it's really sticky situation to be in for sure.
With 1 memory to work with only, it is going to be hard. You do need 3 colors for your level 4s to go off into your level 5s. So what is it going to be? Probably going to suspend the TK and the Mat to reduce the play cost of possibly a rookie, to put it down to 1 cost instead and go from there and see what we can do. But guys, you guys can see the crazy amount of damage that Ancient Gray is pulling out there right in the get-go with the insane God stack. That is absolutely insane. And there's pretty much 3 swings that the Adventure deck will have to defend themselves against in the following turn. And can it be possible? Will there be enough blockers? Will there be enough removal even at this moment at the same time to control the board, to keep it in the pace?
Yeah, so you have to get rid of both bodies on board, also having to set up a blocker for the one in the back as well. And there's a Tamer on the board as well, so you can just Evo into a Tamer if you get put over the Tamer to get put to 2 anyways. So,
oh, looks like it comes down a Zudo, which is going to strip a source and also going to bounce a Digimon back to their hand and play from there. Now, by establishing a level 5, that's where the aces come in. It can be either Metal Guard Ace or War Gray Ace, and depending on the situation, maybe Adventure can hold it off.
Yeah, but putting the opponent to 6 memory can just Evo over that Tamer there and just go in for a game anyways. It really depends. And here you see this is the thing, right? Especially with hybrids. In other decks, you can be like, all right, you're kind of safe. But with hybrid, it's going to be you have to just go over. You can just go over the Tamer and just get it like that, right? So.
Yep, and here I believe is the Metal Guard Ace from the Adventure starter deck, which is going to bottom deck the Flamemon, but there's unfortunately no other further counters it can go into.
Yep.
And Red Hybrid takes game 1.
Yep, and that's a really fast game 1 there.
Wow.
And that's just the strength of Red Hybrid. It's been doing the same thing since way back when, even when I was like extremely active in the scene to even now, like when I'm coming back into the scene. It's just like it's so good. Finding its pieces, it goes up the chain, it gives those big swings. 5 swings in 1 turn, like 5 security checks in 1 turn is just insane.
Yeah.
right? And then it could have went Uko for game, but on the side of Riley here, he was just able to get have the turn pass over. But you as Adventure now, knowing that your opponent's on Red Hybrid, what do you do for game 2?
I think one of the most important things is to set up blockers, and the only really card that gives blocker in the adventure deck is mainly the Ty and Izzy, which is the tamer, which gives everything blocker on the board. And if you're able to establish wide enough, then you can actually stop their attacks for going for the game-winning play. On the red hybrid end of the side, if they have piercing, then the blockers wouldn't matter as much. But because of the ace plays, they're going to have to, once again, being able to set up those tamers on the board as quickly as possible to either interrupt the attacks, as we saw with the Metal Guard ace from there just now, or otherwise it's going to have to be the War Gray ace to delete them in order to really stop that big amount of checks in there. But the speed, it's whether if they have it there at the moment, is going to be hard to catch up for sure.
Yep, very, very difficult. And it's just like we said, both decks are very, very strong. It's just very unfortunate that in that scenario there, well, fortunately for Ben, but unfortunately for Riley, he wasn't able to actually showcase what Adventure can really do. Because Adventure can also have those pretty grimy turns as well, where they can just go in and go super wide. They basically establish a wide board, and they can just deal with the board. But like, oh man, it's so unfortunate, because I've been on the side of Red Hybrid before, where someone's just like, back in the day, what it was 5 checks, and then someone would omni you for game or something, right? But like that, it's so good to see that a deck like Red Hybrid still can do all of that, right? And it's still able to come into this metagame, like we were talking about. It's a very diverse metagame, and still being able to do what it needs to do to get there. So
I think players are definitely cooking it up, trying to still make Ancient Grey work, but really showcasing that they don't necessarily need the Promo Aguni. Yes, the Promo Aguni is a really powerful card, really good at letting you warp straight into an Ancient Grey, but there is still the BT17 package that you can utilize to get into the Ancient Grey and still do that equal amount of damage, as long as you can find your pieces.
Yep, very piece reliant deck, and I'm not 100% sure, but you can tell me and the viewers at home as well what Red Hybrid has for those consistency tools to make sure it sees those pieces.
Well, you can definitely play red memory boosts to help you search. That's why maximizing on the flame on searches is also one of the most important things of the core strategy. Of course, the Uko is also supposed to be part of that to help you grab those pieces once again. Sometimes you might need a bit of memory, and that's really where Gravity Crush comes in, being one of the only memory gaining option cards that were not restricted on the restriction list at all. So red, it has the freedom to pretty much use as much as that as they want to help them get there at the same time.
And here we see the Red Hybrid player finding that Uko once again. Well, honestly, I talked to a lot of people in the community, and they say the wrong Uko was probably banned. Honestly, both should have probably got hit, because both are just so powerful, especially this one here. Just being able to Evo for 1 memory, choke your opponent out in the early game, and still being able to get a search and a hatch as well. So, and on the side of Riley now, we see Riley also has that that Joe Mimi set up as well. So he has 2 colors towards his tamers, so he can also get set up and start to churn out value. Because you, like you said before, in this adventure package, you need to be seeing those tamers. You need to have those multicolored tamers. So right now for his effects, he has 2, so he can get the base effects. So the more you see is the better off. And we still haven't seen that secret tie as well. That also puts in a lot of work as well. So here, this time, Riley actually does end up seeing the Izzy tie as well. So now all of his adventure package now has blocker. That is going to be huge for this matchup.
Yes, there is the Tentomon here, but it is not going to be able to stop the Agunimon from BT17. Agunimon does let you warp into Ancient Grey, but it's not for a reduced cost. It's for a fixed cost of 3 specifically. So Tentomon may not be the right way to sort of counter it at the moment, or not the perfect card at this here to stop that from going. But looks like they're going to be picking up the Automon. The Automon itself actually reduces its Digivolution cost. By reducing the Digivolution cost, Tentomon is going to stop that. So maybe, perhaps, that might slow down the Red Hybrid tracks a little bit if they're trying to climb up here. They still need to establish a Tamer, which they haven't done so yet. But they're going to go ahead and chip away with the Flamemon here.
All right, so that looks like it ends up hitting the Anjumon. So the hybrid is going to get deleted there, and only for 1 check. And this Ukomon is probably going to go in for a swing as well, more than likely.
I think depending on the situation for Red Hybrid is, do they feel like the Uko is in threat? If it's not, then maybe they can keep it there for a little bit longer, push out the Aguni afterwards in the following turn to go for another search. I think they're trying to find a tamer at this moment. They need to establish a tamer, which is going to be important for them to actually go into the Red Hybrid combos. But building in the back with a Aguni ready to go is also pretty good. We've seen that in game 1. This Aguni setup in the back with the new PT21 is really just a bridge to go into a Burning Gray, and then Burning Gray to go into another Aguni once again, which we do know they have a BT17 Aguni.
Yep, so they are primed and ready to go in full combo again. And if I remember that Aguni as well, that Aguni also has protection, being able to, is it not being able to activate options when you go full combo on it as well. So, not that it will come up in this scenario, but it is something that can potentially come up on the later half.
Yes, with the Aldemon, if they are able to find ways to tuck the Aldemon into the source, that's how it would be stopping the option effects from security, which prevents Adventure from getting their value from their Courage United, their Memory Boost option cards that they do play as well. But those are the two main options in the Adventure deck.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like a Biomon was played out here. So that Biomon is the searcher for the Adventure. And here we're going to go into, that looks like the Anjomon?
Anjomon, yes, that is correct. And unfortunately, no tamer to play out because they do have 2 or more tamers on the board. You do need to have 1 or fewer tamers in order to do that. The game pace right now seems to be a little bit more back and forth and slow. Both players are trying to ramp up with their pieces, trying to find what they need to get the optimal setup to go for the big play.
Yep, it's all about the search right now. The build-up. Who's going to get there first, right?
Yes. And looks like, I believe this is the 3rd BT17 Aguni, which we saw, 3rd copy of this game so far that was reviewed.
Yep. And you see the thing here, right? It's because that Uko is just being able to like churn through the deck and also getting that egg back as well. The Red Hybrid player is just able to just gain so many cards because he's digivolving, digging deeper into this deck. And Uko still being a menace.
Yes.
Still being a menace.
It sure is. It sure is. So here comes down to Burning Gray. Is he going to go for the combo once again? Swing, go into Aguni, and then into an Ancient Gray? Or is he going to take it slow? Or maybe just chip at a time and not go for the combo just yet? We're about to find out.
Decisions. And honestly, like, what's the downside here? What would be the worst case scenario if he does go full combo here?
Well, the best case for the Red Hybrid, Red Hybrid deck is to check out all the security. But they are going to end up giving the opponent quite a bit of memory to work with. But here comes down to Crimson Blaze instead to clear off the board. Which,
So going a little bit slower, just respecting the board, respecting the plays, and then especially against this Adventure deck as well, being able to slam down that Crimson Blaze. House of a card, by the way, still a menace, right? So you see here, Riley's just checking it out, making sure he knows, but for the people at home, so basically it KOs, if I remember correctly, everything that is 6K or less, and the opponent cannot play Digimon by effects.
Yes, and that would actually be a really good lockdown against Adventure if they do play Metal Garurumon, because Metal Garurumon Ace does let them play bodies back from the trash, which they could potentially go into this turn, but they're probably going to hold back for a little bit. Pushing out the Psychmon, which prevents any cost reduction of hard-playing stuff, but not too sure if it's going to help out in this matchup as well.
Yep. So right here, like you mentioned before, like if the Red Hybrid player can get enough memory, they can go the full combo here. But the one issue here is, right, there's still no tamers on the side of Red Hybrid.
That is correct. And I think this is why Adventure is being very cautious. If they want to actually even chip with this Psychmon, do they want to leave it on the board? Is it going to be important? You know, one wrong attack into security could give the Red Hybrid player the tamer that they need to pop off.
Yep. So we're definitely going to see here, oh, another tamer coming down. So this is what you want to see. Now he has, correct me if I'm wrong, that is 5 colors.
5 colors on the board right now. 5 colors. And here comes the Toge by suspending 3 of those tamers, which is going to be 1 cost. And with the Togemon effect, they can now Digivolve into a level 5 for free.
Yes. So this is where the chains start coming in. But do remember, we're still under Crimson Blaze, so there's not going to be any free playing of any bodies here.
Yeah.
So
Oh, but unfortunately, because the Psychmon is on the board, it does negate both players from reducing their play cost,
there we go.
which puts them to having to pay the full cost for the Toge, unable to reduce it. Even if the Tamers are suspended, the reduction will not happen. But since Toge is played, it still sees the multiple color Tamers, so it allows them to Digivolve into the Skull Gray. So that is just a correction right there.
Yeah, it's sometimes like a lot of the cards in most of these games do say just opponent. So sometimes players do forget like that, like Psychmon is both players and not just only your opponent. So it's a mistake that happens. But we do have a stream judge there who did end up catching that. So good on our
No
stream
worries.
judge
Yeah,
there.
we definitely have people eyes on the board, making sure that everything is as correct as possible. But here with the Skull Greymon, it does have blocker because of Tai and Izzy. Itself has retaliation as well as raid until the end of the opponent's turn. So they could actually go for a block if they're going to swing with the Burning Gray right here to go into Aguni. And then with Aguni probably going into the Ancient Gray right there.
Yep, this does look like it's combo time.
It is combo time. Now it's which Ancient Gray? Is it going to be the BT4 or is it going to be BT7? So it's BT7 right here for the 3 memory cost. Going, raiding into the Skull Gray, I believe. Raiding or go, yeah, raiding into the Skull Gray. And with Skull Greymon's on deletion effect, it can play out the Togemon or anything that's 4 cost or less back from the trash.
Ooh.
And with the Togemon being played out, it has the on-play effect being the newest trigger, which will then allow them to Digivolve into the Metal Greymon. This is almost kind of like a pseudo ace play, if you can see here, T-Mac.
Yes, this is going to de-Digivolve too. And then now this is going to be I love this, but just to say, I do love this type of play here. I love this Wargreymon, being able to de-Digivolve too, just kind of cheekily dealing with your opponent's board, and this is really what you want to see. This is what the game 1 should have been. More of a little bit of a grind fest there, and not just the high roll there, but so only getting in, I believe that was 1 check.
Just 1 check.
Yeah.
Security.
And still has the blocker up there as well. And that's one of the strengths as well, Evil, of this adventure package, is once you get those tamers online, it's very hard for your opponent to deal with the crackback. Just being like, yeah, I got rid of your thing, but now because you got rid of my thing, I have this whole effect. We saw that play really come alive, especially with the Skull Greymon there. That's why people are upping it to 2. I know some people like to run it out of 1 of, but me personally, I like having it at a 2 just because of shenanigans like this. It's basically like what you said, a pseudo ace play. So very good on the side of Riley there. That's how you know he knows the deck in the ins and outs and stuff like that. So
looks like they're going to set up with a promo Aguni at the back, the 1 of. So it's going to be ready for another turn of explosive rounds of damages and attacks. And then off the Flamon on deletion inherit effect, being able to play out the Takuya Koji, which is going to be the memory setter for Red Hybrids. So once again, they are presenting lethal, but they are leaving the board with a level 3 and a level 5 for the Adventure deck right here. So the Adventure is going to be able to do quite a few things depending on what they have. Joe Mimi is going to gain a memory at the starter main as long as there's Adventure trait Digimon on the board.
Yep, so for Adventure here, now seeing that the fact that lethal is potentially on the board now, what is the objective for them on this turn?
I think most importantly is to find their level 6. Ideally, it's going to be the Metal Guard because the Metal Guard ace is going to let them float some bodies back from the trash, and then they can reclimb all over again. So we're not too sure if they have one just yet, but if they do, that's what they can get into. Otherwise, they have to play with Wargrey Ace or play with the promo Wargrey to go for the damage if they need to, and with removal at the same time. At this moment, they do have to clear the board. They do have to find ways to get rid of both the Uko and Flamon ideally, so that they won't be able to push for extra attacks in the following turn. Psychmon is going to go into security, and going against, I believe that's a new BT21 Aguni that was checked. So with the on deletion of Sunomon, they can grab a piece back from their trash. And looks like going to go for the Bergermon. Bergermon has the exact same effect as Togemon, allowing them to go into a level 5 if they need to as well.
And I think the logic here for the adventure player is that they realized that the Psychmon was actually counterintuitive for their strategy as well. So now they can get their cost reductions, right? So now they can do that full combo of where they can go up to the chain looking for a lot of things here. So what we might actually see here is we did see a flash of the Biomon. So he might do a Biomon, or this works as well, being able to trash a card to being able to draw two. That also works just to see if he can find the
pieces that they need.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct. Will they have it? Will they find it?
So right now the level 6. It's all about the level 6 game right now.
It is about the level 6 game right now. So we do know that there's a Birdred to utilize that can Digivolve for 2, and then going into a level 5 to Digivolve as much as you can to cycle through your deck to find what you need. Going into a Lily here. This Lily is going to be able to suspend down the entire board and even bottom deck both those bodies. Everything that is 5,000 DP or less will immediately get suspended. Every 2-color Tamers on the board, bottom deck one target.
And there's a reason I love this Lilymon, because it gives me a really good throwback to one of my favorite cards in the game, bar none, Nidhoggmon from way back when. So this Lilymon being able to just get rid of those bodies, suspend, and just clear this board here. And now he still has another blocker up as well. So
it looks like going in order with Flamon first and then Ukko specifically. And now, are they going to give Alliance and make an attack here?
I would say it's a little bit risky. But, however, you do need to start pressuring, because if you don't start pressuring and putting the red hybrid player into a position where they won't be able to profit, it's going to be really difficult for you to keep up in pace with them. So I would say go in here, Alliance, get those 2 checks in, and set up for a potential kill next turn.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This is a very tough spot to be in, just because you do need to pressure the damage. By pressuring the damage, you need to get into your win condition. But at the same time, you can't risk giving them the Tamer or anything that they can utilize. So, looks like they're going to end with the Our Courage United here, just to potentially play around the opponents, which is also kind of like a pseudo face-up trap card that plays around the opponents if they ever try to remove anything that's level 5 or higher.
Yeah.
Which allows them to play back anything from their hand that's level 5 or lower.
So, yeah, you can see the Togeman come back. You can see the Bergermon come back as well. So you can then go back up. It's like once you start seeing these cards, it's just like they keep on coming back. And that's one of the strengths. It's just all that recursion that Adventure just has.
Yep. And one of the pressure power points, I think, for Adventure is that right now they can pressure against the opponents whether they may go into an ace or not. This is where Red Hybrid will have to think twice before actually making any attacks, because they might end up giving the Adventure Trait a free ace to go into, which disrupts their entire play.
Yep. So a lot of you really have to know your matchups. Like aces have changed the game in a way like no tomorrow, because like when I was playing previously, before aces came out, you didn't really have to worry too much about what your opponent could do on their turn, on your turn particularly, right? But with all these aces now, you have to respect it. You have to give credit where credit is due. There's a lot of very good aces inside of the game, and you have to respect them.
Yep. So, but it looks like they're going to go into Burning Gray. They're looking to possibly go for a swing. They do have an Analog Youth established as well. So this is where it gets interesting.
Because if you block here, right, that Analog Youth will give the red hybrid player 1 additional memory to work with as well, right? And being able to hatch that egg so they could extend as well. So Analog Youth putting in a lot of work here.
Yeah, but got to be mindful. You do have to be a level 5 or higher Digimon with sources underneath in order to do so with it.
Yep.
And if they are going to go into Ancient Gray, they are likely going to have to pass turn at this point, unless they play Gravity Crush from their hand.
Oh, baby, the Gravity Crush. The menace, the one that is still legal fully.
Yep, that is correct. And once again, with 2 level 5s present on the board, Red Hybrid will have to make a decision. Looks like they're going to go for the attack, using the Burning Gray to possibly evo into the same BT-17 Aguni, which is going to allow them to pretty much go into Ancient Gray once again. Ancient Gray is going to be able to delete something off the board. Oh!
And now
Here comes with the BT4 now. So no deletion here, but it's going to be for all the checks. Red Hybrid is just like, okay, I'm just going to go for it. If you have it, you have it, because both War Gray Ace or Metal Guard Ace in this particular moment will get rid of the stack entirely.
Yep, and that at that point, they just have it. And as someone mentioned in the chat as well, that the Red Hybrid player also doesn't have any more eggs to hatch as well. So this can be potentially devastating for them. So we're going to see what it looks like the block here. So going to use that effect of the black option there to be able to play out the level 5 and the Zudo coming down. And we did see the Zudo earlier, so going to use that Zudo effect. And let's see what's going to get stripped here.
Since there's 5 different colors, so there can be 2 sources that can be stripped away. And by stripping away those sources, going for the Koro and the Flamon at the bottom doesn't necessarily reduce the damage in just enough. But looks like the Ancient Gray does get deleted after being blocking on the attack. And now here comes down to Flamon and pretty much proceeding to the end of turn to search.
Yep, so just going to put the opponent to 1. Notice he didn't tap the analog youth there. Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
There we go. Okay. I spoke too soon. A little bit too soon.
But like you mentioned, unfortunately, no egg to hatch right here. So how are they going to proceed to the oncoming play? They're going to go for another Burning Gray right here. With Burning Gray, they can actually swing at the end of turn thanks to the Takuya Koji. So with that, they can repeat the same combo all over again and see what they can do from there. But this is one of the really powerful things about Adventure, as you guys can see, where like they started the board with a Metal Gray, with a Lily, 2 level 5s, and they're still having 2 level 5s that the opponent Red Hybrid has to find a way to deal with. Looks like they're going to go for a raid attack with Burning Gray, going into Aguni. Aguni is going to be able to go into Ancient Gray. This time, whether it's going to be the BT-17 or the BT-4 one, we're not quite sure. We'll get to see it right here. It's going to be BT-17, which is going to be able to delete the Zudo on the side and basically pressuring the attack into the level 5.
Yep, and what a play here it would be if we see the boy come down, because we do know the Adventure player has been digging for that the Metal Garurumons, but was he able to find it, or will he be losing both bodies here?
So deletion does happen first with the effect, and this is where the counter timing happens. Looks like there's not going to be any aces, unfortunately, to counter here.
Yep, so that raid just going to take out both. That attack just taking out both right there, unfortunately, on the side of Adventure. Maybe he should have probably gotten the swing in, maybe, but we did see here that he was able to do that whole play there without swinging. So he was respecting the fact that the hybrid player could go up full combo.
Yeah, with the board entirely clear, this is where it gets really interesting. T-Mac, did you know the special interaction between Takuya Koji at the end of turn to make an attack actually bypasses the end of turn of the Ancient Gray or Agunimon's effect from BT-17 from needing to be deleted? So this is why the Ancient Gray normally should be deleted at the end of turn, but the end of turn actually happened already because of the Takuya Koji. There's no end of turn.
We just went past the end of turn.
Exactly,
we don't need it here.
Exactly, because it happens, so that's why the Ancient Gray stays on the board with this special interaction, which is very unique, very spicy combo, and a very, very, very niche, very niche execution of play.
Yep.
So here comes out the Biomon, push out the Biomon, plays another Biomon, reducing the play cost by 3, which makes it free entirely. And I believe that's a Medieval plus a War Grey Ace and a Mega Kabuteru there. So the only targets are only going to be either the War Grey Ace or the Mega Kabuteru.
Yep. War Grey Ace, I think coming a little bit too late there.
A little bit too late, because I feel like the Adventure player, if they had the Ace in the previous turn, as the red hybrid was making attacks, it would have made sense for them to actually go into it to disrupt their board that way.
Yep. So just decisions a little bit, but it's kind of rough on the side of the adventure. They did end up losing that board, and now they still have to worry about another Ancient Grave for the following turn as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they're going to do here to set up to try to protect themselves, because that stack, correct me if I'm wrong, can still do some shenanigans and go for the rest of the checks.
Yes, I mean, there is 6 memory to work with, which is quite a lot for Adventure. They can still easily climb up if they need to, but it looks like they're going to go for a Biomon swing here, just so they can grab a piece back from the trash specifically. And they're not risking to go into security because they really need to grab a certain piece. And I'm not too sure what they're looking for here at the moment. Possibly the Lily, so that they can bottom deck suspended Digimon, and the Ancient Grey is suspended at the moment, which is a vulnerable target.
Yep, for sure. Just going to hard play out the Lily. So going to suspend and then going to bottom deck both. Okay.
And this puts the opponent to exactly 1 memory either way, and only not much to work with. So the Adventure deck right now is playing the slow game, starving the red hybrid deck out as much as they can. With no egg, no tamer, this is going to be a lot more difficult. They are starting to run out of steam, run out of gas to keep pursuing with their attacks. Now at this point, I can only see the red hybrid players slapping down tamers and pretty much go from there.
Yep, it's just going to be Tamer Central. Try to set up for a following turn where you can go, like, maybe get in some chip damage with those hybrids. But at that point, it's just like Adventure's just going to steamroll. And here we see the option card coming now. So, Abel, talk to me about this option here.
So this is Ancient Guardian Deity. It is a red and blue option card, but correct me if I'm wrong, it can be ignoring the color. It can ignore color requirements as long as you have a hybrid trait Digimon or a tamer, any tamer on the board. So with that, you get to grab a piece that you need, and then you get to play something back out. You can either play a tamer or pretty much play a 10 warrior card such as this Ancient Greymon right here. And as you play it out, this BT17 Ancient Greymon does have Digicross. So you can further reduce the play cost by 4 off the option and reduce by a bunch with its own Digicross effect together. And now with its on play, you get to delete something off the board.
So basically what we used to see in the Ancient Guru combo with this. Oh, yeah, okay.
That is correct. That is correct. From the BT17, which you probably did see quite a bit in the last time.
Yep.
Ancient Garurumon surely does have the pretty much similar or almost exact same effect to Digicross and sort of go with the Ancient Guardian Deity together.
That's a deck I definitely would like to see come back into the meta personally. That deck was a lot of fun. But now it's back over to the side of Adventure. 4 memory to work with, so in a nice little position here. Can still do shenanigans and go up into full lines, maybe even trying to get rid of this Ancient Grey once again. And it seems like we've just seen Ancient Grey after Ancient Grey every turn. So let's see what... This is a very grindy game. This is what I wanted to see out of Game 1. But unfortunately, we're seeing it in Game 2 here. So let's see how we follow up and what Adventure can do here to save themselves.
Yes, it does. It does look like quite back and forth right here, especially again with Red Hybrid losing the steam. But this is probably the best they can do. Stand at level 6 and see if the opponent can deal with it. And with only 1 memory, they can still easily just play this level 4 for 1 cost, which is going to let them once again Digivolve until level 5.
All right, so what level 5 do we have this time?
Here comes Mega Kabuteru, which can suspend and unsuspend a Digimon at the same time, too.
Yep, what if it's another Lilymon play? Just hard jam the Lilymon to put it back to the bottom of the deck? That would be a very funny play, honestly.
That certainly would be, but yeah, it looks like they're going to go for Mega Kabuteru, and with Mega Kabuteru, they do suspend down the Ancient Grey.
So it is going to be very, very interesting to see how we proceed here.
So no level 6 to get into, so it looks like they're just going to drop down with a Biomon. With Biomon is going to search and probably grabbing some pieces. Is that a Metal Gar that we see right there?
It looks like they finally have found that Metal Gar.
But yes, if they do have that established, then that means they are going to potentially once again threaten a level 6 ace against the opponent. And yeah, the Ancient Gray is the only stack that Red Hybrid has to work with at this moment.
Yeah, because I think have we gotten to the point where the adventure player has started to cycle yet? Because we know earlier they did put a few cards down to the bottom of their deck. Oh, and here we see another Crimson Blaze. What a house of a card. Oh,
really strong. Really strong indeed. But yes, if the adventure does have the Metal Guru Ace, they're gonna have to respect it, because by bottom decking that Ancient Gray is gonna lose a lot of value on their end. So they're gonna go for the swing either way. This is gonna be for 2 checks, and it makes sense for them to come down. They're gonna have to bottom deck it, but they're not gonna be able to get any of their on deletion effects off of this. And keep in mind, Crimson Blaze is in effect, so it is going to shut off the Metal Gurumon Ace from being able to play anything back from the trash at the same time, too, until the end of the opponent's turn.
Yep. So, very unfortunate on the side of the adventure player that this has come down right now. But, my apologies. It's still pretty okay, though, because they are able to now, they know the hybrid player does not have anything on their side of the board. You can't Evo over a cool boy, analog youth, my apologies. So it's going to be a lot of hard playing right now. So it's tough. It's a very tough position to be in.
So I think they're just checking on what potential level 5s or level 4s can be played back out, because they could actually digicross into another Ancient Gray, deleting the Metal Guru Ace, and then pretty much gain a bunch of memory back. But the adventure would have our Courage United delay to play something back out as well to counter and interact with that board too.
Yep, for sure.
So it looks like it's just going to be a Analog Youth for 2 memory and just a pass right there. I think they're looking to see if they can push up with the Agu. If they can, they might be looking for a potential sort of OTK or possibly end the game right here. Wonder if they have the promo war grade that allows them to deal a bunch of damage.
Oh, that would be very spicy indeed. Actually just going to come down with a Psychmon.
Which actually is going to be relevant and matter in this case, because we did see the Ancient Gray Digicross, and with Ancient Guardian Deity, that is also reducing play costs. So actually the Psychmon does come up against this specific matchup, which I may have mentioned it didn't earlier, but now looking back, it definitely matters. It actually completely seals off any Digicross play that they can go with the Ancient Gray there.
Now this has just became it's always has become a game of starve now.
Yes.
Adventure just starving out. And it looks also on the side of Red Hybrid as well that they're kind of running out of cards in deck.
They are. They certainly are.
So we have about, I want to say, just a little bit over 3 minutes left in the round for, and I don't think we're going to be able to get to a game 3 here. So more than likely this is going to be a draw. But you never know. The games do go fast. But it's very nice to see how Adventure has been able to just control the pace of the game. This should have been our game 1, honestly. Now that Adventure has been able to control the pace of the game, now they're able to play something out from the trash. If they can get that level 4, they can go up into the chain again, and it's going to come down. And they more than likely will be able to get an OTK here. I would be color me shocked, because they also, remember, they have the Matt and TK as well. So all their level 5s will have rush.
Yep, so Bergermon is going to digivolve into Metal Gray. Metal Gray has nothing to digivolve. It's only a Flamemon. It's going to go Alliance for 2 checks with quite a big amount of DP, which should pretty much go over almost anything. And there's nothing to worry about in security in terms of DP, aside from option cards. Uko first check, Ancient Gray second check. And with 2 security left, will there be a promo War Gray coming down, which itself can deal 2 damage?
Yep.
And deleting the Flamemon.
Yep. So this looks like it's going to be just going in straight for damage, looking to secure that. at least, at the very least, secure the draw here. And this is what we wanted to see out of Adventure out the gate. Yeah, so this is going to go in 2 checks.
Yep, it is going to be able to attack because of the TK and Mat giving any level 5 or higher Adventure trait rush, and Agumon finishes off. And this is going to be a 1-to-1 game, which, are we going to go to game 3 here? Do we have enough time? 2 minutes left.
Just a little bit, under 2 minutes. And honestly, like, it's going to be 2 minutes, and then it's going to be overtime as well.
Okay.
And then there's no, I think this is definitely going to be a 1-1 draw for sure. But like, we got to see both decks, what both decks are good at. We saw the recursion and all of those effects there from the Adventure side, and we got to see the powerhouse of the Ancient Greymon strategy as well. So it was a very good showcase on both sides, and both players piloting it really well. Just very unfortunate that we got the games in the reverse order that we wanted them to, but we got to see both decks do what they needed to do.
Yes, and yeah, like you say, T-Mac, there could be a very, very quick game proceeding into game 3. We saw in game 1 how fast Ancient Grey was able to basically annihilate all the security on the Adventure side before they're even able to set up. So, can they finish it off? Ender with just about a minute left. Looks like they're going for a final setup right there, and we're going to have to see how it goes. Okay, looks like Red Hybrid's going to go first. Uko for 1, passing the turn, which is what you want to see. Suno comes in. Digivolving the Tento in the back. And then here comes the Mat TK as the Tamer. Back to Red Hybrid. Push out. Uko is going to search. There is the one of Promo Aguni right there and the Ancient Grey. Which piece do they need? Or do they need both? So it looks like it's going to be the Promo Aguni being able to hatch, go for a swing, and being able to draw off the Koromon right here. Is there going to be another rookie ready to go in the back in the raising, and ideally probably setting up a Tamer? But looks like they're just going to drop the Promo Aguni right here, trying to probably pressure the amount of damage they can deal with Ancient Grey in the following. Here comes Sentomon, and looks like it comes down with another Tamer, which we have Sora and Kari. Playing Togemon for reduced cost of 2. Togemon is now going to be able to go into Zudo. Zudo is going to bounce that Promo Aguni, not letting those attacks from coming in. Here comes Uko in the back. And then Digicrossing into Ancient Grey with Aguni and Burning Grey together for full 6 cost, which is going to delete the Zudo there. With 6 memory to work with at the start of main, Adventure can do a lot of stuff here. But gathering the pieces is going to be pretty crucial for them if they have to find everything they need in order to pretty much climb up. It looks like they go for the Arrow Courage United right there to go for 2 draws. Is there another level 4 they can get into? Checks into a analog with the Tentomon. Analog is going to give them a little bit more search right there. Grabbing the BT-17 Ancient Gray. Coming down with Palmon to draw additional cards as well by trashing one from the hand. And this is where Adventure would really need to try to find a level 4 so that they can climb until level 5. But looks like they're just going to come down with Psychmon right there. And Psychmon will stop any cost reduction play at this point. Pushing out with Uko here. Being able to search with it. And hatch.
Yep, and as we see, Uko's still putting in work, man. So much work. What a good card. Just being able to do all that searching, all that value it just generates is insane, honestly.
Okay, looks like Ancient Gray is going to go for the 2 checks into the opponent's security. Checks into Lily, draws off Koro, goes for another check, and finds a Memory Setter tie.
Finally, our first one in this series.
And Uko goes for another swing.
All right, and just about over a minute, under a minute left in this round here. And will someone be able to actually go for it, get the full combo, and make those final checks? But it's like I said earlier, it is looking like that one white tie is going to come through.
At this point, Red Hybrid probably wouldn't have enough attacks afterwards to keep going through. Looks like they're just going to have to probably go for a Tamer. Comes down with the BT-17 Takuya.
All right, and just passing the memory over. And now Adventure has an opportunity here. Does he have enough to go for full combo?
Well, with 4 rookies on the board and with the Mat CK, there should be enough to go for rush attacks. The only dangerous thing to watch out for is a Crimson Blaze insecurity.
That would be huge right here. Well, let's see what ends up happening here. Only a few seconds left here. It gets the on deletion. Gonna get that Lilymon into hand. Gonna go for that security check. That looks like 3. Oh, we called it. You called
Crimson
it.
Blaze.
Crimson Blaze in security. Oh, no. That is rough. Crimson Blade being able to clear the board. Gonna get the effect to bring back an adventure trait to hand. But at this point, that does not matter too much here. Oh, that is rough.
I would say it may not be over just yet. There is still 2 Tamers to work with to reduce the cost of the level 4 to play for 2. And with playing that, they could go into a level 5 and then kind of reclimb their way up there. There's also Tie to work with as well, which they can bottom deck to pretty much play something, I believe, 6 costs for free from their hand.
So it would have to be a perfect line here to go into full combo. And here we're going to see
the Bergera.
Yep. So what's going to be the play here?
Reducing it by 2. So it's only going to be 2 memory.
Yep. This is going to get a free Evo. We do have enough colors here to go into something.
Oh, into Garuda.
Garuda does get a few checks here. This can be potential. There is potential here. So Garuda effect is going to give it security attack +1. This is going to go in for 2 checks here. And I believe it also gets a buff as well because of the amount of Tamers. So, yep, that's going to be the first check. It's going to be the second check. Now the question is...
Hard dropping the Mega Kabuteru, and the Garuda sees the Mega Kabuteru and goes for the swing.
Gets it. Oh, even after the Crimson Blade. That is crazy lines right there. Still able to get it. Adventure ends up stealing the game there. What a game. We talked about this game 3 going super fast. And insane work. Oh my days. What a game from Riley there. Able to run it down. Insane play there. I haven't. That's hype. Okay, bro, I love the adventure deck, and it's things like that that makes me love the adventure deck because, like, what was that line? The Crimson Blaze. So he had the lineup to go in full combo, anyways, and being able to steal the game. But you saw even after the Crimson Blaze, he was able to play out of that. That's crazy.
The other thing is that the Crimson Blaze does shut off the tie from being able to play by effects. Normally, they could have used the tie to bottom deck it and then pretty much play out another body and then potentially have even more swings. But that completely locks it out. But that's what Adventure is. You play level 5s, you get to attack before the turn ends with their effects, and they see each other just like the power of friendship.
Oh my God. Power of friendship carrying us through the way. That was an insane game. And that series is what I'm talking about. That is what we wanted to see for the first series. Man, Adventure just being such a good, strong, solid deck. It's just able to, all that recursion it gets, all that just spamming presence on the board. Who would have thought level 5 spam would come to be a real deck, right? And man, what a game. Insane gameplay there from Riley, and very well played by Ben as well. We saw both the powerhouse of both decks there, both decks getting showcased, and I love that. That's what I wanted to see for our first game, and we're going to have plenty more of that. We have 8 more rounds to go, Avolt. Man, what a great set that
What a great start, right? Great start. Great start.
So we are going to take a little break there. After that insane set, we need to catch our breath and get some water into our system. So we're going to go into round number 2 in a little bit here.
We'll be right back. We'll
be right back. Don't worry. Everything's up and ready. We're going to have lots more rounds of Digimon for you. So you guys go get hydrated as well, and we'll see you in a little bit. Everybody, we are back for round number 2, joined here with Avolt as per usual, and we have quite the matchup here. So we have Galacti versus 7 Demon Lords. Talk to me, Avolt. What's this matchup?
Well, first of all, we have Mr. Peter right here, which is also known as the 2024 season world champion in the house right here, right now,
Oh,
on
baby.
7 Great Demon Lords. And I played against him.
Yep.
Very, very, very competent player. Very, very good player, 100%. And yeah, and this matchup is really interesting. Well, first of all, we don't really expect to see 7 Great Demon Lords
Nope.
in this current format, in this meta, as much.
And I'm sorry to cut you off, Avolt, but his opponent, no stranger to the top half of the brackets. This is one of my homies, Brick City's own TJ Ponte. TJ is a very familiar player in this local scene here in this greater Toronto area and just surrounding areas, and he is known to be the black guy, that guy who is always on some form of black, and here we see him on Galacti as well. So
Yes.
let's get into that matchup. Sorry to cut you off there.
No
Gotta
worries,
put
no
some
worries.
credit there where it's due.
Thanks for the introduction. But
No
yes,
worries.
Galactic Mon is probably the black deck to play of the format. It has risen a lot of popularity. And for those who don't know, the new support from BT21, we have the new Galactic Mon, which really, really synergizes with this new option card,
Yes.
Ragnarok Cannon.
And I have been looking into this deck intensively because it has a style that if you can see your correct pieces, you can do some insane plays. Even one of those plays being a straight OTK line where you can bring your opponent down to 1 and then just going in for those final checks as well.
I mean, who would have ever imagined a option card that trashes absolutely all security but 1? Now the thing is, I know Peter does have already setting up a Kari on the board, and what Peter does is that he has some secret security control spice in his build as well. And with 7 Great Demon Lords, there's a lot of counter sort of comes from the security bombs, such as Rival's Barrage, Biting Crush, a possible 7th Lightning, all accesses to different 7 Great Demon Lord trait removal option cards that deletes by effects. Now the thing is, with Ragnarok Cannon, none of that matters.
Yes.
None of that matters.
All of that says, hey, go bye-bye. None of that matters. Going down to 1 any way you take it.
Yes, yes.
And one of the key things about the Galactimon deck is it needs to see its tamers to make sure it can churn out to get up to that position where you can do that. It's a very tamer-reliant deck. You need to see those pieces. You need to see those Vemmons as well, so you can tuck those Vemmons and get that advantage into your Galactimon stack, so that way you can do that.
Yes, so that's why I'm really curious to see how 7 Great Demon Lord actually does right now in this format, with Ragnarok Cannon being such a huge potential counter right off the bat just from that. I'm also curious to see what Pete has teched in for spices to counter against this meta, because definitely there are going to be surprises which may be coming. But anyways, we're going to go back to the actual game here, where we have the Snatchmon, which is going to be Digi-Crossing, I believe, with 4 Vemmon sources here. With that, at the end of turn, they could proceed to actually climb into either a Destro or even into a Galactic itself. But it looks like they're just going to go ahead and Evo into a Destro regularly, with the reduction cost of 4, because there's 4 different Vemmons in the sources, so it's only going to be 1, getting rid of both Tamers, which is insane. Galactic Mon starts at a 3-play cost removal. For every Vemmon source, it pretty much increases it by 1, getting rid of 7 costs in total, which is perfect to get rid of the Kari and the Shoto off the board immediately.
And now what we see here is TJ is on that setup for, if he can find the line, he can go for the full game here, for the full swing, basically being able to clear security and then going in for that OTK. It is very possible here.
Here comes down Lucamon Chaos Mode, and this is where TJ is going to have to make a choice. Delete your board, something off your board, or trash your security as I recover 1. The signature move of the security control, pseudo-security control play to recover right there. Looks like they're going to go ahead and trash their own security. I think for TJ and this Galactic Mon deck generally, it's I don't care.
I don't
You
care.
recover
You're
as
going-
much as you want.
You're going out the door.
As long as I have Ragnarok Cannon, I am gonna trash absolutely everything.
Yep. So I would love to see that, so we can showcase that for sure. And it's such a strong card, honestly. Like when I initially read that card, I was actually at locals and I was playing against one of my homies who was here today.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing that and saying, "Excuse me, what is this?" Right? So being able to just say, "Hey, all of those security that you love and want to me to hit, no longer," right? So here we're going to see the Venmon coming out, going to tap and being able to look at top 3, being able to grab a card, and then putting the rest, one to bottom and then one under source as well. So looking to get that Venmon engine going. And this right now for TJ is probably perfect. He has one body that will do the final swing, and then he has the Destromon looking for the Galactimon right now, so potentially can do the full swing.
Yep, and here comes the Galactic. Found it off of the snatch right there, so pretty much in hand. And in the following turn, if 7 Great Demon Lords can't get rid of that Destromon, Galactic is going to come down. So that means Peter has to do something.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the be-all, end-all turn here, because the only downside right now is that Snatchmon is still there just chilling, right? So if he can clear that Snatchmon, TJ won't be able to go for that final check. But those Venmons under will allow that Galactimon to go into for a reduced cost and then just go in for that full swing here. So here we're going to see the effect of the 7 Great Demon Lords going to do their shenanigans here.
Unfortunately, Chaos Mode is not going to be able to play anything back off of from Trash because there is no regular Lucamon to utilize. And here comes down Creepymon, which is going to delete the Snatchmon right there. And it's going to mill additional 4 cards, which we might get to see some spice right there. We see a TK Kari right there too. And feeling the trash, adding more stuff in there so that the gate can start adding even more stuff underneath. And here comes down a Ruin Mode for full 5 passing to the Galactic side. And here with 5,000 DP that is reduced across the board, doesn't seem to really affect it as much. Looks like I think it can just be straight up a Galactic setup with Ragnarok Cannon already.
Yep, definitely looks like there. And just remind me, Avold, just for the folks at home, give us the full explanation of this, the Galactic Cannon, because we've been talking about it a lot. So let's talk about it for a little bit here.
Yep. So generally, you want to digivolve into Galacticmon first, and thanks to with all the cost reductions of Venmons underneath, you pretty much digivolve for like 1 or 2 costs only. Once you go into Galacticmon, it's when Digivolving effect is going to tuck 4 sources from the trash underneath it. And by tucking the 4 sources, it allows you to use the option card Ragnarok Cannon for free, either from hand or trash. And this is what's about to happen. So with Ragnarok Cannon, it is going to delete the lowest play cost that is on the board. And by deleting that Shine Gray Ruin Mode, there is going to be a blanket 10k on the board right now, but it's not going to matter too much. By setting that Ragnarok Cannon, it's ready to go for the delay effect in the following turn. Because once you attack with a Galacticmon, you will get to use the delay to delete something that is the lowest play cost, once again, I believe, on the board. And if nothing is deleted, you trash all security until there's one left on the opponent's side.
And here we see TJ just passing over the turn with 2 set up here. So, yeah, and then here we're going to see...
This is certainly going to pressure because the Beelzemon play here is really good because it can de-digivolve, which pretty much slows them down from being able to swing and use the Ragnarok Cannon there, I believe.
And this is a D-Digivolve 2 as well.
This is a D-Digivolve 2. And it looks like they're just going to go for a Rise of the 7 Great Demon Lords just to pass the turn, add an additional source, and this is where if Galactic can climb up into a Galactic once again in order to actually have the Ragnarok Cannon delay live.
Yeah, so because just correct me if I'm wrong here. If he does go up into Galactic here, Galactic will swing. Both will see the effects. So the first one will be able to pop one of the Digimon and then do the other one. And if he has another Galactic Cannon as well, this is just gonna go straight for the OTK here. And here we see the push up here. So I think we are going to see it here for sure. I'd color me shocked if we don't.
But in order to do that, they will have to go into a Destro and then into Galactic and still keep their turn.
So this is going to be interesting here. So TJ just deciding here if he wants to do the swing or no.
Go for the search
Yep,
with
he's going
off of
for-
Venmon. Okay, there goes the Galactic,
Yep. Does he have the other piece to this?
the Destromon.
Yep.
But the one thing with the new Galactic, I believe it can actually Digivolve straight on top of a Snatchmon for 9 cost, skipping the level 5. And now with all the Venmon's reduction end there, it should be able to get into it if they need to. But I think they're just double checking on the board what happens if they get rid of that Beelzemon. What can they play out and what can the 7th grade Demon Lords can further disrupt them once again. It looks like if the Beelzemon were to be leaving or gets deleted, they get to tuck a source from the trash under the gate. And then they can use the delay of Rise of the 7th grade Demon Lords to pretty much play out what they need from underneath the gate to once again either to de-digivolve the Galactic or basically get rid of whatever the Galactic might have on their stack in order to stop the Ragnarok Cannon from happening. But this is where they have to go into the new Destromon right here. The new Destromon gives them the protection from being de-digivolved, from having any source strips for one whole turn.
So yeah, you see, and that's the new tools that Galactic has now gotten. It's just insane, right? Just being able to have that protection, and that's what it always needed, right? So here we're gonna see it going into the Galactic here. Gonna see if he can do some tucking. So 1, 2, just have to decide like what you want to tuck under here.
There are certainly 4 sources, and will there be a 3rd Ragnarok Cannon to be used?
That would be insane. But with all the searching he's done so far and like all this draw and stuff like that, it wouldn't be a surprise, right, if he does have another one. But doesn't look like it at this time around.
So yeah, so no Ragnarok Cannon to be used. That means it proceeds to end of turn. Akihiko is going to Akihiro, I believe. Yeah, Akihiro is going to draw one and trash one. And then pretty much proceeding to the beginning of the turn here. Starter main, Beelzemon is going to get get deleted. And then as it would leave the battle area, they can tuck an additional source underneath 7th grade Demon, underneath the gate. So it looks like it's going to go for a creepy. And then since Beelzemon is deleted, the gate is also going to tuck in, which is going to be 2 sources right away. Thinking on the Rise option delay here. Now, the thing is, the sources can't be trashed either way, so they can bring it out. So they can just go straight into Creepy. Creepy is going to delete the lowest DP on the board, which is going to be that Venmon, and they're going to mill additional cards. And with the Rivals Barrage, it is going to set in the battle area with the delay effect too.
Yep. And I think the problem here right now is that TJ has the setup to go for that, bring you down to 1, but he doesn't have the finisher. So he needs just something to go for that last swing. So what I think he might do here for his following turn is just go for that swing anyways, get him down to 1, getting Peter down to 0 actually, and then setting up a rookie in the back where then Peter will have to set up a blocker. So we'll see here how this plays out in these following turns here.
So there is actually one way that the Galacticmon deck can OTK with the stack all by itself.
Okay.
And that is actually by having the BT 18 Snatchmon in the inherit sources alongside with the Zenith, which should also be from BT 18. Now, how that's going to work is that at Galactic, at the starter main, it's going to have to delete something on the board, which Galacticmon can delete absolutely anything they choose. Now, afterwards, they would swing and use Ragnarok Cannon. as they attack, they can use Zenith to suspend to basically tuck two Digivolution sources back to the bottom of the deck to de-digivolve Digimon. Now, the whole point of doing that is not to really to de-digivolve, which we're about to witness here. The whole point is actually to trigger the Snatchmon's inherent effect to gain Blocker and unsuspend.
Oh.
This is how it's going to happen. So now they're going to use the other Snatchmon to delete it for a cost of less. Ragnarok Cannon is going to come in, trashing absolutely all the security, one at a time, revealing everything. Looks like there's a bunch of Lucimons and the Ogudamon. And with that unsuspension, the attack goes through, and then now Galactic basically gets to make the final attack to finish the game off just like that with the stack alone, not necessarily needing the rookie on the side to do the job.
What a cool way to finish out that game. And this is one of the decks that just got a little bit of support and now has basically gone up into the top tiers of the game. And what a cool way to finish that out, because I wasn't aware of that line, right? I have been doing a little bit of research into the deck, but it's good to see that the deck inherently has ways that it can still go for that line. I've been so used to seeing that full swing and having that one body, but now there's another way that we can also do that as well.
Yep.
So in that game one, we did see where that promo, the promo Destromon, it has quite a price tag to it, but we were able to see just how impactful it was in that game. And now the protection Destromon as well, being able to protect that stack from being able to be de-digivolved, being able to have Sword Strip, just coming in really clutch there.
Yes, with Galacticmon, the new one, together alongside with the newer Destromon, you're pretty much covered. One of Galacticmon's biggest weaknesses is de-digivolving to begin with, because you lose your ability to pretty much protect yourself. But Galacticmon itself has the protection from leaving the battle area by getting away 4 sources. And now with the source protection alongside with not being able to de-digivolve, there's no way to play around that. And it's really nicely timed as TJ did that, so that it sets him up for that game-winning play that he needed to go for.
Yep, so TJ getting his run back here for the last time we were here and he was on stream. He did have quite an unfortunate game, but he's locked in right now. He's ready. He's gotten that game one up. So it's going to be cool to see in the second game if he can do that again. And that's the thing with Galactic. Galactic has a lot of good consistency pieces as well. Just those Vemmons being able to search out his pieces. As long as he can see those Zeniths, he's online pretty much to go for the OTK.
Yes, it is quite a bit of setup that is needed, but with that setup, once you get there, it's almost like 100% guarantee win. Okay, so it looks like they're going to go for a Vemmon in the back, Vemmon in the out right here, and then goes for the Lucimon from EX6 to search. Unfortunately, whiffing the search, nothing to be able to grab off of there. Wow. I believe that's the Akihiro, Digimon Emperor, and Biting Crush straight to the trash.
Unfortunate. You don't like seeing that for sure.
Yep, so here comes the Vemmon, and they're going to suspend to search off right off the bat to see what they can find. Looks like there's 2 Zeniths and also 1 Vemmon. Unfortunately, those are the Zeniths that you actually need in order to bomb deck your sources for the unsuspension.
So both really unfortunate mills on the side of both players here. So it looks like both players are going to be having to do a little bit more work in this matchup. And one thing about the Galactic deck, because of the Vemmon, you actually get to cycle pretty frequently and consistently in the deck as well. So we'll probably be seeing those back in a little bit as well.
Now, I do want to clarify that so far we are talking a lot about Galacticmon, but we do want to give props to 7th Grade Demon Lords as well, because it does have a similar game-winning combo, just like Galacticmon, if you think about it. Tucking 7 sources underneath, trashing your opponent's security up to 7 as well. It's kind of like the battle of who gets that big stack first. And it's a really heavy control matchup in terms of sort of back and forth, utilizing and making very, very optimal plays to help you slowly set yourself up to get to those win conditions. So hopefully we might get to see the Agudamon clap back in action to show them what the true power of trashing security art really is.
It's literally the battle of who can trash whose security.
Exactly.
A great setup. And like you mentioned, both decks are those type of setup decks. In the previous game, right, in our round one, we saw a very aggressive matchup going wide or trying to do like an OTK. Now we're in a more relaxed setup to base matchup and just the versatility of the meta right now.
You're absolutely right. Well, I would like to reiterate, even it's relaxed, there's still a lot of pressure going on. Time is ticking. There is not a lot of time in a high-level regional event like this. So when they control back and forth, time is going to be a factor. Every move they make is going to be very important to help them to get there, too.
Yep, and here we see another search off of these Vemmons and a decision to be made here.
Tucking in Vemmon, grabbing the Fusion Eyes, which tells me they might already have the Galactic that they need in hand.
Yep.
Grabbing the Snatch here, tucking in another Vemmon. And one of the things about Galactic One right now is that when you remove and do early board control on their side, the BT-18 Snatch one is just really good because you can just instantly digicross and utilize pieces from the trash, and you can recur those resources, and they have extra Vemmons in there for Galacticmon to absorb once it gets into it too.
Yep. Definitely want to fuel that trash, and we saw how last game that did come up. So we're going to hopefully get to see it again here as well. And let's see what's going to happen here. This is going to be a Digivolve.
Probably into the Snatch for the 3 cost, which is going to help them search. And there is the Destromon, but not needing it because they're going to go for the Snatchmon. It's always good to have that one in hand, as I mentioned earlier, which can digicross and utilize sources from the trash too.
Yep. I think one play that I saw someone do, which was very interesting to me, is when they actually went for the Digicross. Because Digicross says you take the Digimon, you actually get to put the sources that are there and then just put them right back because it requires the 4 Vemmon as well. I think that's what I saw them do, which was a very cool line that I didn't know you could actually do. I think that's how that sequence goes, because correct me if I'm wrong, everybody in the comments and chat, but because you tuck the top Digimon for the Digicross,
yes,
so you can put the rest of the ones that go to the trash back.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yes. Because you put the top Digimon, the sources of that top Digimon will go to the trash, and then you're saying you get to recycle by retucking them against one.
Yeah, now you get what I'm saying.
Yes, I got you.
We eventually got there. But here we see going into the promo Destro there, and man, that card is just, I love that card so much.
Goes for another Snatch and goes for a Search. I think at this point is whether if they have Ragnarok Cannon that they can get into or not just yet.
Yeah.
But with such a wide board, how is 7th Grade Demon Lords going to counter this? Or how would they interact? The question is, that's what I want to know. Lilithmon is going to end up deleting and trashing their top security, doing just a little bit of early chip damage right there in the form of effect. And here comes the 4th gate as it opens up, and it's pretty much going to delete Lilithmon. But Lilithmon has a protection effect which it can delete a opponent's or any other Digimon essentially to pretty much stay on the board. Hero comes down with a Levia play for 4 costs, which is going to end up deleting the Destro and the Vemmon, which is going to be highest and lowest, gaining memory back to keep turn as well at the same time.
Yep, and then here comes the TK Kari.
Ooh. TK Kari, this is definitely a good old one to see from BT6, I believe, and this is going to constantly gain Peter 2 memory at the start of the turn as long as he has fewer security than the opponents. But in this particular position, Peter does have 5 security and TJ has 4 security, and as long as TJ doesn't chip into Peter's security, which he doesn't intend to, I believe, anyways, so Peter's not really going to gain that memory. So I'm curious to see how and what's going to happen throughout the game.
Yeah, so here we see I believe that is Snatchmon, correct me if I'm correct, the one that we were just talking about.
Yes, the Digicross one,
the Digicross one, able to tuck in those 4 sources under that Digimon there, being able to Digicross. So here we're going to look up to go straight into
the new Destromon right here, which has the source trashing protection.
Yep. And then will we see the full combo once more? TJ just making sure and checking, seeing how many. He definitely has enough sources in there for sure.
Yep. And here comes down the Galactic.
All right. Galactic is going to end up tucking 1, 2, 3, and what is the 4th? 4. So all of them are going to go under. And then does he have the Ragnarok cannon as well?
In the hand, probably.
Yep.
There it is, which is going to end up deleting Lilithmon. Lilithmon is not going to be able to protect itself.
Yep.
And passes a turn.
Yep. And now that stack is now also protected as well, protected from the source strip and the Digivolve as well. And the question is, maybe can he find the Zenith?
Here comes the response of the Creepymon. Creepymon is going to delete Galacticmon as the attempt, as it's the only Digimon left on the side of the board, and pretty much getting rid of those sources. Demon Lords do have a lot of deletion effects constantly coming at you, and with 3 memory, he can continue to do that as well. And if he can find ways to pretty much repeatedly go again and again, Galacticmon eventually is going to lose all its sources to pretty much keep itself on the board. So here comes down with a Rivals Barrage, which is going to pass 4 to their side, but they are still going to have enough sources to keep the Galactic alive. Starter main, delete absolutely anything they need. Creepymon is going to tuck the source underneath the gate, and here comes the Ragnarok cannon. Pretty much delay trashing all security except for 1. And here comes Revelation of Light.
Yep.
Which I kind of expected that, but I didn't want to call it too soon. But that is one of Peter's special spice.
Yep. It's going to get this last check here.
Which is going to blanket minus 5k to the opponent's higher board, which is why the Venmon's deleted, and the Galactic does end up getting destroyed here as well, because as it checks into Leviathan 13k as the final. This is going to be the last defense at 0 security, where Galacticmon is not able to finish it off just yet, but we do see the Snatchmon coming back, reusing those sources from the trash once again.
Yep. And that Snatchmon is just really good. Just being able to say, hey, I'm just going to get back all these sources, look into going into another big body again. And here we see again that Destromon putting in a lot of work here, being able to protect the whole stack again. And I wouldn't be surprised if TJ just says go straight Evo.
Another Galactic coming in, tucking another sources, and all TJ needs to do is pretty much go for that final swing somehow, if possible. But I mentioned earlier the TK Kari setup. I think Peter saw this potentially coming in miles ahead. He sets this up so that now he can gain 2 memory constantly against TJ at the start of the turn, because now he's at 0 security compared to his 4, which he can gonna get a lot of value for sure.
Yep. So going up to a lot of memory here on the side of Peter, and Peter has some work to do here. He needs to be dropping these removals. So here we're going to see what looks like a Rivals Barrage come down.
Another Rivals Barrage coming down for sure. It is going to be in the best interest to protect it, but which sources will he return?
Yep, he needs specific sources here. And the thing on the side of Peter as well, Peter also will have to try and set up something here to stop that last attack as well. So I'm not familiar with 7 Demon Lords if it has something that it can play that can protect.
Oh, looks like it just goes through. Okay.
Oh, he might. No, we're pretty sure he had enough sources there that he could have protected. Maybe
that is interesting.
Maybe we missed something there.
Maybe. I am curious what. But yeah, just coming down with a Shoto in the end, which is going to give him blocker, but there's no bodies left on the board. So coming down with the Snatchmon once again, repeating pretty much the same combo as much as he can. Is he going to go into a Destro once again?
He has the 3rd. That'd be very funny. But the difference between this turn and last turn is now that TJ does have that one in the back as well. So if Peter can clear that body on the board, this Vemon that's in the breeding area won't be able to come up and get that swing. So it really depends on the setup here. So here we're just going to see the Searcher.
Zenith.
Yep. Going to come down. And I think honestly, do you try to put up another body? Yep, put up another body on the board.
Yep, so this is a newer Zenith, which is the memory setter from PT21. What it does is pretty much starts you the top 3 and then pretty much lets you play a Venmon, or I believe it lets you grab any sort of like Venmon text or within the archetype card to your hand as well if you need. But afterwards, it's pretty much a memory setter, vanilla there, sitting on the board. And yeah, by going wide here, I guess it's asking Peter, can you answer all of this bodies on there to pretty much try and stop me from attacking with you with my Venmons for game?
Venmon Rush, baby.
Venmon Rush at this point.
Clear security, go Venmon Rush.
Unfortunately, there is no follow-up there.
Yep, there's the concession. And wow, what a game, man. Honestly, very well played by both players. We got to see this a little bit of the Peter Spice, but not being able to get there. TJ just having so much consistency there with that whole Galactic play. And we saw the OTK. That was insane. And then coming back for game 2, almost getting there with the OTK again. Not seeing the Tamers as early as last time, but still being able to get that board there that he needed to go for the Galactic play. Insane. Very well played. We almost had an OTK again, but luckily for Peter, he was able to hit that the
revelation of
light in life there. But very solid. Very, very well played by both players. And Galacti, man. Galacti, just a very, very strong deck overall.
And this is exactly what we're saying, where we can expect this to potentially sneak into the top tables for sure. Top 16, top 8, or possibly taking up the event.
Yep. It's just one of those decks where if it sees the right pieces, well, you can say that about any deck, but Galacti especially, just being able to say, hey, well, I'm going to clear everything. I don't care what's in your security. You spoke about it. You said Lucimon. Lucimon being able to make your opponent make that decision. Oh, do you want to give a life or do you want to remove a life? It doesn't matter at the end of the day. If you can say to your opponent, hey, I don't care what's in your security. Get rid of it. And then go for final swing. It's super strong deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the other thing as well is that protection off of the Destromon, that came in huge. We saw how impactful that was. So Peter was able to get that Beelzemon, getting that Beelzemon to D2 Vault 2 and slow down TJ in that game 1, I believe. And then TJ just recognized, hey, now I have downloaded the play that you have, the tools that you have, and I'm just going to say, hey, none of that's going to work on me anymore. So very well played by TJ there, and kudos to Peter for pushing TJ to that point where he was able to steal that game a little bit back and get those protections as well. So very good for round 2 there. So what do you think? We've seen Destro, we've seen Galactic, we've seen Adventure. Who do you think we should see next?
We will have to see. We will have to see.
Yeah.
We will have to see. What else do we have?
Well, we have plenty of decks. We have plenty of rounds of Digimon to go. This is just round number 2. We have a whopping 9 rounds. I see a lot of people in chat as well has been asking for player count. I'm going to go check that in a little bit here so we can get that information for you guys. I know you guys want to know how many players are here in Niagara, but we have a lovely 9 rounds in a beautiful, looks kind of gloomy, but sun is peeking out somewhere there, Niagara. So we'll be right back. We're going to take a little break. We're going to get some information for you guys, and we'll be back for round number 3 in the Niagara Regionals.
All right, welcome back to round 3. We got a very special matchup right here. We have Chronicle versus something a little bit secret at the moment. We see a mother egg on the right side, but we also seems like it comes down with a Justimon Ace for full 6 memory passing to the opponent's board, which we'll find out just in a bit, but this is going to be some pretty crazy cool stuff which we have right here. So, Chronicle is something that is got a little bit of support in the form of the TP pack with the Dorumon. Really interested to see how the building is going to be kind of looking like right here. It has really, really good tools to have the immunity off of Greymon. It has the powerful Alphamon along with Oriomon to blast DNA Ace to get into a Orioken, which pretty much has a lot of control. It can DP reduce, it can take down the opponent's Digimon and gain memory all at the same time. So looking starts off to come out with the Dorumon setup just to find pieces, go for Ryudomon to also continues to search, which could tell me that they might be playing the Yuji Tamer as well. And then here comes with the Medieval Gallon in response, putting them back to 5. What is this? You guys might be thinking, what is the player on the right side or on the top side playing? What is this deck? Mother? Well, you can't play Mother Shoto because it has been pair banned, which you can't play both of them in the same deck. But looks like they're going to push out with Ginryumon. They have 5 memory to work with. They're going to use Ginryu to attack into the Medieval, attempting to probably go into it. They're probably going to use its when attacking effect to Digivolve into the Hisariumon. And Hisariumon is going to pretty much gain a bunch of DP buff during the attack. It's going to gain extra security damage at the same time as well. And pretty much allows them to run over the Medieval. Hisariumon should have quite a lot of DP, which probably beyond 12k, just as a level 5 alone. And I think this is where they can use the egg to go into Oriomon. They're not going to be able to de-digivolve here, because there's nothing to de-digivolve on the board side. But they do get to have that piercing. They can set up a Chronicle in the back as well when they Digivolve at the same time. And they can possibly go into a level 4 if they want to as they go into Oriomon. Oh, here comes the Zafaga Ace on top of Medieval.
All right, Abel, talk to me about this. Explain what this Safaga one, because I know nothing about these 2 decks.
All right. So, I haven't revealed what the spice is on Aiden's side yet, which is the player at the top. But we do have Chronicle, which is an archetype specific for Ryudomon and Dorumon.
Okay.
And if you remember, back in BT9, there is something called Alphamon and Oriomon, which is their Mega, which they are going to DNA and get into Alphamon Orioken Ace.
That I know it does.
So
I found out about that just this past weekend, actually, at a store region. So
okay.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what their game plan is. They have a lot of ramping power because they can actually Digivolve in the battle area as they make attacks, and they get to Digivolve in the breeding area as they climb up their line to build both stacks, where once they establish a level 6 on the board, they can threaten a potential Blast Ace against the opponents once they attack into them by going into Orioken Ace, or once they establish enough momentum, they will have both Alphamon and Oriomon both on the board to DNA themselves into Alphamon Orioken. And as you know, Alphamon Orioken, you may know, it has a powerful DP reduction effect that lasts until the end of opponent's turn with 15k. Once per turn, all turns when security is removed, they get to gain 3 memory as well.
Yep. So definitely a very powerhouse of a card. I know a lot of decks are now splashing it as long as you have the colors in it, just because it's that powerful of an effect. And seeing Dark Masters here, I know you said there is a little bit of spice in this Dark Masters list, but this is one of the decks I do know what it actually does. Being able to just generate value with all the Dark Masters and stuff like that. And you see here using the tried and true Mother D Reaper egg, man. What if I speak about that card? We'll be here for a long while.
So to fill you in, now that we know it's revealed, well, it's been revealed on the title already to begin with. How is Dark Masters gonna work? you might be wondering, how does it work? Apocalypse restricted to 1. Mother Shoto is not allowed because it is a banned pair.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to give a quick shout out here to Aiden, which is a fellow friend from my locals. And he's been working on this deck ever since the beginning. And basically, it's kind of like a Mega Zoo style. He plays a lot of level 5s of the Dark Masters, such as Lady Devi, which you can see, the Giga Dramons, anything that can help them search and find them pieces. And he plays a multitude of many different aces to counter against the opponent, which is why we can see the Justimon ace right here. And abundance of the other Dark Master cards. It's pretty much like a Mega Zoo control style deck. He wants to basically control as much as possible, slowly attack with the big bodies one at a time to chip down the opponents bit by bit, but also as long as there is a level 5 on the board, he is threatening a potential level 6 ace.
All right, so he's going back to that tried and true old school style of like Mega Zoo, a Mega Zoo control. And for people who know me from way back when, Mega Zoo is always one of those decks where it's just, it's so good because it kind of breaks parity of the game. Because the game really revolves around going up the stack, doing your Digivolutions and stuff like that. But Mega Zoo says, hey, I'm just going to bypass all of that. I'm just going to play these big bodies. You either have a response to deal with them when I drop them down, or you're just going to get blown out of the water.
Exactly. And what all the level 5 sort of Dark Master cards kind of do is at the end of the turn, they kind of pretty much get to delete themselves to set up a Dark Master in the breeding area. As you can see, the Piedmon ready to come out. And as the Piedmon is ready to push out the next turn, it can pretty much use its when attacking effects to delete things if it needs to, and pretty much constantly remove board. And that's how you establish the level 6s for free.
Yeah. So basically, the Piedmon, if I remember correctly, is basically a trump sword that it can pop active. I'm calling back so many
Unsuspended
OGs.
Digimon.
Yep,
Yes.
calling back so many OGs, and what I like the Dark Masters playstyle. Unlike traditional like Mega Zoo, where it was just all about. I remember Omni Zoo, if you remember that one.
Yes.
Where it was
Yes.
just like tried and true, like going into your big Omnis and stuff. This is quite a similar style, but now because we have these new ace mechanics, you can do some really cheeky shenanigans because you never know what ace that the opponent might be going into. And here we see Ryan going into doing a lot of shenanigans here with this Chronicle here. So he's going to attack and getting that Digivolve, like you said, being able to Digivolve mid-attack. And talk to me, Ava. What is this board state right now from Ryan?
So for Ryan, he's pretty much establishing a very strong board state as he attacks with the Oriomon. Ideally, when you get into your level 5 Hisariumon, it lets you pretty much play out at level 3. And by going to the level 6s, it lets you Digivolve pretty much anything that you want in the breeding area into its next level without paying the cost. And as Oriomon checks into security, it gets to delete the opponent's Digimon as well. And now they're getting rid of that Justimon ace. They can get the ace overflow back with a lot of memory to work with, and also gaining memory off of Alphamon Orioken's all turns effect too.
Yep. So that's the one downside to this strategy as well, is because Ace has that overflow. If your opponent has ways to get rid of them, then it's very taxing because you can potentially give them overflow 4, or if you can go into level 7 to overflow 5. So it's a very risky strategy, but a strong strategy nevertheless.
Yep, so here comes Mega Digimon Assembly, which is a white option card, but you can ignore the color requirements as long as your opponent has a level 6 or higher Digimon on the board. This lets him instantly DNA into Alphamon Orioken, and also being able to recover and trash the opponent's security at the same time, and also getting rid of that Machineermon. Now he's going to go for the swing. Oriomon's Inheritable is going to trash the top card of the opponent's security stack first, and with the Alphamon alongside, it pretty much has protection. Orioken has enough DP to go over it, and he's going to swing with the other one, potentially finishing the game off with this Doremon right here.
Ooh, very, very cool game there. Man, this is one of those. When did this deck come out, Avo? Because this strategy seems really, really cool. Being able to Digivolve mid-battle and doing shenanigans like that.
So this deck came out in BT20. For us, it would be BT 2.5 with the combination in English of BT 19 and BT 20 together. But specifically, it is, I believe, it should be from the BT 20 set exactly. And it pretty much introduced a whole new wave for us to play Alphamon and the whole Chronicle trait. And for those who watched the series or read the series, with Yuji and Coda, that's when they get to pretty much like all go together and synergize and to play one whole deck, which is being called the Chronicle trait itself, which is what the series is named after.
Okay, very cool strategy, and like someone mentioned, it's very cool to see that we are currently into around number 3, and these decks are both 2-0 right now. So both pilots know how to pilot these decks into these metas. Like honestly, like if you go up against something like Chronicle, you're not expecting to see that at a regional, right? And that's what's going to be very crucial is that surprise factor. Especially if you guys haven't been to one of these regionals, I will tell you one of the biggest things that you can do is bring something that will surprise your opponent because they won't know how to deal with it. I'm not saying bring your jank 50 pile deck, but what I'm saying is if there's a strategy that you can see work, especially because the meta is open and really diverse right now, you can try these older strategies or some of the newer strategies that didn't get some big highlights and bring them to a regional and really get that surprise factor against your opponents.
Yep, there are a lot of competent decks that are really well designed when it comes to the newer ones as well. They all have really good potential with really niche interactions, very interesting effects that kind of counter against the opponents depending on a matchup. And if you are a master of your own deck and you know those interactions, you can actually pull off really nicely and do well potentially in a large event like this.
Yeah.
And I suppose both players right here are a specialist of their own kind, coming up with their creative deck building skills and really showcasing that there too.
And that's one of the beauties of the Digimon card game. I play, as you know, Avold, I play a lot of card games, and the deck expression is huge. Like you can be, obviously, yes, you can go online and you can net deck whatever deck you would like, but being able to play in the Digimon card game, you can come up with these creative strategies. There's a lot of text that you can put in. A lot of, like, obviously you have the base strategies, but that's where it goes from being a good player to being a great player, is being able to be diverse and creative with your deck choices. And where this is basically the game showcasing it. So
exactly. So it looks like they're both off to a slightly slower start, especially on the Chronicle side. No rookie to work with, so they're going to just have to hard drop the dual tamer that they have and pretty much hard drop a Raptordramon here. Meanwhile, Aiden is going to push out the Mother, and the Mother is really going to be utilized as an extra body, which counts as a Digimon once it's in the battle area, which can be deleted by his own effects to pretty much play out stuff that he needs to. It's also a main usage to give that extra powerhouse of DP, as we can see with here with Medieval Gallantmon, pretty much pumping up by another 15k on top of that 11k, which is 26 in total for 2 checks if they ever need to as well.
Yep. So here, the medieval itself is a powerhouse of a card as well. Let's not sleep on this medieval here. We've seen in many of tournaments, medieval is just insane as a card.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe exactly what Aiden did there was he set up the Metal Tyrannomon so that now he goes into medieval. He's going to use the end of turn to attack into the Chronicle Raptordramon that was there, and then basically going for a much safer play instead of going for the 2 instant checks with Alliance. Before, he wanted to trash the security. Now he can go aggressive. Now he's going to go for the 2 checks to chunk them down. You can see the amount of massive damage that all he had to do was just by simply playing 2 cards. And there he is.
2 cards and 1 Mother coming up, and down to 2 life on the side of Ryan here. And unfortunately, that's definitely not where you want to be. And it seems Ryan might just be a little bit bricked up here because he's not seeing that rookie to go up the chain. And against a deck like this, and that's one of the strengths of Mega Zoo, is if they give you the memory and you cannot punish them for giving you that memory, you will be on the back foot 100%.
Yep, absolutely. So comes down with a Justimon Ace hard play, and Chronicle responds with a Alphamon play, just hard dropping. Unfortunately, again, still no rookie to be found. I think they're really behind at this point. But does Aiden have lethal here? Now, the crazy thing is there is this Justimon, which can do things. And I'm really curious if he would attack with it, because I want to see that happen.
All right.
So that I can explain. But yeah, so here comes down the Gigadramon, which is another level 5, part of the Dark Master archetype, and pretty much gets to search, filters, and grabs anything that he needs that's pretty much level 6 or above. So being able to find his level 6s, that is how he gets access to his aces, which constantly can pressure against the opponents. Checks into Laplace's Demon, which simply just adds to hand. And I think Aiden here is debating whether if he wants to swing with Justimon. Now, Justimon on attack gets to delete an option card on the board.
Oh my days.
And by doing so, he gets rid of that delay. And that's exactly how it's done. And it looks like pretty much game 2 goes to Aiden, where we're both 1-1 heading into round 3.
Yep.
Game 3.
Game 3. And with just about 30 minutes, that game went really, really quickly, unfortunately, on the side of Ryan there. Just being a little bit bricked, not seeing those rookies, so he wasn't able to go up into the chain. But we did get to see a little bit of the Dark Master spice as well. And honestly, that is really, really cool. Being able to delete an option card. I've never seen something like that. That is really insane. We've had various different types of removal. We have Digimon removal, we have Tamer removal, but option removal is insane. Especially because a lot of these decks nowadays are running those trainings. They're running those memory boosts. They're running all types of stuff. We saw in Adventure they run the protection spell. Being able to pop that is really, really strong. So it seems Aiden has teched this deck for very specific matchups. Being able to pop a Tamer, right? I would say being able to pop an option is just insane work, right? So very happy that
is Justimon's forte for sure. And always excited for more support for it, 100%. But yeah, this new Justimon Ace does definitely put in work. And, you know, when being played in a specific deck like this, other than Justimon itself, you know, its general effect is just really good. Like you said, you know, removing an option card is almost just as equivalent as removing an opponent's Tamer these days. And getting, like, you know, reducing the amount of value that the opponent can have on their side of the board really just helps you push.
Yep. And it allows for, especially when we know a build that I don't think we talked about it all day, but one Boogeyman deck that is probably in the room today is Sakuya. And Sakuya does like running those option cards, especially the boost. We've seen the boostless version coming out, and Justimon would put in a lot of work against that deck for sure.
Yep, absolutely.
So a very, very cool deck by Aiden here, and with this kind of like toolboxy kind of zoo deck. So here we see Aiden start off with the Analog Boy, getting that essentially mill 2, being able to pull a Digimon from that and sending the rest of the trash. So we see him getting the
Machine Dramon.
Machine Dramon. I was going to say Mugen Dramon. I remember one of our fellow content creators calls him that. So, but just getting that there. So that will definitely come up later on.
So here comes the Fellowship, which is a searching card for the archetype of Chronicle as well.
Yep.
And it pretty much lets you delay effect when something is pretty much deleted or Chronicle or is removed. You can immediately just push out from your breeding area and immediately digivolve into something as well. So it's kind of like an Ace as well. That's kind of like their Our Courage United version of the Adventure Trade deck, which you saw earlier.
Yep.
So it's kind of like that, giving some counterplay, giving some interaction, which is really interesting. So pushing out with the Mother here on Aiden's side and immediately going for the Gigadramon drop. And once again, being able to grab stuff that is pretty much his top end that he needs, again, it pretty much allows him to find cards that he needs to specifically tailor for specific matches on what he needs. Medieval, always a great card. Getting the Zwart right there is to help him set up, because he can potentially go into a level 6 and then go into a Zwart off of that. And then with the Zwart, you can play bodies back out. And this is exactly what he's trying to set up to do, because he gets to the end of turn, delete the Mother off the Gigadramon's effect, setting up that Machine Dramon in the breeding area, and Machine Dramon is a black Digimon that's level 6, which Zwart can Digivolve on top of, and then play the bodies back out from the trash by having a ton of level 5s, which gives him even more bodies to potentially go into aces against the opponents to continue to interact their attacks.
Yep. So we can start to see the chain of how it works. It seems Aiden has put a lot of thought into this deck as well. Just to see those little lines and those little texts that you can do, and those little combos. I love those types of decks, those toolboxy decks for all situations, and we're definitely going to see a few of them here today. So here we see the push-up, and it looks like he used another one of the option there
to search and grab pieces, and Ginryu is probably ready to go for an attack. If he can climb up into either the Greydmon or even Hisariomon, which we saw earlier, which does quite a bit of damage, but Greydmon is the ideal one. So Ginryu on attack lets him Digivolve. And then with Greymon, because it's Digivolve during an attack, it gains extra 5,000 DP and full Digimon effect immunity against the opponents until the end of the opponent's turn. And as he's attacking, this is how he's allowed to place that level 3 in the breeding area without needing the egg, which is one of Chronicle's traits' unique mechanics.
Yep. So very cool here. Gonna see a recovery as well, going up to 6 security now, and also gonna get that Digivolve into the breeding area. That is such a cool mechanic. Previously, in the early stages of the game, we weren't able to see things that affected the breeding area too much, and having a whole line that says you can do shenanigans in the breeding area. Everybody knows the tried and true Mimi was the only one who could really affect it, but now that we have a whole archetype around that, it's just super, super cool.
It's pretty interesting how both decks can kind of like place their Digimon in the breeding area without having an egg necessarily, which is kind of cool.
I swear, we've had some matchups today, like especially like last round, where we got a matchup where it was all about the OTK, all about trashing security, and now we have a matchup where it's all about the breeding area and seeing everything. And like you said, the first thing you said today was the variety of decks that we're going to have here, and we're seeing it all. We're just seeing a smorgasbord of just good, solid decks.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so here we talk about we talked about that Zord Evo. So that Zord Evo is going to go coming down. It's going to mill, and now let's see what we're going to get here. We're going to get 2. He does get the search as well.
So this is where the spicy combo comes in. By going into this ward, plays out the Gigadra. Like you said, go for the search with Gigadra. Now that Raiji Ludomon from EX6, do you know what that does, T-Mac?
Talk to me, Avo. What does that card do right now?
So that is the level 5 card that I believe... Let me just double check for a quick second, because I know it's other effect, but I just want to know if it does the same thing on play. Okay, so it's kind of interesting because this is a card that you actually normally want to have in the hand, where by paying 2 memory, you get to tuck it underneath either a Legend Arms card or a level 5 Digimon, I believe, which can be any color, but it has to be specifically level 5. And by doing so, it taunts your opponent's Digimon to attack at the start of main. But he's not going to be able to get this because it is a hand main effect, so you don't get it off the on play. So I'm curious what Aiden is trying to pull off here. Because what Aiden's strategy usually is, if the opponent doesn't want to attack and play around their his aces, that's his way to force him to attack. Just like Laplace's Demon, right? Just to taunt him right away, you attack me so that I can ace for free. But this is currently the board setup doesn't really look like that's the case, because the Alphamon isn't going to be taunted by that. Once again, because the Raiji Ludumon is not an on-play effect, it's only a hand effect by paying the 2 memory. But he has established and set up 3 level 5s on the board that are black, which can potentially go into aces as soon as he does choose to attack as well.
And then the overall thing as well is it's funny because this matchup is really funny. Because Aiden wants to go into aces, wants to force the attacks here, and he's going against a deck that is all about the attack. So
that is correct.
It's so funny to see this matchup.
Yeah.
And I wonder on the side of Ryan, has he dealt with this type style of deck? And it's interesting to see how he's going to traverse this matchup. We were able to see it in game 1 quite easily. He was able to get there and just go around the matchup. But it's going to be it's so nice to see how he's going to do it. So here, the swing is going to come down, and we're definitely going to see some aces here for sure.
I would certainly think there would be some aces. Yes, it is kind of interesting on how you brought up like that, just because generally, yeah, with a deck like Chronicle, you want to make attacks. You want to get your value off those effects while you're attacking, but you got to think twice now, having to play around those kind of potential aces, which can be tricky because you don't know what surprises come around with Aiden's side. I can't recognize that card at the moment, but that is... I would like to say... Is that a Puppetmon Ace?
That looks like a Puppetmon Ace. I'm not going to hold you. And it looks like that was that a D-Digivolve? It was a D-Digivolve.
Yes, Puppetmon Ace does get to D-Digivolve and then bottom deck something. But yeah, I think that should be it.
I think that's just the fancy art of Puppetmon Ace. Way too many fancy cards. But here we are going to see the Evo up the chain here. it might have also been the Vikemon potentially as
I
well.
think it's a Vikemon too. I actually can't really see from there.
Yeah, sometimes the glare is a little bit too much, folks, but it happens from time to time, especially with the fancy cardboard and stuff like that. Yeah, I want to say that's the Vikemon Ace. Yeah, so thank you, chat.
The glare makes it look a little bit like it's green.
Yeah, I
But
can see like the green tints there, but
yeah,
like,
yeah.
that is a Vikemon there. So, Vikemon Ace being a thing, a very funny card. Even when I was playing Dark Masters, that was one of the newer cards that came out. Just a powerhouse of a card, just being able to do all types of shenanigans, right? So being able to de-digivolve too, and then none of their Digimon with one or fewer sources can attack. And then you can delete one of their opponent's Digimon, but it getting de-digivolved, it looks like there. So being on the side of Ryan, being able to keep that memory because of the overflow. And we see how that comes up. Overflow 4.
And here comes the attack with the Zwart, and Zwart pretty much gets the bottom deck the source from underneath it to delete the opponent's Digimon.
Yep.
By getting rid of that Oriomon. That is pretty much how Aiden is going to play around the ace.
Yep. So now we're going to see that, like you mentioned earlier into the round, that chip damage. And here we see another ace coming down. And that is the Justimon being able to pop the option card. And this Justimon, man, it is coming up heavy into this matchup right now. So yeah.
That's right. Justimon is going to attack. Checks into Oryukan here. Now, Raiji Ludamon also has a secondary effect, which is in its form of inheritable. When this Digimon will leave the battle area, you can pretty much trash one of the sources, that is Legend Arms, to pretty much keep it on the board as well.
Ooh, so he actually protects the Justimon Ace, so no overflow. Fair. I'm telling you, it seems like Aiden has put so much thought into this deck, especially with these types of cheeky techs, because like right there, overflow would have punished him for going into that security, but now he can just swing. And here we're going to see the medieval Gallantmon come down, ends up popping the Ryudamon with the effect, and boom, 3 security now on the side of Ryan, and Ryan has a lot of work to do here to catch back up into this game.
Yep, with an empty board right there, it is going to certainly be tough because Aiden is going to be presenting lethal at this particular moment.
And unfortunately, there's no, not that I know of, is there any like big, massive board clear on the side here. And then unfortunately for the side of Ryan, going to get medievaled because that card is also a powerhouse as well. So
yep, absolutely. Very strong removal that constantly keeps coming. As long as they're on playing stuff, it will just keep getting rid of them.
All right, and just ends up having to hard play and passing it over back to the side of Aiden. And man, medieval Gallantmon, what a it's so strong, that card. Alliance Vortex, any on a hard play, you get to activate it, one of its when digivolving effects, so being able to pop 8k. And then for each other suspended Digimon, you can add to it as well.
And here comes the Darkdramon Ace to pretty much get rid of that Oriomon. Going to swing for 2 checks Alliance with the Medieval, and the big body Zwart is going to come in, and Darkdramon Ace will finish off the game.
So very well played by Aiden there, and very well played by Ryan as well. And Aiden taking that game really, really well. We did see him a little bit on the back foot in game 1. But he locked in for game 2 and 3 and showing the powerhouse of a toolbox that he has. And it was very good to see. That is a deck that I like to see. I like to see creative deck building, having synergies, taking a deck that has a strong core and using it and utilizing it in a different way than people were expecting.
And there you guys, everyone can see, who would have thought in 2025 BT21 format, you would see a Dark Master deck.
Dark Masters is crazy. As someone who played when we had the whole shenanigan with Apoclymon, and then we had the restriction, that's a deck I really, really like, because back then you were playing these Zwart defeats to pop Tamers, you were doing shenanigans like that. And now that we have a toolbox deck, the Aiden is cooking with this list right now.
Yeah, that's particularly why I want to show you guys. this is definitely a special one for sure.
Yeah, so being able to see a deck like that come, and that's what I'm talking about, especially when it comes to World Convergence. Man, World Convergence has been huge because we've been seeing, because we're now in the same bracket as Japan, we're seeing the deck builders come. This is where they want to be. We just had this recently, and now we see decks like this, for example, where people are adapting to the meta. We see some standout decks. We see the Sakuyas. We see the Adventures. We see things like that. And now we have decks that are looking to counter those decks because these are the type of decks that are going to do well. The ones that are more toolboxy, more grindy, they have the tools. And like Aiden has cooked with this in the way of where now he has answers for pretty much anything. And using that Dark Masters engine to get to those points is just really, really sick.
Yep, and like you mentioned earlier during the actual games, the element of surprise. I tell you, I face against Aiden all the time, and you just don't know what aces to play around. There's so many. Like we saw Vike, we saw Safaga, we also saw
The
Darkra,
the
Justy
Justy
Ace.
the Justy put in
Right?
so much work.
Yep,
right?
absolutely. And Puppet Ace, Metal Seedra Ace, all of these can Digivolve on top of the black level 5 Digimon that he's putting out. So what do you possibly play around?
Yeah, you have to play around everything.
All of
and,
them.
and that's the problem, right? As a deck, you cannot play around everything, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But let's give some credit to Ryan as well.
Yeah.
Because Ryan came in with Chronicle. Still 2-1 at the moment, but Chronicle put in some work there. Because unfortunately for game 2, he was a little bit bricked up. In game 3, he just wasn't able to see the lines. But that deck was putting in work, especially with the Alpha Oryu Ace. That card is huge. He was able to do some really sick turns where he was just able to push for egregious damage.
Yeah.
So that was really nice to see as well. Deck Builder City, baby. And these are the formats I love, right? I love creative deck building. I love where you can like work with the norm, do a little bit of different stuff that people are not usually doing. Yes, naturally you have your decks that just work well out the box, but it really comes to that surprise factor and what you can do to tech for people.
Yep.
So very, very good, solid. And it was quite funny that both decks kind of in the favor of the Dark Masters because Dark Masters wants you to attack. And then unfortunately for the side of Ryan, he went up into that matchup where his deck is all about attacking. But that is how it is sometimes. But he still played it really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So round number 4 is going to be coming up. I believe my stream manager can correct me if I'm wrong. We are going to be taking a little bit of break here. The players will need to get some lunch and stuff like that.
Yep. You and I as well got to fill up our stomachs.
Yeah, we got to refuel. We've been here for a little bit, but that doesn't mean we're going to be out of Digimon content. We have plenty more. We're in round number 3. We still have 6 more rounds to go. So plenty of Digimon. You've seen the games. The games have been hype. We had round 1 where we had the aggro matchup. We had round 2.
The big stack.
The big stack.
Trash all your security matchup.
OTK, let's finish it up. And now we got the spice, the deck building. So what are we going to see in this very diverse meta? It's not like the last time we were here where it's just Imperial and only Imperial. We have a variety. So we're going to look for more variety, more spice, and for you guys who are at home watching and who can't be here today. Yep. But that's not the only thing we have this weekend as well. If you guys are in the Niagara area, we do also have some Union Arena rare battles that are going on as well this weekend. So if you guys do play Union Arena, make sure you guys come through, come see me. We can talk about Union Arena as well. We also have Fusion World on the docket for tomorrow as well. So for all the Fusion World enjoyers, that's going to be hype. We're going to have a lot of Fusion World gameplay tomorrow. But we also have Masters in the house as well that is going around town. But that's not what we're here for right now. We are here for the Digimon Regionals in Niagara. So I'm T-Mac, this is Avolt, and we'll be back for round number 4 in about 30 minutes.
See you later.
All right, guys, welcome back to round number 4. I hope you guys had a good lunch. We definitely had a good lunch. Well, I got to play some games, but I hope you had a good lunch as well, Avolt.
Yeah.
We are now refreshed and ready to go. We're deep dive into the round number 4. And we have quite the game here, actually, that we're going to be going into. And once we get over there, let me tell you what we have now, Ava. We have Gamamon versus Omni DNA. Very, very interesting stuff here. I know Gamamon has gotten a lot of tools over these past couple of sets here. And now we get to see all those tools it has access to. And we know what it's looking to do. And Omni DNA, still a deck that I'm familiar with, alive and kicking. So let's get into it. Talk about the matchup right now.
All right, so yeah, like you said, Gamamon, we got lots of new support, especially with all the new Pro Tag stuff with BT21 Hero, and a lot of it is really predominantly red and purple support cards. Gives a lot of recursion, and as we know, Gamamon's really always really good at like tucking in sources underneath. It's just crazy once you have the RB1 hero and the new hero both set up together. You don't need a memory setter at that point because they are your memory setters because you can gain so much memory off of it. You can make so many plays. Lots of deleting effects on Gamamon's side. And then when it comes to the Omni Ace, of course, as we know, really good at the DNA with the Metal Gar and the War Gray together. Being able to clear and wipe out your opponent's board with Omni is going to be really interesting. I've never seen this matchup ever because I did not expect Gamma versus Omnimon. But through the thoughts so far, Omnimon does have a lot of protection when it comes to it. So it can probably play around the Gamamon. But the Gamamon, I'm really curious because with here we have Victor. I'd say he's a expert at this deck. I'd say he's always been playing it. He's been cooking up ever since. He's been cooking up before BT21 comes out as well. And pretty much has been working on the build. So we have, already starting off. So this is the new Gamamon, which has a warping capability. And when against Omnimon, which they do stand like level 6s on the boards, it's very easy for them to potentially go into the serious mon if they need to. Now, the condition is that they need to have less security, like 2 or fewer, I believe, or 3 or fewer. And then they can easily just warp into it with within its own archetype.
Okay, so a lot of warping here, a lot of potential. And we know, we've been talking about this Gabamon, and we're very high. Both of them are 3-0 right now, so they definitely are very skilled in their deck piloting, because imagine taking Gabamon to a regionals and using all those new tools and stuff that it's recently gotten and being able to pilot throughout the meta. Like we were talking about earlier, that diverse meta, just being able to do a bunch of shenanigans. Very, very cool to see. But Omnimon DNA, very strong deck, has a lot of lines, a lot of shenanigans that it can do. And it's not the only deck that has gotten a lot of tools. As people like to call the French Omnimon, also is one of those Omnimons that it has also gotten as well. So plenty of new tools as well on the side. And hey, who knows? There could be also some good tech options, for example, people splashing in the medieval gallons, things like that. Just having that toolbox strategy as well. So we'll definitely have to see here what tools will be available to the Omnimon player.
Unfortunately, it seems like they're really behind at the moment. It seems like they don't really have cards that they can play out so far. A hard pass to 3 memory straight pretty much lets the Gamamon to digivolve here into the Gula's Gamamon, which has the purple stuff pretty much has the floating capabilities and effects to pretty much keep coming back over and over again. They're not afraid to go ahead and chip away the security. They're not afraid of running into a big body because they simply get to play this Gamamon back, as you guys can see, and pretty much float. And again, they're just going to digivolve into another Gula's Gamamon here, pretty much being able to add sources underneath here, and then a level 4 is there again and ready to go. Next turn, they can climb into 5, and then they can go into 6 if they need to, and they chipped away a security at this point.
Yep, especially in a scenario like this, you don't want to be bricked up against a deck like Gamamon. Gamamon can very much punish you as well. And we're talking about Gamamon pieces. I don't know if these new Gen Gamamon lists are running the Kana Weissmon that could keep all the traits from all your Gamamon pieces and stuff like that. And here we see that looks like an Omni Ace coming down.
Just a hard play for full 9 memory. Passing 8 is going to be rough, but the Omnimon is going to stand there to pretty much protect the board on their side as much as they can.
Yep, and see, and this giving 9 memory, and this is unfortunately not what you want to see, because now Gamamon can just do free reign right here. So we'll definitely have to see how they will be able to utilize this 9 memory that they're given, and it's going to be a lot. So they definitely will be able to get a big board state here for sure.
Yeah, so it looks like they're just going to, utilize that memory to search, climb up a little bit on the outside, going back into Gulas once again, which allows them to tuck sources underneath. And it would be really, really beneficial to pretty much find a way to get rid of the Omni Ace if possible. Then they could get the overflow back, but they're not going to be able to make an attack at this moment. Hero is going to constantly just help them gain memory as they tuck sources underneath. Now they're going to go into this new Regulusmon. And what it does, it pretty much taunts the opponent's Digimon to force them to attack at the start of main. But it also gives the Omnimon collision. T-Mac, you know what collision does?
I remember what collision does. Yup, definitely. So this is going to be very strong here. And that Regulusmon is very strong, being able to do that type of effect there for sure.
Yep. So what Victor plans to do is that he probably has 2 choices. Possibly play a Siriusmon Ace as soon as the Omnimon attacks, or he would just be forced to collision where he has to block with his Regulusmon right here, but it has retaliation in the source thanks to the Gulas level 4.
And then the overflow is going to proc, and then it's going to pass back over the turn. We love turn skipping over here.
Exactly. And this is where it happens next, where this is going to let him play the Canonweismon for free with the Regulusmon on deletion effect. And this is how he can establish a level 5, getting rid of that level 7 instantly, and now he can tuck sources and, like you said, steal the turn, go into the Sirius now, and basically start doing serious damage.
Oh, please. But, yeah, we do see here that is a nasty combo. Just being able to use all of that, especially when you know your opponent's on the back foot here, having to hard play that ace. You knew you were going to keep turn off of that play, so he was able to do that very efficiently here. And now he's also able to push up as well, and now is going to tuck another Digimon under the source and go in for some swings here. Like you said, serious damage coming out here. So now this is going to be a check. He is going to hit
Miraculous Mega Knight. No, nothing to play off of it, but does hit into a tie setter as well. But yeah, right now, if they can push as much damage as possible and start closing out the game, if they can in this turn, that would be ideal. But it doesn't seem like it. So they're going to go for some precautionary play by going for the Boko. The Boko is a searcher, but also the protector for the deck.
Yep. So setting it up here very nicely. He's working at that security, getting it down. He's taking his time. It's not playing grindy. It is just playing it efficient, making sure his opponent can't come back up into the game. So, yep, here we're going to see
finding a tie and mat, which is going to give the Omnimon a lot of value, a lot of memory to work with at the start of their turn for sure.
Yep, so their minimum going to go to 5 here, because that's going to be a +2 from the mat and tie, if I recall correctly.
That is correct.
And is going to set up a big turn, but unfortunately on the side of the Omnimon player, he hasn't really seen what he's needed to see here. That Coromon has just been chilling in the breeding area. He hasn't had any rookies. He's had to hard play an Omnimon and got punished for it. And finally, we're going to see a rookie here, but maybe it's a little bit too late here for this game 1 and might just have to go over into game 2 and look at game 2. But, the ball is round. It happened before where people have come back from more dire situations. So we'll see how he proceeds here. This is looking potentially like lethal, because he has the Pokemon, he has the Siriusmon, and he has the Gamamon, the evil Gallantmon, Gamamon, if you will. So he does have the lethal on the board, but he does have options. Omnimon is one Digimon you can never count out. So let's see what he decides to do here. Definitely thinking about it as well, making sure he makes the correct decision here for sure.
Yep, because with the amount of memory, Omnimon can always suddenly come out with some explosive plays just to get into that Omni. Just if they can DNA, they can turn the whole board around into their favor as well.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And that's what I would love to see here. So here we're going to see the Agu come down. So this Agu is the Searcher Agu. Going to look at that top four, grab a tie, grab a Omni or Gray, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
It's so nice being able to recall these off of just memory. But you see here, he grabs the tie, the Duo Tamer, and he also grabs the Omni as well. So plenty of decisions here, plenty of lines he can probably cook up here as well. 2 memory to work with. So still in there, but what will he do here to get over this board state here?
I think a Melgar is about to drop, and the Melgar will let the Agumon warp into the War Gray and possibly go for a ace threat against the opponent. But I think they're considering it right here. And going into that, paying quite a bit of memory, but that's okay. That's generally how it works right there with this deck anyways. And stunning down probably a Digimon, which is going to be a serious, so that it can't attack the next turn. And then afterwards, probably not using... Yeah, because you can, if you stun down with the attack, you prevent them from unsuspending, or from suspending, then you pretty much bypass the effect to warp into the War Gray. But that's fine, because we know that there's an Omni Ace in the hand, and then it's just a matter of question if they have a War Gray that they can just blast DNA into. So ideally for Gamamon is if they can get rid of the Metal Garurumon first, then they'll be in a pretty good position.
Yeah, so definitely this can be quite the clapback here. But maybe the Gamamon player respecting the setup here, maybe he won't commit to it and just hold it out and just try to make use of as much memory as possible, because he doesn't want to get punished on this board state here. So maybe he plays it a little bit more slower and see how it goes.
So here comes the Gulas once again. Gulas being able to tuck something under. It's going to delete the Agumon, which is pretty much anything level 4 or below. And now is probably going to try to see if he can go into level 5. If he can go to level 5, then maybe go into level 6, which could get rid of the Melgar. This is where the Octurusmon Inherit effect comes in, where opponent's Digimon is deleted, which allows the Octurusmon Inherit effect to trash a top security. By using the delay effect of the new option card for Gamamon, they can then actually Digivolve into their Canon Weissmon for absolutely 0 cost.
Crazy work, crazy work. And bro, this Gamamon deck just has so many tools at its disposal. All that recursion that it has. It's basically playing like how we saw Galacti play earlier, where it's getting all of this stuff back from trash and being able to recycle it and then use it very, very efficiently. Unfortunately, on the side of the Omnimon DNA player, just not able to see those early game pieces that he needed to see for his setup. But he's still not out of the game. There's still one final swing that has to go. So there's still a little bit of a puzzle on the side of the Gamamon player. So here we're going to see another Evo.
Into Octurusmon, which is the same underneath the source of Siriusmon. But this one lets them tuck a source underneath, I believe, as well. But allows them to possibly delete something. Maybe if they can get rid of that Metal Guard, then that's pretty much a game for them for sure.
Yep, so pretty much. And then we're going to see here, the pop is going to happen.
Yep, and then just swing to finish it off.
Yep. Didn't even matter on the memory gain there as well. So unfortunate on the side of Omni DNA, just not seeing those early game pieces that he needed to see, to being able to get into that Omnimon as early as possible so he could control the board a little bit. But we did get to see that was pretty much a good showcase of Gamamon and just what Gamamon is looking to do. So now he just has to lock in for this game 2 just to establish that same type of board state. But hopefully Omnimon can also see the pieces he needs, so now we have a good rally of back and forth. So honestly, I'm going to be, for the folks at home, right, I want you to explain what Omnimon is looking to do against this Gamamon matchup.
I would say having a rookie established is pretty crucial because once you put down, you want to put down a level 6 that can let your other rookie, either Agu or Gabu, to actually warp. You're not necessarily digivolving up into a line. You can utilize the Greymon to give you a little bit of control in the early stages and also floating capabilities to play your Tamers and so on, or play something back. And I think having to go into Omni for that explosive play is going to be a little bit of a struggle at the moment. Just because of how fast Gamamon is, being able to tuck those sources, evo up the line, gain a ton of memory, draw a lot of cards, they can definitely get there way quicker than Omnimon can. And Omnimon really will have to rely on what they can kind of find bit by bit to slow down the board, to control the board, but also most importantly, having the protection to keep their bodies on their side so that they can continue to either threat the Blast DNA or even DNA themselves to interact with the Gamamon board. Ideally, Gamamon does thrive quite a bit with on-deletion effects, so deleting it wouldn't be ideal. Therefore, stunning things down, bottom decking is probably the best way to go.
And here we see a completely different start here on the side of the Omnimon player, just able to actually see a rookie now and getting that Tamer online as well, and then choking the Gamma-1 player to 1. And one of the things that we've talked about here is just the strength of Gamamon being able to float. Floating is very huge. Being able to swing with the level 4 and then basically being able to retuck the level 4 and playing it back is just really, really strong. And here we're going to see Bokomon come down here. Going to get that search off the top. And it seems like we just hit there. So very, very strong indeed.
Despite bottom decking being one of the best ways to deal with Gamamon, this is where the Bokomon really thrives for the matchup in general because it protects them from anything that would leave the battle area. So it would include bottom decking as well. But here for the Omnimon player, they're going to be able to push out with the Gabu. They can pretty much get to draw a card because they do have a Mat and tie, and they can cycle a little bit more and try to hopefully find their pieces. Chipping away and utilizing the Koro to draw another additional card is also the position that they want to continue to find more other cards that they can use and play later on to gather their Blast Ace pieces. Now they're going to go for the Taikari, the baby versions, to put them back to 1. So they're trying to take it a little bit slowly if they can. Take it slightly slower, control the game pace, and go from there.
Yep. So that's... And one thing you touched on as well is okay, so yes, Gamamon wants to see its pieces, it wants to set up, but that aggro potential is kind of crazy as well. Just saying, hey, chip, chip, chip until I can go up stack. And that's one type of deck that we've kind of seen in a little bit with the hybrid player that we saw earlier. So it's kind of a similar strategy, but here we see that Boko getting that one chip in. And then just setting up that Tamer there. So just passing it back over. And now it looks like the Gamamon is getting to the point of where I'm ready to go.
Yep. But you don't want to be ready too late either, just because time is ticking. The longer the game goes, the stronger Omnimon becomes in terms of having all their, again, pieces, the DNA, to pretty much control the board, bottom deck, wipe everything out as well, which is going to be something that Gamamon is going to have a tough time dealing with later on, too.
Yep. So it's going to be, I think right now on the side of Omni, he's seeing what he needs. He's seeing the setup pieces. So if it's going to be a big when to pull the trigger on both sides. Because if one pulls a little bit too early, it's going to end up in a very bad time for them, right? So they're both playing it patient, but like you said, the longer you play out the patient game, the longer you wait, Omni is just ready and waiting to pounce and strike.
Yep.
So let's see what they decide to do here.
With one memory, so Gamamon's going to push out. Going to evil into the Gullus. And then tuck a level 4 underneath. And then now they can delay with the new option card. So now that they can go into a level 5, which is going to be Kennel Weissmon. And pretty much gaining all the effects within the sources as well. Tucking in the purple Gamma, and then now suspending the hero to also gain 1 and draw 1. Now that they're able to keep turn, they probably won't be looking for an attack right here. So if they can go for an attack and deal some damage while they can, is also going to be ideal. Checking into 2 Metal Gars. That's crazy. I think the very first check was a Melgar, and now these 2 checks and another 2 Melgars. That's a lot of Melgars. So it looks like Gamamon's going to use the end of attack of the Goalless that they have within the sources to self-delete and then basically float the bodies back out here to continue to find a bit more value. And maybe searching for some other pieces that they may need, or maybe just playing bodies and trying to go wide. But now they can also just simply Digivolve into another Goalless and just pass turn. And if ever will be deleted, they pretty much get to float back as well. Once again, pushing out the Gabu. Gabu's going to draw 1, and then they can actually pretty much attack and utilize the Koromon to draw even more cards. Now they might have gathered more and more things that they need, but I'm just wondering if Omnimon does have the Metal Gurumon they need. They might be just missing that to go for the DNA play that they really need to. So here comes down the War Gray for reduced cost. Wargrey is going to use its effect to delete the Goalless Gamamon instead. Goalless Gamamon can float something back on deletion, I believe. And then floating out the purple Gamamon. Gamamon has pretty much like 6 memory to work with, which is a ton at this moment. You're going to gain quite a bit since the opponent has Digimon on their side of the board. And now they can easily climb all the way up to a level 6. That's all they need to. Find a way to pretty much deal as much damage with only 2 security left. They can explosively finish the game off here if possible. Digivolving into Goalless. Goalless is going to attack the source underneath, and that's going to allow them to delete the Gabumon too. Goalless goes into Canna Weiss. Once again, this Canna Weiss is going to gain all the effects underneath it as long as it has Gamamon in its name.
Yeah, and here we see the full stack coming out again, and at least this time, right, we actually get to see the Wargrey on the board. And still has the possibility for the Omni Ace as well, right? So let's see what happens here.
That's absolutely correct. If Gamamon does go into the Cirrusmon, they could pretty much get rid of the Wargreymon before anything happens to play around the Ace if they need to.
Yep. So here we're going to see the Tuck effect once more, and this is looking a lot like how we saw last round, where they were able to go into the full stack and do a bunch of stuff here.
But Omnimon this time does have the Miraculous Night delay to potentially go into Ace, but it looks like they don't go into it, possibly not having that Melgar, which is what they are suffering from. Arcturus is inhurtable, is going to trash that security. We're trying to see if there's a way to maybe unsuspend or dish out an additional attack. Can Gamamon close it out right here, though?
Yep, going to tuck that additional source under there. Going to go for it and see what's going to happen here. Going to get that effect. Boom.
Another Miraculous.
And nothing, it looks like nothing to play off of it. And then going in one more time.
Into the Omni X, which is the new Blitz Omni to finish off the game, allowing to attack at the end of turn without suspending.
Oh, very, very strong. It's always funny seeing those cards. You forget those cards exist sometimes, but those cards do come up. And in that scenario there, and Gamamon 2-0. 2-0 against that. Unfortunately for the Omni player, just not being able to see what he needed to see. Game 1, he was very bricked up, not seeing those rookies. And now Game 2, he was able to get a little bit more advantage there and a little bit more progressive with it, but unfortunately not seeing what he needed to see there and just getting honestly punished for it. And that's how the game goes sometimes. Sometimes you do have those games where you just are not able to get what you need to get and see your pieces. And then we saw pretty much, I would like to say, correct me if I'm wrong, a masterclass in Gamamon, because we saw everything there. He knew when to pull a trigger. He knew when to go into his stuff. He did the full combo lines. He was able to find the right pieces at the right time and doing the full combos, and it was clean and beautiful.
Yep.
Mwah. Chef's kiss.
Just like most red decks, just build sources, and thanks to the purple synergy, just float it back if you ever get deleted.
Yeah, that's always the problem with when it comes to mono red decks. We saw when red hybrid was a thing, the stack would get deleted and then you would have to rebuild. But this Gamamon strategy now mixes the two, where you not only get the benefits of the purple of going into your trash and getting things back, you also have that aggression with the red stuff as well, with the deletion and stuff, and just combining the two overall strategies into one like nice package, if you will.
Unfortunately, it is not Omnimon's day today, but that's okay because maybe right now in the meta, Omnimon is still just a little bit too slow. Their tools are not as diverse enough to counter against most matchups at the moment. So it can be, struggle a little bit. But, we are definitely excited for potential future support in BT22, which are going to be Cyber Sleuth related. Chances are we can expect to be getting like a new Nokia.
Yep.
We're pretty much getting like a new Agumon or Gabumon coming up real soon as well. So that will be really, really good. And hopefully it boosts up the early game consistency that Omnimon needs, or even help it out to basically get to that stage to pressure that level 6 is on the board of the Omni Ace way much earlier to really threaten against the opponents to try to win and go from there.
For sure, but a deck we weren't even talking about earlier today, Gamamon, man, 4-0 going into it, and if they can hold it out, what if we see the Gamamon back in the finals?
I wouldn't be surprised. Well, technically the Gamamon is 3-0-1 at the moment, so they do have a draw with them.
Oh, I see.
But they are doing a fantastic job. They are really
still
good.
Pretty well though. No losses on the side of them, so that is pretty good. Round number 4 is still going on here in Niagara. We still have plenty more of Digimon to go. It's going to be it's still going to be a great day. We have, like I said, plenty more Digimon, plenty more matchups, plenty more things that we will be able to see. I would love to get some more diversity in the matches. Like we said earlier, the format is very, very open. There is a lot going on, a lot of different decks. So now you can play pretty much any deck that you would like, and you can do pretty well into this meta game right now. So, Ava, before we go into our little break here, as per usual, what are you thinking about the matchup so far? Like, what have you seen by walking around and just seeing the cool stuff that has been here?
Well, I kind of didn't want to leak out all the sauce too quickly,
Not
but
all
you know
of
what?
it.
I'm really excited. I see Megidramon.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's something we might want to cover later for sure.
Yeah.
Megidramon is very different to Gallantmon, but otherwise we can definitely see the good version of Megidramon, which is Gallantmon, which we're almost familiar with, typical red stack. For sure, there is Galacticmon, which we saw earlier, that's definitely doing well. Funny enough, and interesting enough, I think we do see a couple of 7 Great Demon Lords at the top tables at the moment in this current round as well.
And as much as I don't want to talk about it again, similar to last regional, a deck that people just keep on sleeping on, but will always be on the top tables, is Imperial Dramon. Well, I've seen a couple of Imperials still roaming around in the top tables as well. Are
they blue-green or red-purple? Because now there's 2 different types.
No, we're talking.
Really
well, I haven't seen a red-purple, but the one that we know and some people don't like, but some people do like, is the good old green-blue Imperial.
The Pro Tag power.
Yep, it still does the same thing, doing your DNA combos and stuff like that. So that is definitely floating around as well. And I think I saw like 1 or 2 Sakuyas still floating around in the top bracket.
Okay.
So we know decks that are going to be up here are going to be up here. So we'll get to those a little bit later in the tournament. But very diverse. I love this type of stuff. And if you guys love this type of stuff, make sure you guys are getting those Digimon products at your local game store. Plenty of Digimon product. World Convergence is the perfect time to come back because a lot of old strategies getting support, as you saw with Gamamon, and a lot of old, new decks that are coming into the fray as well. Red, purple, Sakuya, you name it, right? Very nice first format as well.
Absolutely.
Anyways, we're going to take a little break here. We're going to be right back. So make sure you guys get some snacks for your time watching us. Make sure you get some water and all of that. And we'll take a little break, and we'll be right back for round number 5 in the Digimon Regionals Niagara Edition.
All right, welcome to our new round. We have Megidra versus Galactic right here. Round 5. Let's go. And Megidra is definitely a deck that has picked up a lot of gas recently. I think it's been topping a lot of events recently as well. It's getting better with its crazy one stack potential to pretty much OTK the opponents out of nowhere as they continue to nuke the field with Megidron. Galactic, we did see earlier today with the crazy OTK combo with Ragnarok, Cannon as well. So in the early stages, both players are pretty much going to be like setting up and try to like find their pieces, grab what they need. For Megidra, it's really about digivolving up the line. And as you digivolve up the line, utilizing the Gil X right here to search and grab what they need to go into the Growl, Growl X, War Growl. And then that's when they pretty much get to choose whether they want to go into War Growl X or continue to attack with the War Growl. Now, the only thing is the early stages with the Megidron deck is that it doesn't have a lot of cards in trash just yet. But against Venmon and Galacticmon, they tend to add cards in the trash as well, which can help funnel a little bit extra resources or trash count for Megidra to pull off the combos. Looking like they're going to come down with a early Gravity Crush alongside with the Wisdom Training to go into the War Growl. War Growl is going to be able to mill 2 upon Digivolving as well, which then can also swing. And this is where they can Digivolve into Megidra for reduced cost. By going into the Megidra for reduced cost, they reduce the cost by 1 for every 10 cards in the trash. This is going to go for 2 checks, and checking into Ragnarok Cannon in the second hit, which pretty much allows them to play out the Zenith right here. Zenith is the one that gets to have the on play to search and possibly play out a Venmon. If not, they get to grab a piece. What's going to happen is even if they play out the Venmon, it does get the on play effects first to search, but it looks like they're going to go for Galactic and trashing the rest. Megidra is going to now nuke the board. And then with that effect, the War Growl inheritable effect is going to trash the top security. And then they also get to gain some memory back while they're being deleted at the same time, keeping their turn. But since they use Gravity Crush, they will have to pay the 2 afterwards later on too. But with that effect, now their trash is pretty much loaded. It's adding a lot of cards very quickly. They can pretty much fill out this Gilmon X back with its effect to pretty much go for even more searching, find another way, and pretty much rebuild into another stack if they need to. And then here also the Digimon Egg, which lets them pretty much grab any piece that they want back as well. But looks like they're going to go ahead and play out the Gilmon, one from the other, which is going to let them trash a card from their hand and draw 2. With that, they're going to end the turn with the opponent's side on 1 memory. They're going to gain 2 off the Gravity Crush because they have to pay back, but they got 2 Gilmons ready to go. And when it comes to Galactic side, it's really about whether if they want to, or if they can remove the 2 bodies off there to prevent them from swinging, forcing them to rebuild all the way from the breeding area again. So Venmon is just going to go for the search and add sources underneath. And then they can pretty much Digivolve into the Snatchmon to search once again and find what other pieces they also need to continue to climb up over there. Now, whether if they have the Destro, maybe if they go into that, they could go into the promo one to pretty much clear both Gilmons off of it, where they don't really need to go into the new Destro as much unless they don't have any other choice. But here comes down the promo one. So that is going to be able to clear off the 2 bodies and pass the opponent to 1 memory alongside with their cost reduction of the Evo costs, and only passing to Megidra with 1 memory to work with. This isn't too bad because as long as they can Digivolve up once again and climb into their stack, they can pretty much repeat the whole combo and try to go aggressive as much as possible. But they do have to be wary with the Galacticmon just because it can actually stop certain attacks. It pretty much prevents itself from being deleted. It can redirect with the promo Destramon. So once again, they're just going to go for searching. The Zenith is a memory setter, so they're going to pretty much start at 3 right off the bat. And it's a matter if they have the Galactic ready to go with Ragnarok Cannon or not here. So it looks like they're going to Digivolve into Venmon. whether if they want to go for more searching if they need to, but it looks like they have the cost reduction, so they are counting, and it does look like they may have the Galactic to go into. And as soon as the Galactic comes down, they pretty much get to pressure the cannon just by tucking in underneath 4 sources underneath their stack. They can want to get that established and set up as soon as possible. Yep, and the Ragnarok cannon is here. So Megidra is forced to pretty much having to float extra bodies if they can in the following turn. Looks like they're going to use a black scramble just to put them at 1, giving them almost nothing to work with. Pretty much at 1 memory is going to be really tight. With only just a Guilmon, the Megidramon could go and pop off and try to use the memory gaining effects such as Gravity Crush to extend their turn, which they're going to need that. Looks like they find a Gallant here off the search, which they're going to go for the new promo one. The new promo one synergizes really nicely with the older BT13 because you can like pop each other and basically play it out and then pretty much both have rush swing to go for those attacks. Now we know that there's going to be a rush swing incoming. Now they're going to go use the Wisdom to Digivolve into Growl. Growl is going to mill 2 off the top. And with that effect is whether if they have Growl X to potentially float into another Guilmon if they can. Looks like they do have it. So then if this Growl X does get deleted, they can easily play out the Rush Guilmon. And with the Rush Guilmon, they would have additional attacks to pressure against the opponents as they go against the Ragnarok. Not Ragnarok, Galacticmon stack out there. Not too sure if they're missing a level 5, but looks like they're going to go and just hard drop the Gallant. And it does reduce its play cost by 2 for every 5 cards in the total players of Trash. And as long as there's something that's 13k or higher, they can pretty much pressure and delete it. So I'm pretty sure they're going to attempt to delete, and Galactic pretty much has the protection effect to pretty much bottom deck 4 sources, back to the bottom of the deck, and pretty much keep it alive. But by ending the turn with at least 2 bodies like this, this will slow down the win condition of Galacticmon just by a little bit because they won't be able to use Ragnarok Cannon. So they're going to use the starter main of Galactic to pretty much delete the Gallantmon to get rid of it. And looks like they're going to go for a swing anyways, but they're not going to use... Oh, they are going to use the Ragnarok just to get rid of that Growl X. The Growl X is going to be able to float a body back out, which is going to be a Guilmon. They get to gain a bit of memory on the deletion as well. And they get to grab something back from the trash too. So they're going to use up their first Ragnarok Cannon unless they plan to set up another one to pretty much pressure out. But looks like they do get to play out the Gil X. Nope, not the Gil X. It's going to go for the BT21 Gil. Gil here once again gets to trash 1 and draw 2 so that they continue to find what they need. And now it goes back to Galactic trying to see what they want to do here. Maybe they could try to get rid of the bodies. That is going to go in for the check for War Growl. And then the ideal play is really just to pass them to as little memory to work with as possible, just so they can't climb again. But it looks like they're going to go for the Ragnarok Cannon from the hand, paying the full 6 cost, which once again, they're back in that same position, pressuring against the opponent to go for a potential lethal next turn. With that 3 memory, they're going to have to find something that they can build out in the outside to once again maybe try to deal with the Galacticmon. They have to get rid of it. If they don't put bodies down either, once again, Ragnarok Cannon is pretty much going to finish them off out of nowhere. This is one of the scary things with Galacticmon because they keep pressuring with the Ragnarok Cannon over and over again, and every turn that they do, you really need to find a way to defend yourself. So this is where they put down the Guilmon. It is going to probably gain Rush because it does seem like there are more than 20 cards in both players' trash. Jack Raid here, the 1-of to gain a 2. Now Digivolving into Growl for the 2 cost. deleting that Venmon just to stop it from potentially finishing off the game. Another Growl X, which is going to be nice to get, once again, float a body back if they need to, especially if the Galactic deletes it at the starter main. They can play another Gilmon back from the trash. And by playing that Gilmon, they would have, once again, a body to float back out, which pretty much dodges the Ragnarok Cannon. And they're going to have to find another opportunity to, if they want to trash all the opponent's security, until they have one left off of that. So we're going to see if they're going to go for a level 5 follow-up play, or they're going to attempt to play out like a Gallantmon. So it looks like they're going to go for the Gravity Crush here. They're going to go into Medieval. This is going to not able to reduce that much of cost, because it's going to end up pretty much hard dropping for the full 11. And then they're going to attempt to delete the Galactic. So it looks like the Galactic doesn't have any sources to further protect them from pretty much leaving the battle area. But this is going to give them a lot of memory to work with. And they could possibly climb up all over again. So right now they're just double checking on their side. Just making sure, yep, it's all good. Medieval is there. And this is pretty good, because normally, like I mentioned earlier today when we saw Galactic, there's a Snatchmon that can be digicrossed by tucking in like Venmon sources underneath. Now the thing is, as soon as that Snatchmon is played out, Medieval gets a chance to pretty much use his effect to get rid of it before they're even able to rebuild a stack all over again as well. So in this position for Galacticmon, I would probably try to rebuild all the way at the back a little bit, or try to find like my resources to utilize. But they do have a Black Scramble to use here at the start of the turn. So now they can play out this Venmon. And I believe this is a newer Venmon, which allows you to grab a source back just from the trash, just by trashing a Venmon from your hand too. Now, not too sure, but whether they can go for a level 5 or a level 6. Looks like they're going to grab the Promo Destro. With the Promo Destro, they can pretty much delete the Groundmon. And again, slow down the amount of bodies. But now it's going to be a lot of like back and forth and tug of war, and really like both sides defending themselves as much as possible right here. The trash is going to be loaded with a lot of pieces, which also, again, is going to allow them to retuck and reuse them as they climb up. One of the things with Galacticmon is that, like, the deck almost kind of virtually doesn't deck out just by being able to bomb deck sources over and over again from the stack. With that amount of 9 memory, they can pretty much reclimb all over again if they want to. If they can find like a Galactic, go from 4, go to a 5, and then go to their Galactic, they can set up another potential Ragnarok Cannon, which they actually used earlier, and we know they have one in the trash. Going into Snatch for 3, going to be able to search. Yep, they should have started the turn at 10 memory because of Gravity Crush right here, so that's why they're at 7. Now they got to tuck more sources underneath to help them reduce their Digivolution cost. Probably climbing into the Destro right here at this point. Gonna use the Fusion Eyes, which is gonna be 0 cost thanks to having a Snatchmon on the board. And that allows them to go into either a Galactic or a Destro from the trash as well. Maybe they're not going to Digivolve just yet right here, because the Digivolving effect is optional too. So there are 2 choices. Okay, looks like he's just going to go straight into a Destro from the hand and not utilize the trash, just going to delete that Growlmon off. The Growlmon X is going to be able to float a Guilmon back as well. Whether they need to continue to search or draw, anything works for them as long as they can have bodies out there. So it looks like they're going to go for the Gil X right here. Gil X is going to search. Nothing to grab right there, which is going to be unfortunate. Their deck is going to be running thin very soon. Man, so far it's been pretty much like 4 turns and no security has been touched yet still. Medieval is going to come in. It can delete depending on how much DP Destro is. Medieval deletes an 8k and it adds a 2k, I believe, 2 to 3k for every suspended Digimon. So maybe it might be a little bit just too short off of there. Destro is going to be suspended down from Medieval's effect, but that's okay. Because as long as they can, Galactic can find the Galactic, I think they're going to be pretty good position. So it looks like they might have it here. They're going to go straight ahead and Digivolve for the full 6 cost, passing the opponent to 1, tucking in 4 sources back, and then they're going to be able to use Ragnarok Cannon to pretty much delete the Guilmon X that's on the board. Now, the next turn is there's still going to be the Guilmon to push out. There's still the Medieval that can still also attack. And I'm just wondering how many redirects or how many attack negations do they have? We know for sure there is the promo Destro. But possibly they could have tucked in another Destro within the sources that can also potentially stop another attack, which would be pretty good for them. Because the Megidramon really wants to do right now is just going to keep pressuring and attacking. It feels awkward sometimes where you have to just always been forced to be in this really uncomfortable position where you have to leave a body on the board. And as you have to leave a body on the board, you always have to be mindful of the Ragnarok Cannon. Now there's also 2 Ragnarok Cannons on the board, so it gets easier and easier for them to get for the full trashing combo. Looks like they're going to pretty much bomb deck some sources. And by doing so, I'm pretty sure one of the Snatchmon and Herbos gets to delete a 4 cost or lower. Now they're counting trash as well. So they pretty much stop the attack of the Medieval. So this could be a really good opportunity to come down with either Gallantmon at the moment. So it looks like they got the promo Gallantmon to work with, which they are going to drop. And it looks like it's completely free, which will actually get rid of the Galacticmon, where the Galacticmon no longer has enough sources to keep its stack on the board. And this is where they're going to continue to pressure and continue to attack, because it has Rush. 12k into Venmon security. Generally, it's a pretty safe swing just because there's a lot of like lower DP bodies. But you got to be careful sometimes just because if you swing into Galactic, it can get pretty big. And with Galactic, it can pretty much take down most level 6 bodies on the board. And Ragnarok Cannon also gives them value too. Starting a turn at 3, pushing out. And with Venmon, are they going to use the effective search to find and add more pieces underneath? So they get to grab the Snatchmon, I believe. Everything else gets bomb decked. Now I think they pretty much repeat the same combo by going into either Snatchmon, probably the one that they just searched off, so now that they can pretty much search once again and find even more pieces. And there looks like there's another Destro here. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and grab, I believe I saw those in Fusion Eyes. Now adding 2 sources back underneath. The thing is, are they able to go into a Destro and still keep turn? Because if they can't, there's pretty much 2 swings on the board that's lethal where Megidramon can finish it off against them too. Fusion Eyes does give you the opportunity to Digivolve from the trash. also tuck a source from the trash as well. So they're going to be tucking in another Destro here. The thing is, the more stacks that the Megidron has to power through, the stronger the stack technically comes back with the Galacticmon. Just because Galacticmon does have a lot of cards that can recur their stuff from the trash and tuck it underneath, and now they have even more powerful inheritables. Looks like they're going to be paying quite a lot of memory here. It's just to go into Galactic. Galactic is going to tuck in another 4 here. Another promo Destro that we can see going under. They can even tuck in the Sumemons, which gives it even much like an even stronger DP buff than it currently does. Just look how big that stack is. And same with Galactic. And once again, it's going to have another Ragnarok Cannon coming down with a multiple protections, which are not even once per turn. As long as they have like a lot of sources, it's, yeah, as long as they have a lot of sources underneath, they can just continue to stay on the board. With 1 security left and only a Gallant, but there is at least 5 memory, can Megidra power through the final security and try to win? I think they're counting cards in the trash once again to see how much cost reduction can be done. We know I think there's a BT-13 Gallant in here. Ideally, the promo Gallant will have to swing first. And if it gets deleted, then that's great. That's how they can drop the... Oh, okay. So it looks like going to go for a self-deletion by using Calling instead. That will clear off the board for them. I think Megidra is trying to play around... I'm not too sure why they didn't swing with the Gallant first. Just to pretty much like get some effects going off in a way. But they do get to drop the Gallant for BT-13 here for absolutely 0 cost. Galacticmon is going to be able to protect itself right here first. Now going to swing. On swing, doing the same thing again. And then they can go rush Gilmon for game. Wow. What a crazy game 1, guys. That was only just game 1. Thank you. 22 minutes left of this round. Wow. Just for game 1, like, it really feels like it was such a hurdle for Megidra. Once the Galacticmon stack is here, like, you have to keep going and going and going and going. And you got to find the opportunities at the right time to go for the final attack. But now we're moving into game 2. So we'll have to see if Megidra is able to pull off a powerful stack early once again and try to take down Galactic just before it happens. Galactic chooses to go first here, setting up a Venmon plus a Zenith to search. Zenith is going to grab the Galactic and trash the rest of the Venmon, which can be used as sources for later on, which is pretty good for Galacticmon here. Going to be hatching the promo Gigimon here in the back. Going into the Gilmon. And then playing out another Gilmon to trash and draw 2. Looking like to Digivolve into a Growlmon in the back, just to pass 2 memory back. But there is the memory set with Zenith right there. So they do have a little bit more memory to work with as well. This could be a little bit slightly of a awkward spot, just because I don't think Megidra can make use of the most memory here, unless if they have like a Takato memory setter, which they may or may not play. But some Digimon lists that we've seen recently actually don't even play a lot of Tamers at all, because they focus a lot on the boost option cards to pretty much gain a lot of memory out of nowhere and try to close the game without even needing the Tamer. So Galactic's going to come out by pushing the Venmon, using its search to add a source underneath, and also grabbing a card. Possibly going to go into the Snatchmon right here, reducing its cost with the sources it has, and continue to search and find another piece. Grabbing the new Venmon that can also search, and then tucking 2 sources underneath here too. Now they could go into a level 5, which is going to be probably Destro, just to pass the turn, and just get rid of that Gilmon. Actually, not even passing turn, just because of the cost reduction evolution within the Venmon sources. Just barely enough, just to pretty much pass them to 1 memory. With 1 memory to work with, they're either going to come out here, go into the Growl X, wonder if they can go into a War Growl, probably going to be needing a Gravity Crush to gain 2 memory to keep turn while they go into War Growl in order to actually make an attack to go into Megidra. It would be ideal to get rid of this Destro stack while they can, just so then they can get into Galactic and set up the Ragnarok Cannon. We can see the Ragnarok Cannon in the trash that is ready to go. Not too sure if they have enough Venmon sources to tuck underneath just yet. But now the Growl X is going to gain the floating capability to play a Gilmon back. They do have an option that they could swing with the Growl X, which they are going to go ahead and do so. The check is going to go through. They are going to go into a Galactic, which they are going to get a couple on deletion effects here. Well, one is going to play out a Gilmon, or depending on which Gilmon, which they play out the BT21 first, just to resolve its on-play effect to trash 1, and then draw 2. So they are looking to get a little bit more pieces. Looks like they're going to toss away the Megidra. And now they should also have the Digimon Egg to resolve to grab some piece that they want back from the trash as well, so that they can reuse. The recursion on Megidra is pretty crazy, because now they're going to go finish off with a memory boost to find pretty much either grabbing the War Growl X or the War Growl. But unfortunately, this turn wasn't the turn for them to get rid of that Destro, because now Galactic has a chance to go into their stack and pretty much going back to that square one play where they pretty much pressure with Ragnarok Cannon to try to finish that game off. The amount of damage that this deck can instantly dish out just from that combo is pretty much insane. So they're going to play out the new Venmon. Venmon is going to trash and grab a source, grab a piece from the trash back. Probably the Galactic if they're missing one. But it looks like they have one in the hand here. So they're just going to use the cost reduction here to evo into Galactic. Galactic is going to add more sources underneath to use Ragnarok Cannon from the trash. No, from the hand, sorry. And now with 2 memory, it's in that same position. Can they keep bodies on the board afloat so that they don't lose in the next turn? Using their memory boost. Memory boost, with that amount of memory, they can go ahead and play out this Gil X, trying to maybe fetch for a Gallon that could possibly deal with the stack, but only finding a Groundmon for now. And with only 1 memory, it can be pretty hard. But remember, they always have Gravity Crush that can come out of nowhere to help them extend their plays. Here comes the Medieval. Medieval can cost reduce here by suspending 2 Digimon on the board. Suspending down the Galactic and the Venmon here, and now using the effect to delete the Venmon. I don't think there's enough DP to get rid of the Galactic, just because there is the Sumemon that gains a lot So it's not going to go up to the threshold of 17. At the end of turn, they could alliance, but they probably aren't, just because I feel like the Gil X and with the Medieval itself is not going to have enough DP to swing over the Galactic. Galactic is going to push out with the Venmon. Starter main is going to delete the Medieval here. It would be ideal if there was like the BT-18 Zenith, which they can drop out, and then if they do have the Snatchmon, that allows them using the BT-18 Zenith to bottom deck 2 sources, and then using the Snatchmon to delete the 3 costs, and then delay with the Ragnarok, would be absolutely insane. But it looks like they may not have it here just yet. They're going to continue to add sources, but we're just going to go ahead and swing with Galactic, use the delay of Ragnarok just to get rid of that Gil X, and then possibly playing out another one. Could be an ideal situation. Passing the opponent to 1 by playing that Zenith. Yeah, I'm not too sure if they have the Snatchmon that allows them to delete the 4 costs or not yet, but here they're just going to push out, go with the Gil, and then into Growl, utilizing Jackray to gain 2 memory, milling 2 cards off the top, just because they won't be able to delete anything. Going into Growl X again, potentially. Growl X again to draw 1, trash 1. And then play from there. I think generally it is pretty difficult to climb into a level 5. We haven't seen the combo just yet. We've seen it once in game 1, but we haven't seen it done so far, just because the Galacticmon player is just not letting the Megidramon player have any memory at all to play with. Sometimes I feel like not having the Takados that let you attack as soon as you Digivolve can be pretty tricky for this deck. Just because ideally you really want to climb into Megidramon as soon as possible. It looks like they're going to go for Gravity Crush. Maybe they need one more memory gaining effect. Oh, no need. So they're just going to go for the Purple Scramble instead. To now Digivolve into War Growl for absolutely 0 cost. And then this is going to mill 2 cards. They can pretty much choose to go into a War Growl X, which I do think we saw them pick up a little bit earlier on. If they do, they can take out that Snatchmon. And then possibly go into Megidramon from the hand instead. But they're not going to be able to attack. So they're going to go ahead and swing with War Growl and Digivolve into Megidra. Looks like there are 20 cards in trash. So it will still pay 2 memory. This is going to deal at least 2 checks into the security. But just wondering if there is a redirect Destro to redirect it to Galactic instead. So looks like Galacticmon is considering bottom decking 2 sources. And by bottom decking the 2 sources, interesting. Not too sure what happened right there. Whether if they swung into Galactic. Maybe they hard swung into Galactic there. But now they pretty much get to nuke the board in either way. And again, a bunch of non-tradition effects is going to go off. There's both the Megidra. There's also the Gigi. I believe there should also be the Growl X that lets them play some bodies back too. Looks like I'm going to play the Gale back from trash. Gale is going to trash 1 and draw 2. Megidra can pretty much play something that is, I'd say either like a Growl or even ideally going to be the Gale, so rush for game. But I'm not too sure if they have enough swings to actually go for game. I think it's really important to consider here the sequencing of effects of how they want to utilize their on deletions to pretty much go for which order, whether if they want to play a body out first or whether they want to grab stuff back, because the number of trash counts really matter. One of the important things is that you want to make sure you're keeping count all times, because if you grab a card off the Digimon, say for example, if you had 30, but once you grab that card off Digimon, then you become 29, so it pretty much lessens the value that you can get and play off of the effects. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and play out the War Growl. War Growl is going to mill 2, and also finishing resolving the Gigi. They can grab a Gallant back right here, leaving the opponent at 1 memory, and with Gravity Crush, it is going to put 2 back on their side. But they start with 3 anyways because they just have the Zenith. And then now for Galactic side of things, it's like, can they just climb up and Digivolve into a lower 5 and then into a Galactic all over again and go from there. Man, this is definitely a very, very grindy game. It's been very difficult for Megidumon to actually push for damage into the opponent's security. And meanwhile, Galactic is just constantly pressuring against Megidumon with the Ragnarok Cannon over and over. So it looks like they're going to just go for a Snatchmon swing, which is rather unusual because generally with Galacticmon, you actually don't want to really chip into the opponent's security just because you want to let Ragnarok Cannon do most of the work. So they could be considering going into the Destro here. I think the question is whether if they want to use Fusionize along with it, because I'm not too sure if they have one. But they're going to go for Destro to delete the Gil and hopefully try to find a Galactic to get into. Ending the turn with Scramble. Scramble to go into Galactic. Looks like they indeed have one to begin with. Still paying quite a bit of memory. But with that, they are able to retuck 4 sources back from the trash. And then with the 4 sources, they can pretty much use Ragnarok Cannon again. Tucking in Venmons, considering the Sumemon, which can give DP buffs, but it looks like they're going to tuck in a Promo Destro, which can further redirect another attack if they need to. I'm not too sure if they're able to use Ragnarok. They looks like they don't use Ragnarok here. So they were just thinking on the starter turn with Scramble, but they're not going to use it either. So now they have a bit of memory to work with. There is a War Growl that can go into a Megidra. Megidra can pretty much go for 2 checks, trash the last security, and pressure the lethal game-winning plays. At this point, I wonder if there's pretty much more than 40 cards in total player's trash so that War Growl can go into Megidra for free. And we're also not too sure on what Gallantmons they may have in their hand that can also potentially go for rush attacks. Megidumon can also float back other bodies, again, which ideally would be the Rush Gilmon to go for even more. There is a chance that Megidumon can finish it off this turn too. So it looks like they just Digivolve for 1. They are going to put 2 sources back underneath just to redirect the attack. So deleting the Megidramon. Megidramon is not going to have enough DP. So they still get to trash the top of their security. Now they get to play the Guilmon back off of the effect of the Megidramon's on deletion. Attempt to swing once more here. Bottom decking another 2 sources off the other Deshro, I believe, to redirect once more. And now dropping off the Gallant, which will deal with the Galacticmon. And yes, these are the times that they want to pressure as much attacks as they can as this opportunity. Because once Galactic is off the field, now that's when you can pretty much go for your Guilmons, go for your Gallantmons, and keep attacking. If there is a promo Gallant, then that will be perfect for Megidra to finish it off too. The Guilmon does have Rush, so it can make an attack. Gravity Crushing first. Digivolving the Growl. Growl is going to trash the top 2. Go into Growl X. Draw 1 and trash 1. And gaining the float ability. With that, Growl X is going to swing. Hopefully, if it actually got... I can see what Megidra's trying to do. If the Growl X got deleted there, then they could play a Rush Guilmon back and use that to go for the final attack. So it looks like they may not have promo Gallant. Oh, here comes the calling play. Self-delete, gain it back, play the Guilmon once again. And that finishes it. Whoa! With that amount of time left, 2-0. What a grindy match. But Megidramon takes it in the end. 2-0 against Galactic. What a game. So far, so good. I'm really curious to see if Megidramon will continue to push through. All right, we're back here, but yeah. Whew. Megidramon is definitely really strong. Definitely a lot of hype of it going on recently. Definitely putting in a lot of work. Definitely delivering the results. Now that I've witnessed firsthand and really seen the amount of attacks that I can dish out, just like that, you're constantly pressuring the game-winning play, game-winning swings, and always playing out your EX4 Guilmon. Ensure that you have Rush so you can keep attacking again and again and again. If it wasn't for playing against like the Galacticmon matchup, I think it would have been way smoother and way easier just because of how crazy those combos really are. But yes, guys, that is the end of round 5. And we'll be proceeding into round 6 very soon. And yeah, just a couple minutes left. But aside from that, we will catch you guys later in round 6 when we start.
All right, guys, welcome back for round number 6. I am back on commentary with the one, the only, Avolt. And Avolt, we know this matchup here. You were super excited for this one, so let's talk about it here. What matchup? We actually have Sakuyamon versus Red Purple Imperial Dramon. And I know you were talking about this deck a lot beforehand, and you really want to talk about it, so let's dive into that. What do you want to talk about this deck and this matchup?
Well, it is definitely my go-to deck for this format, so I've definitely been playing it a lot, very extensively. If I was playing in today's event myself, this is definitely one of the decks that I'd be bringing. The one thing is, I'm really curious to see this matchup is because Sakuya is really, really strong with the ability to go into Ruin mode, which pretty much stops Virus Imperial from playing. But Red Purple Imperial has a very powerful explosive combo that can pretty much deal 3 security damage in one single turn.
Yep.
And that comes from the level 5 check, going into Dragon mode, also, which is kind of like pseudo nuking the board, and then going into Fighter mode to finish off security by trashing it and also deleting a bunch of stuff all at the same time.
Yep, and the Sakuyamon list has really evolved over time. Definitely, you've seen variations of this deck. I know a few weeks ago when I was at a store regional, I saw the version where it was pretty much all memory boost with no Rika. We've seen versions with Rika, without Rika, and just a bunch of different types of versions. So, definitely a lot here, but as we can see here, this list is running the Rika package, and what makes this deck so strong is the fact that it has access to those plugins. Those plugins are very huge. It got a very new one that I wasn't familiar with Pause plugin. It also has the the green plugin as well that lets you kind of cheat on a little bit of cost to go up into those lines, right?
Yep, and that's one of the things that why it makes Sakuyamon right now so powerful is because you can climb up pretty much almost for free with that. And as you climb up into your stack, you have access to powerful level 7s, which mainly is going to be the 2, which one is going to be Rumbo, which I mentioned earlier, which is the main counter card in this matchup, which makes it very tough for them to play. Otherwise, it's also Chaosmon Volder Arm, which can actually stop their on-play effects, which also makes it difficult for Virus Imperial to play. So this can be an uphill battle, but there are opportunities for Virus Imperial to actually preemptively go into their stack, stop the opponents from playing anything by effects, so that they can slow them down. Now, the other thing is Sakuyamon sometimes does tend to slow down with the pieces that they can try to find. And if they can't find the pieces that they need and climb up efficiently, that is the go-to for Virus Imperial to really blow up their board, make them restart all over again. And again, the explosive damage, which I mentioned earlier off Virus Imperial, you can do 4 damage in one turn, keep a Dragon Mode suspended on the board, and if they can't deal with it, the next turn you potentially finish the game off against the opponents.
Yep. So yeah, that OTK style that definitely comes through. I remember when this deck first got released, and I did get OTK. That was a funny thing. But with all these new tools, it really elevated the deck to the level of being tiered, and we knew we were going to see here at the top tables. This is table 2, if I recall correctly. So definitely going into the later half of the tournament, it's very nice to see that the deck was doing what it needed to do. Very skilled pilot on it as well. Duck, he has been playing this deck that I have seen him before play this deck and talk about this deck. And here, that aside, we're going to see that green plugin come in and going into that level 5 there and just extending and basically tapping the Rika, getting all these effects, going to delete that Vmon as well. And that's going to be crucial here as well, is basically the Red Purple Imperial player won't be able to establish a board because with all these minus effects off of those inheritables as well. And then once you get up into the big stacks, that's when things start to get spicy.
Yep, so this is a little bit of the problem with the hiccup where it doesn't seem like they're able to go into Sakuyamon this turn. So once they go into Talmon, they're going to have to go for the physical training, which I believe, to search, but this is where the Wormmon comes out. Once Wormmon comes out, it can go into Shadowmon, the promo one, for 1 cost, and they can pretty much play out any level 3 that they want, either the Wormmon or the Vmon, and continue their search that way.
Yep, and we know from its counterpart that can do some shenanigans, and this one's just looking to do it from trash. So this can actually be full combo here off of this play here.
Exactly.
Because even though the memory is passed over, it still can go Digivolve into the level 5s, and here we're going to see it here. Going in for that DNA, going into that, looks like the Dino Bee.
That is the Dino Bee. The Dino Bee is going to be able to play out a level 5 or lower free trait, which is going to be the Pyogemon, giving that protection on deletion, which can go around into potentially a Dragon mode if they need to.
Yep. So this could be full combo here. So, and now what's going to end up happening? This looks like a block.
No. So Dino B is
wait,
going to
just-
go, yeah, Dino B is going to go for an attack here with the suspension of the Talmon is actually from the BT16 Wormmon when attacking effect to put it down. And with that,
I see.
yeah, that's how it's going to go. And they can have the option to choose the raid. At this moment, it looks like they chose to give the Dino Beamon the rush. But the ideal thing is resolving that effect, they get to make an attack with that same. Even though the Dino Bee itself already has like the ability to make an attack without needing to have the rush just because it's DNA, but using the last part of the effect to actually attack with its effect allows them to do this even though the memory gauge has passed over here.
Yeah, so a lot of like end of turn shenanigans, just like its counterpart, you know, with the DNA digivolving, being able to end of turn keep memory and do types of shenanigans. And it's good to see that the Imperial line is very similar. And here we're going to see it looks like another DNA coming in and into that Imperial Dramon there. And talk to me, Ava, what reminded folks at home what this Imperial Dramon does here.
So this old one from EX3, as it DNAs, you can pretty much make your opponent make a choice. They choose one Digimon on the board, and everything else gets deleted. So Dan right here has to make a decision whether they keep one of the Talmons, and the other Talmon is just going to get deleted. Afterwards, it can actually blitz for an attack. As it blitz for an attack, that's how they would go into the fighter mode. And that's a matter of fact if they have it or not.
And if I know anything about Digimon, it's one thing. They always have it, honestly. That's what you just kind of have to expect. But it's a very rare case that they have. So here, it looks like it's just going to be a swing in.
Yeah, so it looks like in Dan's case, he actually chose the Talmon with the Wizardmon inheritable to not be deleted. And then, without the Wizardmon inheritable to not be deleted. And then using the Wizardmon inheritable to pretty much dodge the deletion effect of the Dragon mode out there. Looks like there's no fighter mode to get into here. Or maybe choosing not to, but this leaves the Talmon on the board. And with the Talmon on the board, Dan now can have the opportunity to go into Sakuyamon and start doing its combos.
Yep, and we know those Sakuya combos can get pretty grimy, especially with all the new tools it got as well. Once you start churning out options, like you said, you have the Chaosmon Valder arm that you can do shenanigans with, stopping those on plays. And that card is just a house of a card. It's keyword soup, but it does a lot of work. And worst case scenario, let's say, for example, they're on that Ruin mode as well.
Yep.
Ruin mode is also I could go on a whole tangent about why Ruin mode is not a fun card to deal with. As someone who plays Bloomlord religiously, I know -5 to the board is taxing, but -10 to the board is even worse, right?
Yep.
Plus, especially in this matchup here, you don't want your board to be -10k at all, right? So we'll definitely have to see how Dan can maneuver through this potential threat here.
Yep. So ideally, like you said, either going into Ruin or going to Valder would be really ideal here. But it looks like there's no Sakuyamon, so it's going to go straight into a Sakuya X instead. Now, Sakuya X, if I recall correctly, it needs to have Sakuyamon in the sources or an X antibody in order to play out the 9k rush token. Otherwise, there's no token rush to be used here. But I believe they can still utilize the when attacking effect to still dish out a plugin or an option card for free to go into their level 7 for that combo too.
Yep. So very, very cheeky when it comes to cheating those costs, right? So if he has another green plugin here, that would be ideal.
Going for the attack, probably actually Yellow Scramble, I would say. Yellow Scramble, if that's the bridge that they need to get into their level 7.
All right.
Oh, okay. So it looks like they're actually be using the pause blocking P instead to stop when digivolving effects for a turn, using Rika to gain a memory, also DP reducing it further. 5k off the plugin, extra 2Ks, I believe, in the stack. I believe it could be from the level 4 or the level 3. And then now going into Ruin mode to finish off the stack.
Yep, Ruin Mode, a disgusting, disgusting card. Very, very strong card. Being able to just go blanket minus 5k to the board. And if you guys don't know, which if you are watching, you probably should know, that is a blanket 5k regardless. So no matter what gets played, it's going to be minus 5k. So no rookies are coming out on the side
Exactly.
of Duck here. So it's just going to be, it's basically a turn skip at this point.
Yeah. So yeah, partition is not going to work. I mean, partition will work. Duck will be able to play out the level 4s originally, but the level 4s are below 5k to begin with.
Yeah.
So Ruin mode completely locks it out.
And that is not only going to be potentially for one turn, it could be for 2 turns as well, just because it also has that end of attack. It can delete itself. You recover 1, and then you give the blanket minus 5k again for a second turn.
Yes. Now, with 2 memory there, Duck is definitely making the right move and right choices here. Because with the Ruin mode lock, it's his best interest to actually straight up Digivolve into a level 5 in the back, so then he can potentially go into a level 6 in the following turn to play around that blanket 5k on the Ruin mode.
Yep. So definitely Ruin Mode. Ruin Mode is just a crazy card in general. Just being able to steal turns like that. And it's just saying, hey, I understand that you want to put these 5Ks on the body, but I just want to take the turn. It's my turn.
Yeah.
It's not your turn anymore.
Yeah.
So definitely a very good, strong play going into this here. And now, what do you do here at Sakuya? I guess you can look to maybe set up a few cards here, maybe building up another stack because you want to swing in with that Ruin Mode, maybe holding the Ruin Mode just in case there's some deletion effects so you can blanket minus 5k again. You don't necessarily have to swing, and that's another thing people have to get used to, especially when it comes to Ruin Mode, is you don't have to swing.
Yep, so it looks like Dan is trying to take his time here. Ideally, if he had all the pieces that he needs, he could easily climb up. But just by doing this, he can actually take his time a little bit, pass the opponent to 1 memory, and they're going to be forced to go into Dragon Mode by hard evoing instead. Right now, the Ruin Mode blanket minus 5k is gone, but the Ruin Mode is still on there with the on deletion effect that is actually live.
Yep, so definitely, like I said, strong effect, strong hold. It's basically holding the game hostage at the moment because it's like you are kind of in trouble if you do, and you kind of in trouble if you don't. So it definitely is a very weird position to be in. So here, just going to end up using the effect, it looks like, to rest it down.
Yep, and then using the Minomon, as long as it's a multicolored Digimon, by trashing a card from hand, he gets to delete a level 3 or lower. Running into Sakuyamon right here, in security, and then being deleted. The Pyojamon is going to be able to play out the Vmon back from trash, and with that, with the analog use that he has, he can hatch and gain a bunch of memory back too.
Yep. So a lot of value here, and still keeping turn, and still at 4 memory. So because that minus 5k is not on the board right now, it kind of gives him a little bit of a window here to do a few shenanigans. And as we see here, shenanigans are going to be had. So potentially setting up for another turn. You see here the one of fun of Calling of Darkness coming down as well. We know what this does, being able to pop your own Digimon to basically gain back 2 purple cards back to hand. Such a strong card. Very good. And now here, going to Evo into the Shadramon that is going to allow him to do more shenanigans as well.
Yep, Shadramon, promo Shadramon to go into Wormmon, Wormmon going into Flamedramon, Flamedramon into the level 5. And this is whether if Duck is able to have the end of turn to go into Dragon Mode, and then Dragon Mode into Fighter Mode to go for game, trashing the last security against Dan.
Yep, so let's see here if he has the full line, and the way he's moving here looks like he does have the full line, just has to sequence it correctly to make sure he actually can go in, and boom, there is. It's going to happen. The swing is going to come. Does he have it? Yep, yes, he does. He's going full trash and then swing for game.
Oh.
very, very strong there.
Yep.
And you see that back and forth. Like at one point, just because Sakuya was able to build up really nicely and had the pieces, mind you, it was missing that Sakuya that it needed to go over to into the Sakuya X. But he was in the driver's seat for quite a bit. But Duck took his time. He recognized that he didn't need to do anything flashy or anything like spicy, and then boom, was able to combo out and get the W there.
Exactly. So I think considering like it might be a little bit unfortunate that Dan wasn't able to climb all the way up by pushing that out to where he had to pretty much pass him the one memory. But if he was able to, then he would have able to lock down the ruin mode once again. And by doing so, or stopping the Virus Imperial from being able to play further by either going into, like I said, another room mode or even Chaos Mode Valor Arm would have helped him be in a much better position there too.
Yep, 100%. And that's the thing, right? Sometimes that's how this game works. It's like, yes, you have your consistency pieces, you have your tools to dig out stuff, but sometimes the deck just says, hey man, you're not getting this piece, unfortunately. And in that scenario there, Sakuya was that piece that was really needed, and it didn't come online. But we did get to see how playing the patient game, waiting, taking your chances and your opportunities, and waiting for that right time to strike. The fact that the negative 5K was only for that one turn and didn't get on the second one allowed Duck to advance his board state just enough to bring him down off of those 2 life and just go for a game.
Yeah, looking back, if I were Dan, then maybe I would have swung with the ruin mode that turn as well, just to give another blanket 5K to buy a little bit of time if possible too.
Yeah.
But now it looks like they're going to go start ahead at game 2. Dan is making Duck go first so that he can get the extra draw, hatching into the Kiaramon right here. The Kiaramon for EX7, generally for, to let you know, T-Mac, like, a lot of players usually opt in to play the Viximon. And the Viximon actually gives you the additional draw. But the Kiaramon right here, giving your opponent's Digimon, security Digimon minus 2000 DP, can be actually pretty crucial in certain matchups in the meta, just because against stuff like Royal Knights, they have really strong bodies in security, 16k, 15k. So you have to minus 2k to that in order you go for the Valdar Arm explosive check play. It's only at 15k itself. So once it runs into Omni X in those kind of matchups, it will just instantly get deleted. So this is the reason why some players have been opting in to go for the Kiaramon here instead for that very specific reason.
Yeah, understandable. Like I've played against Royal Knights myself, and that is it's very unfortunate when you swing just a measly 13k and then like 16. It's
Exactly,
like, please.
Yeah.
All right. So here we see a search coming down off of that Analog Youth. And Analog Youth in this deck is really, really good too as well, because not only do you get to search that top 3 for your missing piece, you also get to fuel your trash as well, getting those cards that you need in the trash for this red purple Imperial.
Exactly. Right? And you can see pretty much everything is loaded in there already. There is the PT16 Wormmon, there is the promo Shadramon, there's a level 5 Pio to work with already. At any given time, Duck can be ready to go for the explosive play if he needs to.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I'm not sure. Ava, you can maybe tell me a little bit more, but putting the red purple Imperial on first, it seems like like I understand you want the extra drop, but like it doesn't seem like the best decision here, because like why it's an aggro deck, so like if they can get that chip in like with the Vmon or something like that, or they can go full combo, that you're putting yourself into the predicament where they can just punish you for it, right?
That is very true. It's actually a really tough decision and tough spot to choose, because certainly you don't want the Virus Imperial to ramp up their trash so quickly where they can start comboing off like this. But as a Sakuramon player, one of the biggest weaknesses is bricking. And having that extra card could actually really help to prevent yourself from meeting those situations that you don't find your pieces. Because Sakuya is really good once it gets going, but getting it started sometimes can be relatively slow. We can kind of see a little bit here, because Dan, all he can do at the moment is pretty much just play a bunch of Renamons, search for the pieces, but there's no tamers set up on the board. There's no options or delays that can be used. And here, once again, he's going to go for the full combo into the fighter virus mode as well, deleting, clearing off everything, trashing security, and this is going to be 2 checks, preventing anything to be played for the entire turn.
Yep, and this is full combo again. And like I was mentioning, this going first here, you're giving your opponent the opportunity to go full combo, putting you down to 2. And we saw how last game Duck was able to basically win the game from off of just 2 life there. So you're putting him into the position where he can just go for the W next turn. You have to get rid of this body now. And even then, like, you're just putting everything right back in. He has the promo again. He can just go full combo again and do it over.
Exactly. So this is really, really tough spot. Pushing out this Rena, even if you Digivolve into a QB can't play out your Rika in this moment just because of Virus Fighter Mode's Floodgate effect. So this is going to be an unfortunate part side of the thing.
And unfortunately, he did actually Digivolve into the QB
Yeah.
and not able to play that Rika. So no Rika online, so no cheating on things here. And still has memory to work with, but unfortunately, like, because the opponent saw it all here.
Yeah.
And this is one of the unfortunate parts is sometimes when you're playing against a combo player, they just have those nuts. They just see everything. And it's not so we're not going to say he saw everything, but like this board state is insane for Red, Purple, Imperial.
Yeah.
This is basically what I remember from when I saw the deck first with some of the newer tools and stuff like that, right? So this is looking really, really grim on the side of Dan here.
But there is a little bit of slight chance of maybe turning or putting this into decent position because by going to this Talmon, they can use that yellow scramble to Digivolve into the Sakuyamon that they need to, possibly to DP reduce the board if they to get rid of the stack, or once they go into the Sakuya, they can still use an option card to further go into a Ruin mode again to floodgate down the board. And at that point, sometimes the memory may not matter as much, but it looks like the Sakuya was only going to be able to go for a physical trading, finding that rumor mode that moment there.
That is unfortunate. That's a feels bad right there. You definitely wanted to see that a lot earlier. Yeah. If he had gotten that off the Digivolve, it would have been so much better. But let's see what ends up happening here. But man, really, really, really strong board here. And there is still the chance of, I believe, an ace here as well, if off of the swing, right?
There are some players that may play a Shine Greymon Burst Mode ace, which is a competent card in the Sakuyamon deck if possible.
Spicy tech.
Spicy tech, yeah. It does synergize quite nicely because you get to play Tamers and you do establish Rikas on the board so you can do a ton of checks right there. But it looks like Duck is just going to go ahead and swing anyways. And looks like he's going to raid into the Sakuya. This is probably going to pierce for a check. And the fighter mode can pierce for 2 checks as a matter of fact, because if the Pyogemon's underneath there, it pretty much goes for 2 hits. And all Duck really needs is a self-deletion spell, such as Calling, or Deathclaw, or Demonic Disaster, to delete his own stack, and then he can just hard play the Wormmon, do it all over again, and go for the final attack.
Yep, because obviously with DNA here, DNA will...
Yep. And there it is, the Demonic Disaster.
Yep, ends up popping his own thing. Boom, get the memory back. He's gonna get the body. Body's gonna come down, and then he's gonna just go full combo once again.
Goes into Wormmon here. Wormmon's gonna be played out off the promo Shadramon's effect. And then now Digivolving into Promo Shadra. Promo Shadra is going to play out that Wormmon. And once again, the same combo as before is going to be repeated to go into Dino B. Dino B probably going to play out the Pyodramon. And honestly, sometimes you may not even need to have the Dragon mode to finish it off. Because if you play this Pyodramon, you can give the rush to the Pyodramon extra 4K by its own effect to swing for that check and see what happens first.
Yep.
And generally with Sakuyamon, there's not a lot of stuff that can delete them aside from the Ruin mode, and then they can just go for game like that.
Crazy deck. Very, very strong and powerful showing there. Duck ends up getting that 2-0. That was, honestly, that game was very, very fast.
Yeah.
We've seen some games here going the distance, but unfortunately for the side of Dan, just not seeing the Sakuya pieces. Very hard brick on the Sakuya. In this last game here, he wasn't able to see that Ruin mode when he needed to see. If he was able to see that Ruin mode there, he would have been able to kind of hold back a little bit. But we didn't really get to see a lot of the Sakuya there. Sakuya is a very strong deck in the metagame, but sometimes when decks just doing what decks need to do, And that was a very powerful showing, and that is why these guys are up at these top tables, because you need to have those types of games sometimes.
The hiccups are definitely really tough. The hiccups when you're not finding your pieces or when you can't find your line to smoothly climb up and establish that board presence. It's really a matter of if Sakuya can establish a bunch of tamers, bunch of options on the board while they climb up. Otherwise, it's versus the Virus Imperial if they can set up enough stuff in the trash to go for it too.
Yep. And there we end up seeing the analog youth putting in a lot of work there. He
Yeah.
was able to get those off early and being able to use that to keep the memory gauge on his side of the board as well, and also extending because he's basically putting two into trash every time. So
Exactly.
he's extending his plays, and those mills were pretty much god tier for them.
Yep. And being able to hatch the extra egg keeps the Virus Imperial in momentum. You set up another rookie in the back, ready to go. As long as you have Promo Shadra, you repeat the same combo all over again, and you just keep doing it again and again.
Yeah, we saw the combo. It's basically like it's blue-green counterpart, just being able to recycle those combos. And that's I don't want to say it, but like anytime an Imperial player is comboing on you, it just feels horrible because 95% of the time you just have to sit there and watch it and just have it happen, right? So it's very unfortunate, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. But Duck will be moving on into that undefeated bracket. And for Danny, he's only lost one right now, so that's not as bad. He still can clutch it out for the next few rounds. We still have 3 more rounds to go of this tournament here. So both players need to lock in. Round 6 is always that round where you kind of just have to lock in. Even if you lose the first one there, you still can hold it firm, keep it solid, and push out to try to make that top 16 or that top 32 so you can get the additional pricing and stuff like that. So we're going to move on to round number 7. We're going to take a little break here. I hope you guys can take a little break as well, get some water, get some snacks and stuff like that. If you haven't got food yet, make sure you go do that as well. And we'll be back for round number 7 in just a little bit here. All right, guys, we are back for round number 7, and it's T-Mac here. And if you guys know and did watch the last regionals that we had here in Niagara, you will know this matchup very, very well. When we get to the top tables, you definitely know so certain decks are going to be against certain decks. And because we haven't seen this matchup all day, I decided to pull it just for the old time's sake. And this matchup is going to be Blue-Green Imperial versus Blue-Green Imperial. So basically, pretty much, it's going to be the bread and butter of the last regionals that we had down here in Niagara. This matchup is very, very, it's very simplistic, I would say. It is both decks they know what each other wants to do because obviously they're playing the deck, and you want to see who can wait the longest to get these combos off. A lot of people think it's like, oh, this matchup is very boring, but I think it has some technical play in just knowing how to navigate the mirror and when you can go for the full combo. And it also really depends on what pieces you end up seeing in this mirror as well. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a throwback to the last regionals as well, just when this specific deck was doing really, really well. So we can see if any of the deck lists have added in some new tech options for Blue-Green Imperial. It would be very, very cool to see how they've adapted, especially with all the new tools and stuff that we have gotten over the past a little bit here from the last regionals that we were here in Niagara. So without further ado, we will be getting into that in a little bit here. So just waiting here. And we're going to get the friendly fist bump there, and then we're going to get our show on the road. All right, so we are going to dive straight up into it here. And it looks like on the top side here, just going to hatch that Demi V, and then going to go into that Vmon and getting it started off here quick and easy with the Davis Searcher being able to add both a green and a blue Digimon here. So you see him adding the 2 targets here. And then gonna go up and pass it back over, and then you see Chambers on the other side here going into the full XV line there, and also getting a Davis on its own, and then now going into that Vmon Searcher. Vmon Searcher is going to look at top 3 for a free type, going to add that XV into his shenanigans here. And then just going to Evo into that XV in the back here. And you see both players playing this very safely. They are waiting in the back. They don't want to give the opponent any opportunity to get any advantage here. All right, so here we're going to see the duo teamer come down. And we know how this goes already. That is the Davis and Ken that allows you to do a lot of shenanigans here. And it looks like Hagna is going to be going in, and now boom, going into the Pyildramon here, and he's decided to take the first swing. Gonna DNA Digivolve, getting that Pyildramon out online now. So this Pyildramon is gonna come in for 1 check, gonna restand because there is no Digimon that he can suspend. That is going to be chilling. He does get that draw off as well, and then probably gonna go in for another check, and just chilling, getting those 2 checks in and putting the pressure on Chambers on this first one here. And then it's going to Digivolve into the Hexablau. So Hexablau is very strong here, gonna be able to bottom deck, and now it's a game of sources, basically saying, hey, now it's all about the sources. You can't attack over me unless you have enough sources with that Iceclad ability. And this is one of those cards that the Imperial decks have been teching in since the last time we saw this deck. And now it's up on Chambers to make or break and see how he's going to break this board here. So this is going to come down into that Vmon Searcher, going to look for a free type here, and getting the the Stingmon here. So now with the Stingmon, he's going to Digivolve for 2, going to use that effect to DNA Digivolve at end of turn. Basically going to see what he goes into here. Going to go into the Pyildramon. Going to be able to also keep turn as well, basically gaining back that 2 memory. This Pyildramon going to draw for the Digivolution, and then is going to look to do some swings here. Just counting up the sources here, I believe they're at the same amount of sources. So it won't be able to swing just yet. So going to set up the option card there. Going to go into the Imperial Dragon mode. Yep. And then going to pass it back over. So with that, the Hexablow will be stunned here going into this following turn. Going to go into the Vmont into the back, looking to get up another stack set up. And man, it's hard to tell with these fancy alt arts for the Pyildramon. They all look the same, so it's very actually hard to tell which Pyildramon is which Pyildramon, right? And then is going to get that Duo Tamer. So both Duo Tamers on the side of both players, and it's like tried and true, looking like a mirror. Both players are able to have the ideal setup here. The one difference is the first Tamer was able to get bottom deck off of that Hexablow, but the protection option is there as well. So very, very key. All right, so some work on the side of Chambers here. So he is going to just hard play the XV. Doesn't look like he can go in just because of that Hexablow. Hexablow always just such a taxing card no matter which one you are using. This Ice Clad one here is very, very gross, but also just not being able to go full combo here. And it looks like going to use that Duo Tamer effect to basically play that Vmon. So with the Duo Tamer, if you guys don't know what that does, it does play a Vmon or a Wormmon from your hand onto the board. And then you can get the on play, but that Digimon will get returned back to hand at the end of your opponent's turn. But the thing that you can do with Imperial that makes that Tamer so good is the fact that you are able to say, hey, I'm going to DNA Digivolve and get rid of all the negative effects, basically becoming a new Digimon. So here we're going to see the Digivolution into that looks like the Lydramon there. And now DNA Digivolve can happen here. For sure. So if he has the Pyildramon in hand, he can do some shenanigans. So it looks like this is going to be a suspension here. And then boom, going to go into I wouldn't be shocked if he does go into a DNA here. And yep, there it is. Going to go into that Pyildramon. That Pyildramon will be able to do some cheeky shenanigans here and do some sword stripping. And he's able to rest the Tamer, gain the extra memory. Going to trash 3 sources here from that stack. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. And now with the Ice Clad, it's going to be taxing that poor Imperiodramon. It's just going to be stuck on the board there. And then it is going to rest that. And now both of those Digimon won't be able to restand. So for the turn, it's going to be a swing, hitting the Davis Ken Tamer, coming back onto the side of Chambers, and it's just going to go in for a big swing here. Another swing, bada bing, bada boom. Going to get another draw here. Going to hit another Tamer is crazy. And then going to swing and then make one final. Yeah, no, just bringing them down to 0 and just basically saying, hey, bada bing, bada boom. And then that looks like that's the game. They're not able to get over that. Unfortunately, on the side for the side of Chambers, like, and that's the thing, right? What happened with Sean here? Sean was just able to put too much pressure onto the board. Very, very strong starting turn there, and just able to go burr at there. Very, very quick game, and that's what happens sometimes with Imperial, right? Imperial is just able to do those combo turns where it just goes burr, right? So definitely still a very strong deck going into this format here. Way too strong when it sees its pieces, right? But decks have adapted. You have cards like Ruin Mode and stuff like that that are very good into this matchup. You have the Medieval Gallant that really takes it down the peg, but still very strong deck overall. So very solid game there for sure. All right, so we are back. Unfortunately, on the side of Chambers, there was a little bit of a gameplay error there. So the game one did go over to Sean, and then we just saw game two there. So very unfortunate for Chambers there. It does happen from time to time, when we do these deck checks and stuff like that. You got to make sure your deck is in the proper order just to make sure everything goes smoothly. Anyhow, that was a very quick round. So unfortunately, we can't get another game on stream, but let's talk about that a little bit. So just doing a little check through, we have quite a variety of decks up in the top half of the bracket there. I did see a lot of Sequoia players that are up there. I know a lot of the Sequoia players are going against each other right now. There are plenty of decks that honestly surprised me. One that a lot of people decided to take for this event is actually Angels. So we didn't actually get to see that today, but I'm going to try to get that on stream for the next round because I do know an Angels player who is a local homie of mine who is still up in that top half of the bracket there. He's currently battling against Galactimon, the Galactimon that we saw earlier as well. So plenty of good Digimon gameplay that is still left in. And we have 2 more rounds after this. So it's going to be very fun to see what decks are going to be in the end when it comes to that final round. So without any further ado, without any more yapping from me, we're going to take a little break here. I hope you guys will join us for round number 8 in the Digimon Regionals hosted by Carta Magica. We'll be right back.
All right, what is going on, everyone? This is Alex as your stream manager for today. Some of you may recognize my voice. You may have only heard it once a long time ago. But that was a quick round, wasn't it? A little bit too quick. So, with the blessing of Alex St. Louis, who is the man with the plan himself, the event connoisseur, if you will, I have gotten permission to run a rather special event. Some of you might know we've been demoing a game today at Niagara. A game that Bandai has recently announced a little bit. So some of you might recognize Gundam. So I am joined by George, Alex's, well, we'll say left hand, right hand? Yeah, close enough.
My hand.
And he is going to show us how to play. Now, what I'm going to do, I will have George show us what the cards are, what their uses are, the tokens, and then we'll launch into it.
All right. Hello, everybody. So, the Gundam TCG is going to be a new game that Bandai releases starting in July. A few of you might have gotten a little bit of a heads up on it from the beta edition. And so let's just go over some of the basic card types. So, to start with, we have our basic unit cards. In many other games, you might consider these, your creatures, and they have a few different stats on them. But we'll go over that in just a few moments. After that, you have your pilot cards. If you are familiar with the Digimon card game, you might be a little bit familiar with how these interact. They basically work as inherited effects and buff your unit cards as you play them. Some units may have different link abilities, but that's another thing that we will shortly get into. As far as stats and card lines for cards go, cards have 2 costs associated with them. So up here in the top left, they have their level as well as their cost. You have your resource deck that at the start of the turn, you get 1 of. And so, for example, for this Gundam Aerial, you need to be level 4, which means I need to have at least 4 resources on my board. And then it has a cost of 2. So I will turn 2 sideways to then be able to play Gundam Aerial. The card will come in. It has a attack stat of 3, a defense stat of 4. Similarly, for example, with Armor Array, it is a level 4 card, so I would need 4 units to be able to activate it, and then a cost of 1 to be able to put Armor Array into the Gundam Aerial. There is also action cards. Action cards, there are no very specific, here's one actually. So, these are commands, not actions. I apologize for misspeaking. So, Kai's Resolve would be the action or the command. Main to the friendly unit, it recovers 3 HP. So, I will pay 1, and then I would move 3 from a friendly unit. Hawk of Endymion is another command card that can either be played during my turn or as an action when my opponent declares an attack. I can pay the cost to then choose an enemy unit with 3 or less HP and return it to its owner's hand. And finally, we have basics. As part of initial game setup, you have several shields that you must break through your opponent's defenses. And bases kind of act as enhanced shields. So I would play it, a shield would go to hand, but now they have to get through all 5 points of the base's defense before they are able to actively start dealing more damage and going through my shields again.
Now, is Gundam one of those games, as we've seen with Bandai before, where you get to 0 and last hit, or once they're gone, they're gone?
It is 0 and then last hit.
All right.
For now, let's go ahead and get these resources set aside. And let's just go ahead and get everything nice and shuffled.
And bases go in the deck as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You do start out with an EX base. Base area is going to go over here.
Perfect. Now, it is interesting to note that for the bases that we're talking about here, they do in fact have different card back colors.
Yep.
So that means that they will not be legal without sleeves in tournament play. Is that correct?
So these are not bases.
Ah,
These are tokens.
I see. Well, I trusted you when you said they were bases. That's on me.
Well, there are bases in here, but because they are in the main deck, they will be in the normal colored sleeve.
Perfect.
Your EX base does have the alternative backing color. Because your EX base is technically just a token.
Yep.
I apologize to everyone who is watching me shuffle this.
Ignore the fact that he's bridge shuffling, and ignore the fact that we're playing without sleeves.
A little impromptu, but
We promise we do respect our cards, just not these ones at the moment, because this was something I wanted to try and get on stream. We got permission, so it was a grab it and go sort of moment. We wanted to give everybody a taste of what the people here at Niagara have already gotten.
so would you like to roll to determine who goes first?
Sure.
Yeah, those are the dice from the Gundam beta.
Aha. Yeah, that would make sense considering what we're seeing here. They are very nice dice, though.
5. 4.
Haha, all right. I guess that puts me going first.
Yep.
The guy who has no idea what he's doing. It's perfect.
So you'll go ahead, you'll draw 5 cards to get your starting hand set up. If you do not like your starting hand, you're allowed 1 mulligan.
I have no idea what I'm doing, so this looks great.
All right, I will also keep. If I wanted a mulligan, I would be taking my starting hand. I'd put it at the bottom. I would draw 5 new ones, and then I would shuffle my deck.
All right, so just like with other Bandai games, there is no partial mulligan. It is all or nothing.
Yep. So then you're going to go ahead. You're going to take the top 6 cards of the deck. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Now, is there a specific number, or is there a specific reason why 6?
Nope, that's just the default starting number.
All right.
It's not like One Piece, for example, where certain leaders have 5, some
And
have 4.
yeah, and we don't have a leader.
Correct.
So
Then you'll go ahead, take the EX base, place that right on top.
and as you can probably see already, these EX bases, they have 3 defense. So that gives us the 6 shields plus 3 for a total of 9, for a total of 10 hits for that last hit free.
Yep. And then finally, because I am going second, I get to start with 1 EX resource in play.
All right.
So the EX resource, if you played something like similar to Hearthstone, for example, it is a one-time resource, or like Dragon Ball, the energy marker, for example.
Yeah. Hearthstone, it's the coin.
Yep.
It's the energy marker for Dragon Ball. Makes sense. All right.
All right, so you can go ahead and get us started.
All right. So this is my first time learning the game, just like it was for everyone else at Niagara here. So excuse me for needing to take a quick second. I'm definitely not reading a cheat sheet at the moment.
So you'll go ahead. First, you would untap everything, or set everything active. You'll draw a card.
All right.
You will take 1 card from your resource deck. All right.
as one does with Bandai games. Now then, let's go. All right. So, is there any restriction to what I can play outside of cost?
So yeah, a card will have 2 costs associated with it.
Yep.
The level is how many resources you have on board.
Okay. So I need to have a minimum number of resources without paying them.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the cost is how many you have to set to rest.
Yeah, cost is cost. That one I understood. So I will open up with Demi Trainer.
Yep.
Demi Trainer is a blocker, which for those of you familiar with other Bandai games, basically just means that it can jump in the way. It can play Get Down, Mr. President.
Yeah. All right. I assume after that your turn is over.
I have nothing else to do.
Units in this game do have cannot attack the turn they are playing.
So for people who've played Magic, Summoning Sickness, for other games, it's just, as George said, can't do it.
Yep.
Now I assume that also applies to resting as well. For the purpose of effects.
If an effect says, hey, activate me and rest this unit, you would be able to activate that effect.
Okay.
So
So it only applies to attacking.
correct.
Okay.
I will go ahead. I'll draw for turn. I will get my first resource. I will then tap that resource to play a Demi Trainer of my own. And I will then pass the turn.
So do you have 1 resource now, or do you have 2 resources?
So I could technically play a level 2 character at this time.
okay. So here's a question.
So let's say this Demi Trainer was a level 2 that costs 2.
Right.
I would then be able to tap and remove my EX resource
Okay.
to play the card.
So the level is only checked when you're playing it.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I will draw for turn.
Yep.
And also I will activate, because I didn't totally forget about that. We'll take 1 resource card. All right. I will rest 2, and I'll bring out Hog of Endymion.
Okay. So that is you can either activate as a command.
Yep.
Or you can apply it to your unit. Which are you doing?
Okay, so it's not both. It's one or the other.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I'll activate it actually. I think I'll bounce your
Yeah, absolutely.
1/1. So Hog of Endymion, main as an action, choose 1 enemy unit with 3 or less HP, return it to its owner's hand. So realistically, an absolute waste of the card, but we're just trying to demo here, so that's my excuse. Now, for bases, do they have to be hit all at once, or could I hit you?
No, so unlike a lot of other card games, damage in this game accrues over turns.
And that also applies to the Gundams themselves?
Correct.
Perfect. Okay. So, I will attack you for 1.
Sure. My base will get 1 damage on it.
Go ahead.
I will draw for turn. Gain a resource. And you know what? I like to play so much, I'm going to do it a second time. We'll play a Demi Trainer, and then a second Demi Trainer.
Ooh, there you go.
And I will then pass my turn.
Are we calling the second one the remix? All right. I will reactivate everything, draw
Yep.
for turn, add my 3rd resource. Now, let's see. What do I want to do? Well, I think what I will do... Now, can you have multiple bases?
No.
So, because we start with an EX base, we can't play a base immediately.
It would replace.
Okay, so is it you choose, or is it whichever has the more points?
It is just straight replacement.
Perfect. Okay, which could be important for card effects, which is
Correct.
the reason to ask. Now then, what I will do, I will pay 2 for a gun cannon.
Okay.
Gun cannon, a couple of effects here. Repair 1. At the end of your turn, this unit recovers the specified number of HP. And then, when paired, choose one enemy unit with 2 or less HP and rest it. Now, what's pairing?
So pairing. So for example, the Hawk of Endymion.
Yep.
It is also a pilot card. So you can go ahead and you would be able to pay the 1 cost to then pair the unit. So it would equip, or it would give this unit the +1 AP,
Okay, so it's called pairing in this case.
Correct.
Got it. Okay,
and then it would also activate the when paired effect.
of course. All right. Well, you've got 2 little blockers now.
I do.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to say go ahead.
All right. So I will draw for turn. I will recover and gain a resource. Hmm. I think it is time to start applying some pressure.
But that. Sorry, I forgot I can't do that. Don't want the copyright strike.
And also, I get to teach a new mechanic.
Ooh, mechanics.
So I'm going to pay 2,
All right.
and I'm going to play Gundam Error. So you see how some of your units have a specific tag at the bottom?
I do.
So-
Yep.
Gun Cannon, for example, has white base team trait. Gundam Aerial here has the Suletta Mercury effect. I am going to pay 1 and put Suletta Mercury onto my Gundam Aerial. When you have a card that meets the trait requirement that the card has, that is actually called a link unit. It is extremely similar to being paired, but you do get a few bonus effects. Mostly, it triggers any when linked effects, and the unit can now attack the turn it came in. So Gundam Aerial right now is a 4/6, and will attack your base. Gundam Aerial has an effect. When it attacks, I get to choose one of my resources and set it as active.
All right. Well, if I don't want to take a buttload of damage, I think Demi Trainer is going to play that aforementioned game of Get Down, Mr. President.
Absolutely.
So, as with every other Bandai game at this point, in order to block, you have to rest. And when you do so, your unit will throw itself in the way to prevent the attack, but it will still take the damage as if it were you.
Yep.
So, as you can see, Demi's only got 1 health, which means, unfortunately, goodbye, Demi.
I will then use my freshly gained resource and put Armor Array under my Demi Trainer. So, this will give my Demi Trainer +2/+1, so it is now a 3/2. And Armor says, when paired, I get to choose an enemy unit with 5 or less HP and rest it.
All right. So that's the gun cannon is now rested.
My Demi Trainer will now attack into your gun cannon.
So just like with other Bandai games, again, rested units can be attacked.
Correct.
All right. So I've got 3 points of health. You've got
I have-
3 points of damage.
Yep. I have 2 health. You have 2 points of damage. So the 2 units will both die.
All right. So they exchange their blows. And it comes to this. I am completely wide open.
I will then put 1 point of damage onto your EX base.
All right. Starting to show where.
And I'll pass the turn.
All right. We'll activate. That'll be number 4 on the pile. We'll draw for turn. Now then, how do I get out of this? All right, so as some of you might have been able to figure out, I, in fact, do have a base in my hand. So I will pay 2 to play white base.
Okay. So the EX base will basically stop ceasing to exist.
It'll stop ceasing. Oh my.
Or it will. Yeah.
All right. So that will go away. And now I have white base. Now, there were a few effects to consider here. One, burst. Deploy this card.
So burst is a mechanic I was going to kind of get into later. It is when a card is damaged, when one of your bases is damaged, you reveal it. If it has a burst effect, you activate it at that time. Otherwise, it goes to the trash.
Perfect.
It does have the deploy effect. So that's basically for bases when you activate the card.
And in this case, this one says add one of your shields to your hand.
Correct.
I'll just take the top one to make it easy, and it goes into my hand. So I have one less shield, but I now have a base with 5 shield itself.
Correct.
Now, the base also has an activate effect, which is what I'm going to do.
Yep.
So there is a cost associated with it. It's 2 cost. Deploy 1, and then there's a bunch of options. If you have no units, you get an AP3, HP3 Gundam token. And then if I have 1 unit, I get a gun cannon instead. And if I have 2 or more, I get a gun tank. But because I only had nothing, I get the Gundam. But it just came into play. Same rules apply as usual. I have no resources left. Go ahead.
Yep. I will draw for turn. I will go ahead. Restand my resources. Get a new resource. And let's see. I will go ahead. I'm going to pay 2. And play the command card, the Witch and the Bride. So, I get to choose 1 enemy unit with 5 or less HP and return it to its owner's hand.
Haha!
I will select your token.
And the token goes to hand, but because tokens cannot go to hand, just like literally every other game, it suddenly vanishes into the ether.
I will then attack with my Gundam Aerial.
So that is 4 massive damage to my shiny new base.
Yep, and I get to restand 1 energy base. I will then attack with my Demi Trainer to destroy your white base.
There it goes, everyone.
Doing
It was
something-
nice while it lasted, all of 1 turn.
Doing something that Char wishes he had done.
All
I will then pay 3 and play my own Gundam. And pass turn.
right. All right. So, for turn, play a card, and what we'll do, we'll try and get a couple of blockers going on. So we'll play GM, and we'll play an aerial of my own.
All right.
And then I'm going to say, go ahead.
I'm going to draw a card. Restand. Get a resource. I will pay 2. And I'm going to play my own white base.
Oh, there you go. All right.
That's going to come in.
I did it before. It was cool.
I'm going to go ahead, add 1 to hand. Then I am going to... Yeah. I will attack with my aerial. So that's going to be 4 coming at your top base.
All right. And I said I was going to add blockers. I neglected to realize they don't have the blocker. So I can't do that. So, 1, 2, 3,
So, no.
4.
You only deal to 1 shield.
Aha! So we're looking at...
It's literally just the top shield.
All right.
You reveal it.
That is true. That is true.
It has no burst. It goes to trash.
Oh, so it doesn't go to hand. Ah, I would have loved that.
I will then pay 2. Play a gun cannon. Pay 1. Play my generic mobile. And attack with my Gundam.
All right, so we'll reveal. It doesn't have burst.
Pass turn.
All right. Well, I think we're going to call it there. I think it's pretty obvious that I'm going to get my butt kicked. We'll go with Rocks Fall. Everyone doesn't live. And we'll be right back with some actual scheduled content. The next round for Digimon. Thank you guys for joining us on this little impromptu demo. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
All right, guys, welcome back to round number 8. I am rejoined by Avolt, and Avolt, you're pretty good. Going to be pretty hyped for this one. Red Purple Imperial is back on the table. Duck bringing it back. He's been holding it out for basically being undefeated. And my good homie Cheech here is on that Sekuyamon, and man, this deck is powerful. His build of Sekuya is unlike anything I've seen so far. I talked about it a little bit briefly earlier, but this build has what I don't want to spoil it for the people at home, but it's very, very fun. It's a fun list. And he's been doing pretty well with it. We had a case tournament up in Ottawa, and then he was able to win that case tournament, going undefeated for 6 rounds, and now he's here undefeated in round 8 as well.
Oh, okay. So I'm definitely curious to see what that spice and little twist of the build certainly is. But yeah, I've been actually talking to Duck a little bit here because we played each other as well before, and he's told me he's definitely nervous facing against Sakuyamon just because of Ruin Mode, Volder Arm Lock, which we talked about earlier. We did see this matchup face off against each other, but honestly, Duck needs to give some credit to himself. He's doing fantastic. He's doing great. He's locked in. I am definitely rooting for him as a fellow Red Purple Virus Imperial Ramon player, and I guess let's just see how this goes so far.
Honestly, as a fan of Sekuya and just that line in general, it's going to be a very exciting to see what he ends up bringing, what Cheech can bring to the table here. I know this build very, very well, and it's very interesting, but a very fun fact for you. So Cheech basically took a year off since Digimon Nats last year, where he did end up doing very well, and he took a year off and said, hey, I'm not playing any Digimon, and just recently got back and has been doing amazing. He's been on the Sekuya, he's been liking it a lot, and it's been very fun for him. So it's been very fun to see him pilot the deck, but one of the things we joked about just before the round started was he actually doesn't know what any of these cards do.
I certainly heard that.
In Red Purple Imperial. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can navigate this. I think he was around for when the initial deck came out, but he doesn't know the new stuff. So
yeah, no, I heard that. He said he's gonna have to read every single card, but that's okay. That's important. Reading is important in this card game, isn't it? Right?
A lot of us TCG players do not read, but let's get into the game here. And on the game right now, we're seeing a Gato setup here, and we're seeing a Wormmon setup as well. On the side of Duck does have that analog youth that we were talking about earlier, and I can't see what card that is just above the analog youth there, but he also does have that online. And here we're going to see this get popped here, going to get that Evo in and looking to extend, gonna burn that life to gain a memory and draw, gonna use the effect to gain another memory, and this is what the deck wants to do. This version of Sekuya is all about the memory game. He wants to have that memory gauge further on his side and get as much value on the memory as possible. And going to be using those trainings and stuff like that to get those Evos going once the tried and true Sekuya stuff that we talked about earlier, but you're definitely going to see it here more prevalent for sure.
Yeah, Gatomon so far seems to be definitely an interesting tech. I mean, having Barrier is sort of like the same reason why people run the Starmons, mostly to give that inheritable for the battle protection. To clarify, for the option card that's above Analog Youth or UTMAC, I believe it should be Purple Memory Boost.
Okay.
It's just one of the altars that's really, really nice in there. I think you can see like Mummymon or Pharaohmon in that one. I don't have that one myself, but you know, those full art memory boost actually looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see here just because of the glare from our angle, but beautiful, beautiful card indeed. And as you see here, the agility training coming down. The training there, going to get that Evo into the Sekuya, so it's not like the last Sekuya that we saw. We're actually going to see lines here, and this Sekuya will be able to get its effect going as well. And like you mentioned, man, once Sekuya gets this line here, will we see the full thing? All right, and then now we're going to see the option card used.
Noble Family Arts just for DP reduction, which we have seen several players use as option cards in Sekuyamon just for the control version to pretty much like take down the opponent's Digimon, DP reducing it, putting it down to 0, and stack multiple DP reductions alongside with BT17 Sekuyamon, which isn't currently on the board just now. It is the BT19 one instead, but it does really can get rid of like big bodies off of it. Looks like Duck is ready to come out with the promo Shadra, gonna go ahead and play out the Wormmon from the trash, and now he's just having to fetch some pieces. I think he needs to set up a level 5 in the trash, but also grabbing a level 5. So he might be actually be ready to go. It looks like he wants to go grab the Dino B and trash the Pyodramon instead. Normally that Pyodramon, the older one, can help you play out the Dino B back from there as well, which can help you kind of bridge into those combos. There is 2 memory for him to work with, so he can easily just Digivolve into any level 4, go for a DNA into that Dino B, grab something back that he needs.
Yep, and here you see on the side of Cheech as well, he does have that token that you do get off of the Sequoia as well, just represented by that island there. Perfectly okay. And now we're going to see what Duck is looking to do here. And like you mentioned, he is looking to go full combo here. Going to Digivolve into that Dino B, getting that effect there as well. And now we're going to see what more than likely is going to be full combo. We saw this just a while ago and saw how potent and deadly it can be, getting those 3 checks in early and then setting up for the following kill turn on the following turns if your opponent can't remove. But Sequoia is a deck that will always be able to remove stuff. The ever-looming threat of the Shine Ruin mode and the other level 7 in the Chaos Valdo arm is always looming.
Yep, so now we can see that he went into the BT16 Dino B, which makes a lot of sense that he wanted to have that Pyodramon in the trash now because it can go ahead and DNA to give that security attack +1 that it needs. And now going to Dino B, I'm thinking he's going to try to go for raid into the Sequoia just to probably get some Wizardmon procs to pretty much dodge around it, because with the Wizardmon, it protects it from being deleted by pretty much anything but battle, and having that pretty much plays around the Dragon mode disruptions or even the Virus Fighter mode deletion effects to get rid of it. And as long as Cheech or the Sakuramon player has the security to utilize, they can keep the Sakuramon on the board. So it looks like they're going to go ahead for a DNA in here, Duck, with the Blitz Dragon mode, so now Cheech will have to choose a Digimon. One stays, everything else gets deleted.
Yep, so always very tough when you're forcing your opponent to make these decisions, because if they make the wrong decision, they get punished. And usually it's a 50-50. There is no good decision in this because you are going to end up having to lose a body here. And here we're going to see the full combo. Boom, bada bing. We saw this earlier. It's no surprise here. Going to go into that security, do all of these checks. Gonna bring it down, and I believe this also gets a pop here as well at some point.
So yeah, so Fighter mode is gonna trash first. Fighter mode second effect is gonna attempt to delete the Sakuyamon from the board. I'm very sure Cheech would want to use the Wizardmon to protect it, to keep it alive on the board there.
Yep, so gonna get use that effect there, it seems.
The Fighter mode is gonna stop Cheech from being able to play any Digimon or Tamer by effects until the end of his next turn. So even with Sakuyamon, if he's able to sort of build up or use options or plugins, he won't be able to play out any tokens off of that effect.
Yep. So that actually really does slow down it a little bit, because one of the big strengths of this build specifically, and just Sequoia in general, is getting those tokens. One being able to be a more defensive token, and then the other one being a more offensive token. So not being able to get those is really taxing, but probably what the best line of action here, especially because you now have no security, is just to see what you can do to protect yourself to go into the next turn. And is there any way you can stop this onslaught of what Red Purple Imperial is looking to do? We did speak about this earlier, that this is one of the decks that we were anticipating to be here just because it's very strong once it sees its pieces.
Yep, that is correct. And I think, yeah, Cheech, I'm not too sure what level 7s that he may play. Might be something spicy. But yeah, definitely needing to deal with these this Virus Imperial on the board right now. The only thing is that it has partition, so it can play out the level 4s. It doesn't have the on deletion. No, it does have the on deletion of the promo Shadramon to play a Wormmon back out. So this can be pretty tricky to try and actually maneuver and sort of like stay in the game. It is 0 to 5 security, so she's just gonna have to find a really like big play to turn this around. So it looks like going to Sequoia X would be a good start.
Yep, so definitely going to be able to get that draw, see if he can dig a little bit further into his deck, maybe able to find stuff. And I believe this Imperial does also negate those when Digivolving effects, so no token like you mentioned.
Yep. However, Sequoia X is still going to get the secondary effect to pretty much use the option card, and with the option card to go into a level 7 if he wants to.
All right, and let's see what he decides to do here. He does have access to that looks like training as well, or a boost. Honestly, these arts are very, very similar. But as you see here, he turns them upside down just to indicate that he can't use them for this turn because there are so many of them. But going to pick up that looks like the Chaos Valder arm there.
Yep.
So that's going to be very important. And speaking of, we might even see that Evo coming down right now.
Unsuspending, using the Talmon Inherit effect now to use the yellow scramble, off picking from that Valdor arm. Valdor arm is going to shut off all the on-play effects, keeping all those bodies suspended as well. Going to go for 2 checks, still doing damage. And this is where the tricky part is. Valdor Arm also kind of stops Imperial generally when the virus comes down because it stops it from being able to attack. Checks into an Analog Youth in the first check, but unfortunately not going to be able to use any on-play effects of that Analog Youth because of the Valdor Arm lock.
Yep, Valdor arm, like we were mentioning, we didn't see it all day today, and now we can see what a powerhouse of a card it is.
Yeah.
Right, just being able to stop pretty much every on play. You as the red purple Imperial, you need those on plays, you need those search, those digs, right? And if you can't see that, and this is how the game has just come back, and this is what I'm talking about, Cheech. This deck list specifically, as you can see, look at all those boosts in the line there, and it's not like we have Adjustamon to deal with all of this. This is all just going to be free memory for him. So he's going to, even if he gets choked to 1, and notice here he ends up choking Duck just to 1. So what will Duck be able to do with only 1 memory?
I'd say it's very, very tough because Demonic Disaster is not going to be able to go live here because they can't unsuspend. Being able to delete yourself, you're not going to get your on plays. If you can't do your on plays, you can't do your DNA combos to go for that finishing attack. So this is actually a really, really tough position for Duck. And the thing is, generally you're going to have to find a way to defend yourself for 1 more turn. Because the next turn, the Valdor Arm is going to go for another check, and then the Renamon can even just simply finish the game off.
Yeah, so it's a very, very sticky position here, and Duck has to just be trying to dig here a little bit more. And that's the thing that with this Valor Arm play was huge because shutting off the on play of the Analog Youth, so he couldn't set up for another full combo line there, especially if he was able to hit the right pieces. And now it's just going to be a matter of, do you just say GG, go to game 2 and hope for the best, or do you try to stick it out and maybe put another body on board, or if you have some form of removal, if you're teching it so you can get rid of this Valder arm here.
And the amount of resources Sakuyamon has at this point with all those option cards is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it does not matter because all of those are going to be able to be procced. You can get pretty much everything here. So here we're going to just see the hard Evo. The when Digivolving effect will allow this Wormmon to come down, and unfortunately it doesn't look like that will be enough there. So just checking, seeing what he has here, and is just going to pass it over.
Yep, I think Cheech is right, considering if anything needs to be grabbed at off scramble here. Starter turn is going to go ahead and stack the Sakuya X to the top, and then now proceeds to unsuspend.
Yep. So now just going to push up here, and it should be as easy as 1, 2, 3, just swinging, going in for it. But sometimes you never know what you might hit in the security here. So it's just really, really tough here for the side of Duck, but it should be pretty easy here.
Going into Starmon for free.
Yep.
DP reducing.
Yep, he's just playing it safe, just making sure. And this is what you kind of have to do. You can't be too overconfident. Sometimes you just don't have it. So going to get the free Evo here. Well, the Evo for only 1. Going to go up the line and just wants to clean it out. Just make it clean, make it concise. Going to get the free play here as well. Just going to go up the line. And this is so cool to see. And this is one of the things I like personally about Sakuya is just all these free play options that you can do. So here we're going to see a bunch of effects just going, stacking, boom. This is going to be a bunch of DP minusing, and this is honestly just going to be a GG here. I think it's very hard to come back from this line. And there's another Valder arm as well on top of it. And Hey, if one Velder arm was a problem, what's the second one, right?
There is actually one card that I know that Duck did used to run. I'm not sure if he's running currently, but that one card that he may have could actually turn this around. So we might be in for a bit of a surprise.
Yep. So let's see what ends up happening here. So this is looks like an Evo with the Sakuya X, so he will be getting that token. Gonna pop another boost, and man, it is just boost after boost after boost. And we knew this was gonna happen, so this is gonna be a swing here with the Sakuya X. Gonna get that one attacking effect as well. Gonna use another option there, being able to look at the top two and pull out a yellow card.
Unsuspending. Now using a yellow scrambler to go into a second Volder arm,
Oh,
locking it
baby.
once again.
No on plays once again, and man, oh man, gonna trash that last one there.
The check is going to go through and pretty much finish it off.
Ooh, a grimy turn. That is, man, and that's the powerhouse of Sakuya. Sakuya just being able to say, hey, I'm just gonna free go up into my stack and just say, hey, this is now my game. I'm going into Valor Arm. There's nothing you can do about it. And specifically on this build that Cheech is running, it has been really, really solid. It's been a very impactful, and I love the way he's built it. Mind you, it could be also one of those things where you just know the deck in and out. So you played it so much, you know the matchups. But, like, amazing gameplay there from Cheech. And honestly, Duck almost had it there. He just needed that final push, but just wasn't able to get it there.
Yeah. But yeah, as we can see, this is what the power of Sakuyamon really is. How you can climb up like this, go for crazy combos. And yeah, once you get into your level 7s, it is incredibly difficult for Virus Imperial to turn it around.
I think one of the big things as well is that the fact that you can say, all right, I'm going to just reduce the Evo cost for 3. And then in tandem with all the memory boosts and stuff like that, you're just keeping turn, especially getting those disgusting when digivolving and when attacking effects as well. And you play around so many things, right? The fact that you can just DP minus and just be like, all right, take a threat off the board. Or you can just be like, all right, I'm just going to go into my full stack, force you to suspend all your things, and then also say no on plays to your opponent is just super strong. Especially in this matchup here where we know the Red Purple Imperial likes those on plays. Just not being able to give him that is just really, really solid as well. But as a Red Purple Imperial player as yourself, what's the game plan here going into game 2? What's your mindset right now?
So one thing that I find interesting is that Duck chose to go first. I personally actually would have chose to go second because of the consistency issues that Sakuyamon sometimes may run into, which I would prefer the opponent to have one less card, and I would have one more card in my hand to go for it. But it seems like Duck wants to go for an aggressive playstyle to go first instead, so that he's able to set up his trash as quickly as possible. That way he can try to go into the Virus Imperial in that form. If he's able to, he can preemptively stop Sakuyamon from being able to play those tokens out and makes it harder for him to climb.
All right, so if you haven't realized, Davo, I can tell you the spice of this deck now. So as we saw in the earlier game when we had Sakuya on stream, there was a lot of tamers. We had the Rikas that we saw there. We had a bunch of other stuff. This list of Cheech, and hold on to your chair, runs no Sakuyas.
You mean no
Rikas.
Rikas. I've noticed here, but yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense too, because giving that boost for the consistency makes up for finding those pieces.
So no Rikas. I believe he's also not running the QB that says you can play a Rika for free. He is just running straight good value stuff, and I believe we discussed it the last time. It's 12 boosts he's on. So he's running every possible boost that he can run in these colors and all the trainings and stuff like that as well. So he's just looking to gain memory and just go for it. And this strategy has been working for him just because of the way Sakuya is just fundamentally built to abuse these 5-cost or lower options. You can use them in tandem with the agility trainings. You can use them in tandem with the boosts and stuff like that just to gain that value. And let's not talk about green plugin. That card is already strong as it is, and then just being able to going to level 7s just for basically nothing is really, really strong. We see a card like Mega Digimon Fusion being banned for exactly these reasons. You remember when we could Mega Digimon Fusion and go into any level 7 and just loop things?
Absolutely. Back in BT5.
Yep, you remember the good old days? But like that's basically what we're seeing. Kind of not the same thing, but along the same lines. Just being able to Evo and do all types of shenanigans. But enough of hyping up Sakuya. Let's talk about Red Purple Imperial for a little bit here as well. They on the side of Duck now. Duck is also setting up for this combo turn here. He has his Flame Dramon in the back, the old Flame Dramon, if I recall correctly, so he can go into his full combo as well, depending on what's in his trash. It looks like there's a Dino Bee in there. I can't see the rest of it, but it looks like he can go for his combo as well.
It really depends, because generally as a Red Purple Imperial player, having the Evo into a level 4 in the raising is kind of like in a tight situation. It's not ideal, but this could be sort of the gears that you have to switch into to sort of try to Digivolve and climb up that way instead. Maybe even hard Evo all the way up to a Dragon mode and then go into the Fighter mode if you're missing pieces, or if you're being afraid of being locked out from any on-play effects. Then you have to have a bigger stack ready to go to utilize when Digivolving effects.
Yep, so it definitely is going to have to come down to a lot of factors here. And it's going to be fun to see how Duck traverses this one here. So just going to hard play here.
The Purple Stingmon, which does have the on-play effect, allowing you to DNA right away if it's your turn. So this allows to go into the Dino B to play out a Dino B, which also isn't ideal, but I think he wants to try to go and swing, raid with Retaliation into the Sakuya, forcing it to be deleted.
Yep, and it doesn't look like there's any protection there. So like you said, just going for a more aggressive game plan, just trying to control that board there, not allowing Cheech any opportunity or any window to go up into a big stack here. And that's what he's going to need to do to control the board. You kind of have to kind of pivot your game plan a little bit to just be that tad more aggressive, right? We did say earlier how this deck really excels in being able to pivot from being able this aggressive deck to being a kind of more control-y and using that purple strategy to get all that recursion as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what Sakuya can come back with now to deal with this potential board. Like you said, maybe a hard Evo comes here next turn on the side of Duck, or maybe Cheech will be able to come back and deal with this.
Yep, so in this particular position, Duck pretty much forced Cheech to have to reset up. What Cheech is going to want to do is just probably play all the boost cards as much as he can, probably find what he needs in the pieces, and then combo up the line afterwards, and also give Duck as little memory to work with too at the same time. Because with Duck in that slightly awkward position, with only a level 5 and a level 4, but no rookie in the back, is going to slow him down.
Yep, so it looks like on the side of Duck, he is having a little bit of trouble here, but the giving so much opportunity, like I said, with no Rikas to worry about, he can just, like, Cheech can just chill here, knowing that his opponent won't be able to end the game next turn. He can just relax, set up, and then get ready for that big push turn. He can go full combo essentially next turn because he just has all that memory to work with, right? That's at the very least 4 memory right there.
Yep, and that's why I'm really curious on how Duck will have to play this turn, just because the board state doesn't look like the normal original that you usually see. But then he's going to go into the Dragon mode, which you can always just hard Evo. Since there's nothing to delete on the board, you don't necessarily need to DNA. So it's just going to go ahead and swing for 1 check, extra 2k, analog pass turn. And man, this is a very tough spot to be in. Very tough spot.
Yeah, but just because not only is he not seeing and this is the one issue with combo decks, is that sometimes you just don't see the pieces that you need to see. He's using this analog, you're trying to get into these pieces, but this might just be a full Sakuya combo here, because now you see Cheech trying to do the math. And once the math lines up and the math is mathing, there's no downside in just going in for the combo here, especially because not only do you have 3 memory, you technically have 7 memory to work with here with all those boosts, and not to mention all the free options that you're going to be able to use once you go up the stack. And here we're going to see Cheech looking to go up the stack, going to use that effect to burn that life, gain the memory, using the Gato effect. So much value right there. Beautiful. And that's what you like to see, right? Especially if you're running this Gato here, getting it off of the life, insane. So much value.
It really is. I can see the reason and the thought process behind Cheech when he was deck building to not play any Rikas at all, because with boost, you actually kind of gain a better return in sort of extra memory compared to Rika. Although Rika is going to be present on the board for the rest of the game to continuously gain memory, but all you really need is that one explosive turn for Sakuya to either go into your Valder Arm, go into your Ruin mode, and once you have that established, all you have to do is actually finish the game off anyways. Then having those extra turns to utilize Rikas again and again may not actually even matter. So focusing on searching deeper with Yellow Memory Boost compared to Rika may also have been the correct choice.
Yeah, you always want to see more cards in this card game. It's very much, especially when you're on a deck like Sakuya, seeing more cards is never something bad, right? You always want to just be churning out value, churning out as much cards out of your deck as possible, and especially, and here we see the Sakuya coming down as well, being able to use that effect, doing all of that shenanigans, and now he's going to be able to now use the agility training to for free, mind you, and also getting to look at top 2. So now this is the difference right here between the searchers and how impactful all these options are. He's just able to get so much value by looking deeper into his deck, getting the pieces he needs. And here we see going into the Sakuya, getting that token as well, and that's going to be the rush token if I recall correctly. So here the swing is going to come in. This is going to be a check for 1. Going to get to use that effect to look at top 2 again, digging out for pieces, seeing more cards, and this is what you want to see. He's just setting up so much. Going to use the effect as well. And what are we going into here? Bada bing, bada boom. We saw this earlier. Chaos Valder Arm. Oh my God, what beautiful lines. This is chef's kiss. This is what we like to see.
Valder Arm's going to come in with those 2 checks. Again, stopping any on-play effects.
And then what do you do in a scenario like this? The rush token is going to come in. That's going to be a final swing there. The token is going to die. Unfortunately, he can't push for game here, but he does. Like, what do? You see all those boosts and agility trainings and everything on your opponent's board with a Valder Arm under no on plays. And then you just say, hey, I'm going to give you 3. Do what you will. This is insane, but there's still potential because he still can. Duck can still go full combo here, but will it be enough? And especially under no on plays as well, it's looking pretty grim on the side of Duck right here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, and probably still no rookie to push out from the back. It is definitely going to be really tough. No BT16 Wormmon to work with. Forces him to have to hard play it, but when you hard play it, you don't get your on play. Definitely a very, very tough spot.
Yeah, and there finally a rookie being seen, but that's just going to go to trash. And man, that is very unfortunate. Valder Arm's such a strong card, dude. I do love that card. It's very, very cool. But it really, really was tough there. Especially those awkward turns like we're talking about there, like just not being able to do much on the board, just having that there and just saying, hey, I can't really do much, and just going to play the Paiildramon and just pass it back over. So if Cheech here can just get over this Paiildramon, it's pretty much going to spell doom and GG for this series. And he has so many cards in hand. He has so many cards in hand. He's seen everything. He has so much memory to work with. He currently has 6 memory plus the boost. He can choose to bring something. I believe he can also choose to bring something back, or he could say none of that and just go into the lines and go for the Evos. Right? So he is going to decide to bring something back to the top. Going to restand here. Oh, surprise. Guess what we draw into? The exact card that we need.
Exactly, yeah. They just have to deal with this Paiildramon, play around the Dragon Mode Ace along into the Fighter Mode Virus there, and then that's pretty much secure for Cheech.
Yep, just counting out here, seeing what what has been seen so far. Mind you, Cheech also still doesn't know what most of these cards do, so he is just reading as he goes along. And that's the sign of a skilled player. Just being able to adapt to any situation, and he's been doing that all day. He's been undefeated all day and just been adapting to the play style. He recognized this is a great a trash-based strategy and was just able to adapt. So he's just going to go up the line here just to play it safe. Going to end up using the option card here. And then, yep, just going to go in. Boom. boom, gain all this memory, do a bunch of DP minusing, and we're just seeing tried and true Sakuya here. And yep, there it goes. And
Pyojimon.
yep, and then bada bing, bada boom, just going to go through the motions here. And then this should be the big, strong GG. Providing there isn't any shenanigans. You can tell me if there are any shenanigans or not, right? So
Well, Pyojimon on deletion is going to play the Vmon, but yeah,
Yep.
unfortunately, we can see there was the Dragon Mode Ace, so Cheech did the correct thing to get rid of the level 5 off the board regardless. You know, still the same, you know, mentality to have, even though, like you mentioned, Cheech hasn't played the game in a while. You know, if the opponent presents a level 5 like that, you definitely got to respect it. Something is going to happen, even if you don't know. If you can, get rid of it first, go for the safer play, and then finish them off.
I can't tell you how many times I've been playing recently, and I'm like, aces don't exist, right? Those aren't cards. I don't have to worry about nothing because I'm so stuck in the older mentality of Digi, where Digi was just, it was all about your turn. Very little effects that would happen on your opponent's turn. The most you would get is like an on deletion or something like that, or like some like just trash effect that would happen when something's popped, something like that. But now that the game has evolved, you have to worry about all these aces and stuff like that. We saw how the ace toolbox deck from our homie earlier was able to do very well just because it had those toolbox options and it has a response for everything. And here we see the power of aces. We didn't get to see it there just because Cheech did play around it, but we got to see the power of Sakuya and just how Sakuya is pretty strong. So once we get back over to our camera here, we can talk about a little bit about that matchup a little bit in detail because we do have a little bit of time here, so we can actually talk about it and see what Cheech will have to do. Because more than likely, I did take a look at the earlier tables there. We do have some pretty interesting stuff. We've seen one of the decks being Sakuya that was up there earlier. We saw one of the players there who is still up at the top tables vying for his spot today. We also saw what I believe there was another Imperial as well, and we still have a bunch of Galactimons up there as well still vying, right? So that might be an interesting matchup. We might have a Galacti versus Sakuya in the last bit there. So I don't know if Cheech is familiar with that matchup because I do know he did see it at that store event that we did have, but I don't know if he's familiar with the matchup. That would be an interesting one to see as well. But man, that was a Sakuya game of all time, dude. A Sakuya game of all time, just very clean, and you can see that Cheech was really good on that deck. Just saying, hey, I value seeing more cards, and I value the memory that I can get here just to be able to power out and deal with the red-purple virus deck, right?
Yep, absolutely. So based on current standings, I believe, if I'm not wrong, Cheech is the only undefeated at the moment. However, just to make sure that you guys know, in the latest regulations, we are have to play the full 9 rounds, despite even having one undefeated. So at this moment, Cheech is probably really good position, probably pretty much securing his spot for the Nationals invite for this season for sure. And yeah, with that, we still have, like you said, another Sakuya player. We have Red Purple Imperial just now with Duck, still in the top tables. Blue Green Imperial.
Yep.
And also Galactic. So really interesting to see what the final match is. We definitely know Cheech is going to be in table 1, which we're going to feature him again.
Yep.
And then we're going to see what matchup Cheech is going to face against there.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to see my homie on Galacti. I would love to see him come back. We had him earlier on stream, and he finally got over the stream hurdle. We talked about it last time he was on stream. He was on a black deck, and he did get cooked. I will not lie. But he came back this time, and he was like, T-Mac, I want to be on stream. I want to do it again. I want to go the distance. And I'm so proud of him that he was able to stick with his guns and come with black today. And hopefully he gets to be on stream for the final round. That would be amazing. I would love to see... me personally, would not like to see another Imperial deck on a feature match again, but specifically the blue-green one. If we have another red-purple, that would be cool, but I hope that Cheech can clutch it out, lock in for that last round because you still have one more to go, and that's not just for Cheech as well. That is for anybody in the top half here who are X1 or X01 or X02 or whatever the case may be. You got to lock in for this last round. This last round, I have seen people go from being at the top table to going all the way down to like 10th. So you got to lock in for this final round here. One more round, ladies and gentlemen. And we knew Sakuya was going to be there, 100%. We knew Sakuya was going to be there. We knew it was going to be one of the top tables. Some of the decks have definitely surprised us. If I recall correctly, the person who was on the Alphamon, we talked about this. I wanted to get him on stream so bad, but we weren't able to. But he was playing a classic, let's call it that.
It's the stack-based building Alphamon.
Alphamon. That was very interesting to see at top tables. He was going undefeated up until, I believe, round 7. And then ended up losing that one and is still up at the top tables there. So that would be very interesting to see if he could be one of the final matches. But that being said, man, we still have one more good match of Digimon here. And Ava, what has been your favorite match so far today?
I think the Digimon versus Galactic was pretty cool. That was really cool. Like, there was a lot of back and forth, of course. I mean, there was a lot of pressure on the Digimon player, but the Digimon player was able to somehow, pull through in the end to, grind out and make those attacks, which was a little bit surprising in the end for sure, but also not surprising because that's what Digimon does. But at the same time, the Galacticmon player was trying to hold down as long as they can, pressuring the Ragnarok cannon over and over again, turn after turn, not backing down. Even though I'm not going to let you attack, I am going to try and resolve this delay no matter what at some point. So that was actually definitely a bit of a grindier matchup, definitely nerve-wracking as well. That was definitely one of my exciting ones. How about yourself?
So I honestly, one match that stuck out, it was actually the first match that we had. So my homie, shout outs to TG Innovation or Riley Godon Evans. He was our feature match for the first round. And I made a promise to him. I told him, hey, if you are at the regionals, I really want to get you on stream because he's a local homie. He's been getting me back into the game, helping me out with cards and stuff. And I was like, hey, I really want to get you on stream. He came on stream. It was looking pretty grim for him. And then he was able to grind out that second game. And man, what a finish that was. Being able to go into that Garudamon, going for 2 security checks and then saying, hey, I'm going to go in for this final swing just because I can attack and I have rush. That was chef's kiss.
That was really crazy, especially with the call out that I made on the Crimson Blaze
in life. That was insane.
But he showed it doesn't matter. Garuda, and then go drop another level 5, see each other, alliance power, friendship attack at the end of turn, even before the turn passes. Resolving that was crazy.
Yeah, that match really stuck out to me. That and the reason why that one, especially even on top of that, is just because it showcases that not only is the format really open, you can get 2 starter decks, right? That of the adventure decks that just came out. If you guys haven't gotten your copies, make sure you get your copies, right? 2 starter decks and a couple of cards from the new BT21, and you can smash them together and make a competitive deck. That is insane. Not a lot of card games do that so easily. And Bandai really encompasses that in Digimon, especially with the World Convergence, all of Japan and everything, taking those 2 starter decks and just saying, hey, we have this deck. You can come into our game and it can be beautiful. You can compete at the highest level no matter what deck you are playing. And all this new support as well makes it really, really clean too. So it's just, that's what I love to see out of a card game. I love when someone can just join in, do their thing, and then be really, really top tier. Beautiful stuff. And just those first 3 couple of games were really solid too. We had a lot of good games there. We got to see the battle of the OTKs with the Galactimon. We got to see the battle of the slower decks, the more combo heavy decks. And now we've gotten to see the battle of the top tier decks, right? And then the battle of attrition, who won in that more grindy matchup, right? And then we also got to see a really quick match as well. So it's been a good spread of matches today. So very happy that was able to be done.
Yeah, 100% agree as well.
All right, so guys, we are going to go take a little break here. We're going to be into our final round. That is round number 9. But round number 9. So final round. Let's see if Cheech can hold it out and finish it out clean with the final match. We just saw him on stream here with that Sakuya, and that Sakuya is going to be going up into, we don't know as of yet, but we're going to find out for you. And once we do, you guys will see us back here, and we're going to talk about that deck. So make sure you guys go get a snack, stay hydrated like we are staying hydrated here. And I hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday evening. And thank you for tuning in with us. We'll be right back. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. We are back for round number 9, the final round of our regionals today. I'm joined once again. Avolt, thank you for being here. And it's been a long day, and we are wrapping it up. And to no surprise, we are with Cheech on that Sequoia. We did see him last round, being able to get that dub coming into this finals here. But the other person that we have is no stranger to the stream today. We have Sean, aka Hegna, on that. Unfortunately, it seems like Niagara is the city for Blue-Green Imperial. So basically having a throwback again to seeing this deck from the last time I was here. And man, it's just a good deck. It's just honestly a good deck. Solid, it does its combo. It has a great protection. It can provide immense pressure. It can deal with boards. And sometimes you just outpace your opponent. But that's not to say Sequoia is a different beast. Yeah, so Sequoia, I was talking with Cheech just before the round started. Having access to that Ruin mode is really going to come in crucial. Having access to that Chaos Mod Valdearm to stop those on plays, and that Ruin mode is just going to be huge. I think that's definitely going to determine the matchup. Will Cheech have enough time to set up to get those option cards onto the board and set up and do all of that, or will he just get ran down by the Imperial train? Talk to me. What do you want to see here?
I would absolutely agree. I think specifically for the Blue-Green Imperial matchup, it's actually mainly the Rune mode is way more important than anything else. Valdar Arm stopping on plays really locks down red-purple because it utilizes the BT16 Wormmon in order to on-play effects and then Digivolve and then on-play again and then continue to go for that. But for Blue-Green, it doesn't matter as much if they're able to just Digivolve and use their when Digivolving effects to gain memory, to strip sources, everything. A lot of it is just when Digivolving. So mainly, you do want to lock out the rookies before being able to do that.
Yep, so definitely very true. And I'm just excited to see Sequoiamon up on top. It's a deck that, like I said earlier, that it's very cool to see it do its thing. It just has a lot of options, being able to spam those options, going up into your lines. And we saw Cheech basically playing a very strong game, especially being on this different build with those no Rika build that we were talking about. And just seeing that is just super cool. A different build, the creativity really coming out and showing out here. And then we just have the tried and true Imperial, man. Tried and true Imperial just being able to do its thing and just being easy and straight with it and not very difficult in the grand scheme of things, but being a good pilot at the deck and just knowing your lines and your matchups can just really get you there at the end of the day. So currently, Cheech is our only undefeated, and Sean here is I believe he is 7-0-1. So what will happen here is if names are eluding me. If Sean ends up winning here, more than likely he will be our champion for the day because he will have a draw on his record, whereas Cheech would have a loss, and then vice versa. If Cheech is able to go at it, if he can at least get, at the very least, a draw here, he might be able to hold that first place, or if he wins out, he just wins out, and he is our champion for the day. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. So anytime now, my stream manager is going to give me the go-ahead to go live, and we are locked in for round number 9. Just going to resolve those mulligans and everything, give it a good shuffle up. I believe both have mulligans so far, but Avolt, talk to me. What is the idea on both? What do you think is going through both players' head right now?
I think for both players is I hope I see my pieces to start an opening line play for sure. That is definitely something that you definitely want to go look for, right? Both players want to be able to search, play pieces that can grab them additional combo lines and then go from there, which is going to be the most important thing for sure. We are seeing Sequoiamon starting off first. No rookie in the back, but going to go ahead and start off with the yellow memory boost to go try to dig one. Still no rookie, but preemptively grabbing the Valdar Arm, ready to go, and wanting to stop those on-play effects if possible. Sean here on the other side is ready with the Vmon already. That has the end of turn DNA. Not going to use the on-play effect here to find anything. Probably feeling confident with what they have in their hand. A little bit more well-positioned. Definitely going into the XV, ready to go. Draw and cycle off that Digivolve. And now dropping the Vmon. Noticing that Cheech does not have a rookie ready to push out to answer that right away. So the following turn, Imperial Blue-Green can go for the crazy combos if they really need to and go for the first attack.
Yep, so right here, I think, honestly, you kind of want to play the choke game here. You don't want to give Imperial too much work to go at it here, because if you give them too much memory, they can go for that full combo and really pressure you and put you on that 2-turn clock. But now we see Cheech here. He is set up with a memory boost. He has the rookie in the back there. So this clapback turn can be actually pretty huge. So you kind of have to, like what I said, he's choking him out, putting him to 1, not giving him a lot to work with here. But that end of turn DNA can still go full combo here.
Absolutely.
So let's see what ends up and see the push out coming out. And now this might be that full combo. And it's like we know. We've seen this time and time again. The only difference that we haven't seen here is that there is no Tamer here, so he won't be doing that type of combo, but he still will be able to go into that Pilgrimon. He's going to be able to rest it, and now he's going to be able to swing. He can swing Piercing, going in for run check, getting that restand as well, getting that draw card as well, and going to go for that first check and hits a Sakuya, but he is chilling with the jamming. Nothing to worry about there. He can go in for another security check, leaving that potentially open, or he's going to respect the fact that Cheech can definitely respond to this and then go from there. So actually going to go for an HPD play, and man,
Go for the aggressive one
he
right off
said-
the bat.
He said, turn off brain, go burr. So here we see HPD being able to suspend that body. And then if you guys don't know what HPD does, it basically is the -5 to Digivolution cost as long as you can rest a body. And he just has it all here. He has the HPD line. He has the Ancient Dragon mode from way back when. And now he's going to pressure Cheech's life total again. And bro, this has been how many swings in this game so far? That is
3
3
swings.
swings in the second turn, and he is just seeing it. Now, what would be crazy here is if he can somehow choke Cheech to only 1 memory and then pass it over, forcing Cheech to pop that boost. And that would be the ideal play. So here we're going to see a 3 drop come down. So unfortunately, not having the level 4 to choke Cheech at 1, but just going to able to set up another insane board and potentially go even further. And now Cheech has to respond to this board or he just loses next turn.
I think the most important thing is Sean right now is probably trying to look for the BT16 Dragon mode if he plays it, because BT16 Dragon mode gives you that interactability against Sakuyamon if they ever try to Digivolve off an effect. A plug-in, Yellow Scramble, or any delay is being considered as Digivolving by effect, which gives them the counteractability. But it seems like they aren't able to find it just yet to set up. And one thing I want to mention earlier from the very first search off the Yellow Memory Boost, I believe we saw a Ruin mode go down to the bottom of the deck. That is something that Sean definitely wants to see. That is something that not what Cheech wants to see, because they won't be able to lock them out. I'm not too sure how many copies that Cheech are playing, but generally there are probably 2 copies at least, I'd say. So there could be another one somewhere, which is not, again, something. But here with this crazy board setup, there's pretty much 3 bodies. Can Cheech answer this right off the bat? Going into Gato already, using the boost here to gain 2, and probably going to find into go into a Talmon and start climbing off with the Digivolution plug-in cards or even the scrambles.
All right, and someone in chat here also mentioning that there is a Tamer that needs to be on board for that effect to go off. So good catch on the side of here. But that being said, this board state is still insane. This is still looking down the barrel of a lot of swings here, and Cheech has to put in some work here. He needs to be able to deal with this board state here. This board state is criminal. Yeah, not only that's going to be a double swing off the Imperial, the ever-looming threat of going into another Pyldramon is also looming as well. And if Sean can go full combo here, it's going to spell doom for game 1 for sure.
Yeah, this is definitely a very tough spot for Cheech, because the power and the pressure of the blue-green Imperial is here to avenge its cousin, Red Purple Imperial from the previous round, isn't it?
Yes, yes. I mean, hey, man, if I have some family and my family gets dealt with, I want to come back and avenge the family. So this is what we're gonna see here, and here we're seeing that Sakuya coming down, being able to get that free play of the memory boost. I did not see what he ended up grabbing off that memory boost, but if he does have a ruin mode here, ruin mode would be pretty nice, right? To be able to deal with a little bit of this board at the very least. None of those guys would be able to swing as cleanly as you would want. So gonna use the option effect here, going into the Valder arm. So this is not the worst, but it's not the best either. So still will get that effect, being able to suspend and just holding the board down for, I believe, a turn. So still not as bad.
Yep. And even though if Sean might have a fighter mode ace in hand, it may not really work here anyways, just because it doesn't have enough sources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That could possibly actually bomb the Valder arm if there was an ace play there. But now the Valder arm basically stuns the Pyodramon back.
Yep. So stun for stun here, and this gives Cheech a little bit of breathing room because now he can potentially swing over that ancient, the ancient dragon mode there. Sorry, and just go look to lock down the board, especially with all those inheritables as well. He can basically get rid of the Lydramon pretty easily, so then he can kind of like get back into the tempo of things. And now it's kind of looking like on the side of Sean that he doesn't have the pieces that he needs. But here we see return of the progenitor. Let's see if he will be able to get this effect. It does look like he will be able to get the effect. Going into the old school, I believe that is the BT8, correct me if I'm wrong, the restand Pyildra being able to bottom deck a 6K and then doing the double swing as well.
I think it's the ST9.
ST9.
Pyodramon.
889, somewhere around there. But we knew what we were talking about. It was around that era. But that's the vintage old school one, just being able to get that double swing if you DNA. But just having a big body as well is just good. So maybe look into some other plays as well, just because Return of the Progenitor is a lot of words on a card. That card does way too much. I was looking throughout when we were taking a break that last round there. Someone in one of the Facebook groups was saying, "Hey, Return of the Progenitor takes way too much time. It has so many words and it does so much, right?" So definitely a card that you want to see on your board as Imperial because it does give that protection as well.
So with one memory to work with only at the moment and just hatching that same turn, Cheech does have a rookie ready to go and raising. And Hal is just trying to see, how does he want to pass turn? Does he want to go for swing to check security for 2 checks? But you might end up giving Sean the value out there as well.
Yep, you kind of have to respect that. Honestly, the problem is right now for Cheech is that Progenitor. The Progenitor is very strong. It will be able to do shenanigans here, and the ever-looming threat of the ace. You don't know if your opponent has the ace, and you don't know what you're really working around with here, so it's better to play it safe, right? You know you're not going to be able to lose this turn, I think.
There goes the ruin mode, probably the second one which we've seen so far.
That is
gaining
rough.
memory back here.
And that's just honestly unfortunate there. And that's the question. We've seen 2 ruin modes so far. Do you think there's a third?
There could be, but I would expect to be 2 and 2. Yeah, but generally, I think for Sakuramon decks, they run for 2-2 ratios, 2 Valders and 2 Ruin modes.
And then,
together.
speaking of shenanigans, we see another. This is basically like we're playing BT9 format again. We see a vintage going in, pulling out 2 sources and going to dig deep there, looking for another target to potentially raid, and just going super wide. And this is how you have to play against Sakuya, especially if they're not seeing their stuff. Going with this super wide strategy, trying to get as many checks as you can by going super wide, and then saying, hey, I'm going Burr, right? And yeah, that looks like the concession there. And wow, what a game one. Unfortunately, on the side of Cheech, very rough. And I'm gonna say it, Eval. That game went that well because of that HPD line.
It certainly was. I mean, Sean definitely saw the opportunity and took it. There was aggression. There was one hiccup of no rookie on Cheech's side for one turn. They might as well just go it. Just try to get as much value, as much advantage on the board presence as quickly as possible, and then see Cheech can, if they could answer, or Sakuya can answer or not.
And then very unfortunate by seeing the two Ruin ones actually going down to the bottom of the deck. It just very, very unfortunate. Very, very rough. So Imperial has game one up right now. So going into game two, Cheech is going to have to do a little bit of work here to dig in to find what he needs. He has to win these next two games. This is where it comes down because Cheech, we were talking about it before the round started. He was saying it's going to be very rough for him to hold that first place, especially if he loses here, just because Sean would have a better record than him, so he more than likely would come down to maybe even 12th or something like that, and that's very, very demeaning when you come from 1st to 12th, right? But like, it's not over for him yet. He needs to lock in. Hopefully his deck will cooperate him with this time and see all the pieces he needs to see. He needs to see those early rookies. He can't miss a step here. Maybe going for a little bit of an more aggressive mulligan, right? To see where you can go. I'm not sure if he mulliganed on that first one there, but that hand was probably not the best going into that starting there. So let's see what happens in the second game. I really hope to see a good game going into this game too.
I am curious to see if Cheech is going to choose to go first or second in this matchup after seeing what happened there.
Yeah, so honestly, like, because as Sakuya, you want to see more pieces, you want to go second. But remember, Imperials are very aggressive deck. Putting them on that first, giving them that first opportunity to even do a little bit of chip damage can be detrimental. But putting them second, putting the Imperial player second to get that extra card draw, it's probably not the best idea. You probably want them to go first, force them into a bad decision, giving you the memory, and then getting those memory boosts online, getting that extra value that we've seen throughout the day from Cheech to get that value from him, right? Get that value train.
I mean, knowing the build of Cheech is, I feel confident that he could also feel confident to go first, which he has so many boost cards to utilize, which he wouldn't mind using them right off the beginning already if he has to go find those pieces. But we're about to find out. They're both ready to set and they're ready to go. And it looks like you are right, T-Mac. They did choose the blue-green Imperial to go first, just probably because to play around the possible not seeing your line pieces, but coming down with the Davis right off the bat, are going to hit the 2 hits to get the Dragon mode as the green and as well as XV as the blue.
And honestly, Sean is just on some pro tag shenanigans here, because honestly, not only being able to see the Vmon as well, getting that Davis to have that memory setter, because one of the things that was very strong that last game was Cheech being able to choke out Sean just by putting him to 1 memory. And now the fact that Davis is now online, this means if Sean has the duo tamer in the Davis and Ken, he's basically ready and raring to go for full combo. And here comes a memory boost. And off that memory boost, as we saw like last game, not seeing the rookies here, unfortunately, on the side of Cheech.
Not necessarily. I think it's also just a more optimal play to go for the boost search first, see what you can grab, see what you can find, since you still have memory on your side to work with, and then decide if you want to evo into rookie in the back or not.
Yep, so here the rookie does come out, the Renamon. Then going into that, I believe that's the Renamon X.
That is correct.
And then dropping the I forget the name of these cards.
Physical training.
Physical trading. That's the one. Being able to get that search, look at the top 2 and pulling a yellow card. And now he's kind of chilling. He's honestly kind of chilling right now. He has if he can get enough memory to pop that boost, boom, go full combo, set up the line, and go for it. That's what he really needs here. He needs that profit. On the side of Sean is taking a little bit of time. He's working to get that combo full setup, and like I mentioned last time, there's the tamer setup. He is ready and raring to go. All he has to do, get a rookie off that on play, and then go for it. He can go full combo again, pressure Cheech, and we see he has that dragon mode again. The real question is, does he have the HPD again? Imagine having HPD again right here too.
Looks
right?
like there's no push out. Cheech wants to go for a safer play, goes for a search, only being able to grab the Rumo, which is going to be a pretty big problem for Sean later on.
This is definitely where you want to see the ruin mode, right? What if now the HPD play comes out, the ancient dragon mode comes now, and then that's a wide board again, and we're back into the same position. Difference is it's not Valor Arm this time, it is ruin mode. We talked about ruin mode earlier in the day today. Being able to say minus 5K, minus 10K potentially, right?
Yeah.
Very, very strong. So hopefully we get to see that ruin mode come down and deal with this Imperial board here. But man, Imperial can even fight out of that. It's that good of a deck.
And this is where the moment, if Sean has all the pieces that he needs, he can actually go crazy and climb up and repeat the combos, or maybe even OTK this turn.
An OTK would be crazy, and then that would definitely be on some protagonist privilege stuff. But don't count out Sakuya yet. Sakuya has a lot of lines. It can recover. And here we see 2 yellow memory boosts on the side of Cheech here. So Cheech has a lot of work to do, but don't count out the deck yet. So let's see. So, okay, so we're not seeing the full combo here. So what that indicates to me is that Sean does not have the pieces needed for full combo. He's waiting unless he is bluffing here, going to push out the Paildramon, swing with the Paildramon, and then go into that dragon mode to get that value. He can even HPD next turn as well. We haven't seen that as of yet. Plenty of options. He could be baiting a Cheech here to bring out the body and try to go in for a bad decision as well. Or he can just be saying, hey, I don't have my pieces right now, but I'm going to play a more slower game plan and wait it out, right? So mind games being played here for sure.
The thing is, if Cheech has all the pieces to climb up to a 5 and a 6, and even into ruin mode the exact same turn, Cheech can actually just do a 10k lock on the ruin mode, and the Paildramon won't be able to come out. But it looks like they're going to go for the cash on the memory boost, go into Wizard, which is the most memory efficient level 4 that Sakuya can have.
And talk to me about this. Why do you say it's the most memory efficient?
Because when you digivolve into it, it does cost 2. But by trashing your own top security, you get to gain that memory back and draw a card, making it a 1-cost Evo, or technically a 1+ Evo if you paired it up with a training.
So you get so much value, and you get that memory back too. Insane. Insane. And these are the lines that make Sakuya so good. That value train is just insane.
Absolutely. And the other thing is that Wizardmon does have the capability of giving the inherit effect to have protection.
Yep. So that protection is also going to be very, very crucial as well. And here we see another Wizardmon coming out, getting that Digivolution, and now also on top of that as well, basically setting up 2 lines of protection. Now, my question is, does he have the full combo? It seems like he's hesitating a bit here, so that is kind of showing to me he might not have the full combo.
And he may be missing the level 5.
Yep, so he's just waiting it out. But let's see. Nope, he has the level 5. So he's going up the line. We know all he needs now is the Sakuya. If he sees the Sakuya here, he'll go far. So here we're seeing that come down. And this is going to go into the Sakuya here.
Sakuya X.
Yep.
Gaining memory back as well.
Yep. Getting that effect there. And now this play could be huge here. This could be the ruin mode he needs to see. We know he has it in hand. Does he have the other piece to it? Is he putting Sean to 5 here is the question. Or does he have the potential to use the Evo and just put him to 2?
Now, there was one thing that Cheech has to be very careful of, is because trashing so much security off your Wizardmon is great, giving you that consistency. But if he ever chooses to swing with Sakuya X and then use the option to go into ruin mode, wouldn't be ideal, because to give the blanket 10k means that you can only stop them for 1 turn.
Yep, and then you just wait it out at that point as Pail. All right, but we're going to see the Pail push here, so this is just a blanket minus 5k to the board. Unfortunately, having to put Sean to 5, so that's definitely not what you want to see here.
Going into the dragon mode.
Yep, dragon mode here. This is going to be 4, I believe that is 3.
gonna get suspend down something and prevent it from unsuspending. So this is a choice whether you want to go for the ruin mode to stop it from being able to attack the next turn so it can't minus 5k to the board, and then pressure the attack game-winning play for the following turn. This could be huge.
Yep, this could definitely be a very big play here. There are definitely lines that could happen on the side of Imperial, but it's looking like both players are kind of just like missing that one piece that they kind of need, right? So let's see what ends up happening here. And then
If there's an opportunity to play down another Davis Ken, this would be absolutely perfect for Sean.
yep, choking Cheech to 1, forcing those memory boost pops. And
Going straight into a fighter mode instead,
yep,
which is going to return the Dragon mode back to the hand. And bottom deck, getting that ruin mode out of here. I don't want to see any of those in-hurdles being used the next turn if you were to climb up with your second stack on top of that wizard.
yeah, and like I said, man, Imperial, I think honestly at this point Niagara is just the city of Imperial. Imperial players, when they come to these events in Niagara, they just see it. And here we're seeing on the side of Sean, just seeing everything he needs to see, seeing this this fighter mode here, seeing the tamers that he needs to see, and he didn't even get to go full combo. And this is why we have to showcase Imperial, is just because you don't need to full combo every turn. You can play a more like classic stack strategy, going up into the stack and respecting your opponent. But that Wizardmon is still on the board as well, so don't count out Cheech just yet. He could just go back up into the line as well.
Absolutely. I think Cheech is now considering on what to use, whether if he wants to go the start of turn with the yellow scramble delay to grab something back that he needs and stacking that so then he can reclimb again.
Yep, so he could go back for the level 5 if it's the level 5 that he was missing off of the other stack. He can also go back for any pieces, pretty much any yellow Digimon piece that he's missing currently, he can get back. But that kind of ruins your draw for turn if you were looking to dig into something. So let's say, for example, if he was looking for another ruin mode, for example, that would be very, very tough. So we'll see, we'll definitely have to see what he decides here on this pop here. So looks like he's going to decline. He's just going to go into the Renamon in the back there, and maybe he drew into the level 5 here, because we did see the pull down. So it looks like he's going to Digivolve, but into what is the question?
Well, likely it's going to be Talmon.
Yeah.
Because there's generally no other level 5s that Sakuya would really play. And yeah. Oh, okay. So it's going to be the Talmon Ace,
Yep.
which almost does the same thing of letting you use option cards for free. But now there is an Ace Overflow, which is going to be a little bit of a liability
Yep.
if Sean ever gets rid of the stack.
Yep. And here we're seeing the Evo, and now going to get that there. So boom. Now that overflow could potentially cost Cheech the game in the latter half of stuff, especially if there's a potential to get rid of it. So going to use this yellow memory boost here, and getting one Digimon off and 3 options going down to the bottom. And that's definitely not something what you want to see off of a search. No way. But potentially can swing here. Look to go full combo.
The BT-17 Sakuya does have protection from being able to bottom deck or pretty much return to hand. This is the moment that I'm wondering, Sean, do you have a Paladin? Would you like to go into one? But looks like it allows the attack to go through. Now they're going to have to trash the security to keep alive so that it doesn't get deleted with the barrier instead.
And let's see if this is a... Nope, this is a Sakuya X going to go in there. No, that's the Ruin mode, sorry,
mode,
from
yes.
earlier. So that's another Ruin mode coming down. That's a blanket 5K. And it seems... Yep, that was enough to get the KO there. So
Yep.
all of those effects that were proccing there did the minus. And now, just like we said, man, Sakuya, you cannot count Sakuya out. Now look at this board state here, Avo. We got a Ruin mode. We got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 options there. 2 including memory boost. We have a Renamon in the back as well. So if, let's say, this Ruin mode does get popped, that's going to be another minus 5K to the board. On top of it, he can just go back into the Sakuya stack by using the trainings to stack the top of his deck with Digimon.
Absolutely. So yeah, this is going to be a very tough spot for Sean to be in at this particular moment, just because now the Rune mode has a blanket 5k. The next turn, it can do another blanket 5k. Having those yellow scrambles, you can stack that Rune mode back to the top and do it again turn after turn, if the opponent has the Digimon, of course, if Sean on the side. But here, with 5 memory, what will you do?
Yeah, this now is just going to be a grind fest for the last couple of minutes here. And honestly, it's going to come down to the wire. The wire, because if Cheech can get this W here, he can then go into that game 3 with a little bit of confidence and pep in his step, knowing that all he has to do is hold out for just a little bit longer. And here we're going to see another Davis Tamer and just having to hard pass over. So we can tell on the side of Sean, he is a little bit bricked up here because he just isn't able to see what he needs, right?
Running out of rookies, running out of gas. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, and it looks really rough on the side of Sean here. Cheech is kind of just chilling right now. He can swing, right? Or he can just look to set up again, maybe going into a Valder. Bro, imagine he has another Ruin mode. What if he actually runs 3? And then he just goes up the chain again, going into another Ruin mode and just saying, hey man, I'll swing with this one, pop this one, and then minus 10k to the board. We can go next. Wishes for fishes. Or he just goes up into the line again and then just sets up those agility trainings again and the memory boost and all of those shenanigans again.
Going to Tao now. Tao is going to be able to use an option for free.
Yep. And grabbing a Tau there.
Gaining memory back and being able to draw cards. And now it's like whether we're going to Sakuya, there is going to be the delay memory boost that can be used as well. Does Sheesh want to end this turn, end this game right now, secure it in the bag, forcing a game 3, which can be a possibility?
Yep, so gonna go into the Sakuyamon there. Yep, we did see this earlier. If we see the red token here, once he goes into that Sakuya X, that means it's going to be looking for a potential game here. If not, and we see the blue token, he's going to play a little bit defensive here. And it looks like he is able to get, I think that was a Sakuya off that search there.
Yep. And now being able to play out a token afterwards. And considering if he wants to swing. Ideally, you want to attack with the Ruin mode first. Probably just to get another blanket 5k going, just in case they do find a rookie. You want to stop them from being able to do anything in that next turn too. But looks like they might go for the Sakuya swing first instead.
Yep.
Giving a Davis and Ken here.
And honestly, at this point, that's not the worst because we do see that Sean does not have any rookies at all. So going to use that Ruin mode effect, heal that one, and now that's another blanket minus 5k to the board. And now those Tamers don't even matter anymore because now, yeah, you get a rookie. You're not going to want to hard play that at all. So now this is going to be an Evo, and then now not only can, yep, like we said, he ends up getting into the rookie there, but now what can happen for sure is that Cheech can just go for the offensive here, potentially looking for a game-ending turn. We did see him win off of a similar scenario here with this 2, and we've seen the games that have ended at this 2 memory point, this 2 life point here earlier today as well. So definitely possible. All right, going into that Lydramon there. And then what is left here?
Well, so Digivolving in the back is really only the choice at the moment. There's nothing you would really want to hard drop. Okay, so give them as little memory to work with as possible. Go for the Primo. Nothing to really to Digivolve. At least you can push up the Lydra in the following turn, but will there be a next turn for Cheech?
Yeah,
I mean, not for Cheech, for Sean.
For Sean. So honestly, it doesn't, I don't think it matters all too much just because that memory boost is there as well. So if Cheech wants to just extend plays and do shenanigans, he can just pop the memory boost, then use the agility training to do his full combo. If he has the Sakuya X in which it does look like he's pulling down, so he might have the Sakuya X here. He can now get the other token as well, and then look to press for damage. If he's able to get that Sakuya X, yep, there it is. It's going to come. The red token's going to come down. That red token will have rush, and both of these. Yep, he's looking for that extension play here. He's going for it. He's going to swing, do his shenanigans, and let's see how he's going to close out and finish out the game here, because this does look like it's going for game. So here he's going to go in for that swing, going to use the effect. Which option card is coming down right now?
Possibly another yellow scramble. No, it's going to be the Amethyst Memory Boost, I believe.
Yep, Amethyst Memory Boost. So looking at the top three, going for a card. And then going to just gain memory here, draw a card. Unsuspend. Hopefully looking to close out the game here. This is going to be one check at, I believe. Yep, just going to go again with the smaller body. And then going again. So Cheech ends up taking game 2. Beautiful plays there by Cheech. And like we said, Cheech locked in for that game 2, and we still have quite a bit of time on the clock, so we will be getting that game 3. And that's the power of Sakuya. That's the power of Sakuya, Evolve. Just being able to say, hey, you had a great start, but that doesn't matter here. I can control the mid game. My Shine Ruin Mode, and we talked about it. We said Ruin Mode was going to be the card that's going to be the deciding factor. And not only did we see one there, we saw how powerful that is. Being able to say, hey, minus 5k to the board. I went full combo. Your Imperial Dramon now goes from the massive 12k it was at, going down to a measly 5, and being able to clear out that, and now not being able to recover just because now there's a blanket 5k on the board.
Yep. Unfortunately, with Triple Davis Ken set up on the board, not going to be able to use any value off of it. Was rather definitely unfortunate.
Insane, actually. And that's some of the games that I've seen a lot of Imperial guys lose. It's just because they get that early game pressure. But once you get your opponent to 2, you have to kind of keep stuff on board. And at that point, your opponent has no way to really respond to any of this at all, right? So it's very, very tough to navigate the Blue-Green Imperial, especially when they see their Ruin Mode and stuff like that. But one final game to decide it all. We're going the distance. Round number 9, Evolved. We're almost there. Cheech has one more game to decide if he will be our champion. Actually coming off of a high, especially coming from the case tournament that we had in Ottawa there, and then also going to Montreal regionals and doing pretty well as well, and now coming back to the official regionals to make sure he can close it out, right? That would be insane for him, especially coming back to the game and cementing himself as one of the top Canadian players for sure.
Yep, absolutely. So now I'm curious if Sean wants to go first or second in this final game of the final round of the day.
Of the day. Honestly, like I said last round, I think you want to go second. You want to get that extra card draw. You want to get that extra memory, because remember, usually at minimum, she's going to be putting you to 2 or 3, so you can get those tamers set up and then start to play that memory gauge game. You can put Cheech to 2. He can't be able to comfortably play double, let's say, for example, memory boost, because that was one thing that was really punishing there. We saw, and that's the thing with Cheech's version of the deck, is just being able to say, hey, I'm going to play these memory boosts. Yes, put me to 1, put me to 2. I'm just going to extend here, right? It's all extenders, and that's what makes this version of the deck so strong.
All right, both players are probably just getting a little bit set up, just shuffling each other's decks. Of course, it's the final game, which is the most important part.
Yep, this right here, this last game is basically, both of these players more than likely will be getting invites today. More than likely.
But who will take the win?
That is a very strong question here, is who is going to get that victory? Who's going to be able to say, hey, I'm the Niagara Regional Champion. I'm the one who went through the distance to get here. Is it going to be Cheech? Is it going to be Sean? Is it going to be Sakuya? Is it going to be Blue-Green Imperial once again? I really do not want to see, me personally, I don't want to see Blue-Green Imperial on top again. But, you know, it's a good deck. It's solid. It's strong. Who are you rooting for here, Avold? I know your deck isn't here, but you still can root for somebody.
Well, before playing Red Purple Imperial, I did main like the Blue Green Imperial myself. So I
You
am
are?
definitely still rooting for Blue Green Imperial.
You're just an Imperial fan through and through,
I
right?
suppose so. Yes, I am an Imperial fan through and through.
Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. I'm a Rika Renamon fan, so it's going to be great to see what is going to happen here for this game 3. Let's lock in. Let's get ready. If you guys are hyped for the Imperial, let me see some Imperials in the chat. If you're hyped for the Sequoia, let me see some Sequoias in the chat. This is our last round. Last round for the day, right? So let's get locked in. Let's go for it. I'm ready. I hope everybody at home is ready. And let's get it started off. And like I mentioned, Imperial going second, wants that extra card, wants that extra memory to get set up. So 2 memory off the rip here, going to the side. And now we see the Vmon here, and now will we see the Tamer come in, and we do see him flashing that Davis there, so he can play that Davis, get that search, and go put Cheech to 2. But no, he's actually going to play it a little bit differently this time, and now going into this. I'm not sure if I'm comfy with this, going into that Davis, giving 4 to Cheech, because now Cheech can just go with the tried and true, setting up those memory boosts, setting up those agility trainings, and then choking you out. I'm not sure if this was the play I would hope to, but that is a memory setter Tamer as well. Almost forgot that. So he will be fine.
Honestly, this aggressive play right off the bat isn't too bad because at the moment, Cheech hasn't have searched all the cards that they need. Sean can go for a gamble and say, hey, Cheech, do you have all your pieces to climb up? You may not have your ruin mode. You may not have your level 4. You may not have your level 5. I don't mind. I can go ahead and go aggro as quickly as I can here to find what I need, and then I'm going to start attacking you before you take your time to spend to find your other pieces.
And that's the thing, right? Ruin mode is so critical in this matchup. And if you, like, honestly, if I'm playing this matchup as Sequoia, I'm hard mulliganing for that ruin mode every time with a line. It does not matter. I need to see that card in this matchup. And the Wizard Mon coming down here is very good for it on the side of Cheech as well. Just having that extra layer of protection as well. And now we're going to see that agility training getting popped, going into that Talmon. So this Talmon is now going to be able to use its effect to get an event to be played for free. So here we're going to see that is the Amethyst, correct me if I'm wrong,
Yep.
going into that search, and that looks like a Renamon X. Yep, so going to get that to hand, and then let's see how this turn is going to end. Will it be ending? Potentially going to be a 4 memory play here if he can, but let's see here. Boom, going to get that Renamon down, getting that search there, digging, and then going to end up getting that yellow memory boost. And man, how many yellow memory boosts have we seen today?
Too many.
Way too many. So now set up here, and then now this is Prime Imperial, right?
This is a really, really critical point for Sean. If Sean can actually deal with this board, getting rid of the Talmon and both the Renamon, then this is going to be perfect, which can actually be a very big play to help him secure the game-winning condition.
And Avold, I'm look at this board state here, and seeing that Sean played that Wormmon, he might not. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Chat, you see, sometimes that's why it's good not to speak too soon. So getting that Stingmon, this is going to be.
Oh, unfortunately, no BT16 pile. It
Ooh.
will have to be the older ST9 pile, which will bottom deck the Rena. But there still might be a chance that they can get rid of that Talmon.
What if we see an HPD play again?
I would not be surprised.
Honestly.
I'm all for it.
So going to swing here, going to get that restand. So this is going to be a draw 2 here. Getting a memory boost. You definitely don't want to be seeing that memory boost off that first check. Now that is 6 memory that is on the board. You're guaranteed more than likely going to put him to 3 unless you have that HPD to do these extension plays. Putting your opponent to 3 with potentially 6 memory down the barrel is not something you want to be doing here.
Absolutely. So trying to see how Sean wants to finish this off. Go for another check. Go for another draw.
And that is the Valder arm, but that stack does have the jamming. And man, oh man, oh man. I hope Sean has something here that he can either go really, really wide, putting Cheech to 4 and saying, hey, you got to deal with my wide board now, or saying, hey, I have a progenitor, maybe I can do some shenanigans.
Yep. So scramble, would it going to be a fighter mode ace? It is going to be a fighter mode ace. Fighter mode ace will bottom deck the Talmon, getting rid of it, and this is how he can pressure. Unfortunately, not going to be able to remove it because of Wizardmon.
Wizardmon protection going in strong, and this is why we run protection effects. Getting that access to that Wizardmon is just huge, and now you put Cheech to 4. That is down the barrel right now. That is 8 memory potentially on the side of Cheech. If Cheech can dig in and find what he needs to find here, he can go full combo and set himself up for a game-winning push.
He is certainly cycling. He is digivolving into Rena X, and drawing and see, is there a Sakuyamon?
He needs to see the Sakuyamon. He needs to see the Sakuyamon ace. He has to have the options in his hand. This game is definitely coming down to the nitty-gritty, because if Cheech is able to find this combo here, he will be able to taking it, because we do know that on the side of Sean isn't able to find. He had to use the Wormmon to search for pieces, and he didn't have the right Pail.
Oh, going for the boost, grabbing that Sakuya that he needed, but this is probably what he wants to find. He has the double boost to use as well, so he can get into the Sakuya and still keep the turn.
Yeah, if he has the Sakuya ace, and that's what the power of these memory boosts are. So because he used that, he is able to do the minusing here. So he is going to pop that, going up, going into the Sakuya. Now, does he have the Sakuya X, or is he looking for it? So this Sakuya is going to be huge here, going to get that draw. 2 draws, actually. And then now he does all the minus effects and shenanigans. What is going to come here? I really want to see the full combo here. It would be clean mint as day if the full combo does come on board here. All right, going to use that free.
Oh, here comes the Noble Family Arts, which is going to only minus, I believe, 5 or 6K to the fighter mode ace for now.
Yep.
But has to find a way to get rid of the rest of the DP.
Yep. And what will be the option here? The fanning out of hand and just not going immediately into the Sakuya ace does look like he might not have it here. So very, very tough situation to be in here. So he is just going to swing into the body and hope that Imperial just doesn't have it here. Gonna reveal.
I can't remember, but did we see Sean grab the Paladin Ace or not? But even the Paladin Ace is not going to have enough DP to sustain either.
Yep, so do you go in? Nope, you just lose the stack here. And that's going to be overflow flow 4 right there. So that is huge. And now the stack is gone. So now Sean doesn't have anything on the board to deal with this right now. And if he doesn't have the full line, he is cooked here, Chad. So let's see. There is the Sakuya ace. Definitely seeing it. Boom. Putting it to the bottom. Oh, man. So much value down here now. Bro, we've been here for how much memory have we seen being used here? Right?
Too many.
Way too many. And now this is a very sticky situation on the side of Sean. Cheech is kind of just chilling here. Look at that. He has the amber memory boost. He has the yellow memory boost. He has the agility training. He has another training going to just say, hey, doesn't matter.
There is the ruin mode.
The ruin mode is now in hand. Doesn't matter. Passing it over to 3, saying, hey, deal with my board now, or it's game overs for you next turn. Because you're missing 2 turns guaranteed.
It is rather unfortunate on Sean's side. If he wasn't able to read that the Cheech did not have a level 6, giving Cheech less memory to work with as little as possible in the prior turn, instead of just going into the fighter mode ace, may not have been the play instead. Would have been better to give them little, so then even though if they search for the Sakuya, the turn would have probably ended by then.
Yeah.
Not too sure.
Yeah.
This is a really tough spot.
It's a tough spot, but if any deck in this room right now can do it, it's always Imperial. Imperial just has way too much shenanigans to just count it out just yet. And I really want to see, is it possible for the comeback here? Boom. Let's see what happens here. Gonna get the hatch. Now you kind of have to go a full combo here. You have to see everything you need to see it, right? And it's going to be tough. There's the Wormmon in the back. And he has memory to work with here, too. He does have the boost there as well. He can pop the boost, go up to 5, potentially looking into going into a combo turn here, maybe going up the chain, stripping the Sakuya a little bit. He can do that. Those options are available. Just because, and that's the thing with the Imperial line, is just that it is very much possible to do that, right? So let's see what ends up happening here in this final couple of minutes here in this game. So let's I hope we can see a good turn here from Imperial.
With 3 memory, how does Sean want to set up?
Does
Sean want to Digivolve in the back? Or does he want to play like a Davis Ken or something to pass Cheech to 1?
Yep, 3 memory to work with, potentially 5. Can do some shenanigans here. But what is this is going to be very crucial here. This is where you have to take the extra time, do that little bit of thinking, seeing if you can get there. And what will be the play here?
Oh, hard dropping the fighter mode ace just to bottom deck the token to get it out of the way.
So very good play there. So he's preventing the potential OTK here. But that being said, it's still possible. It's very much still possible. Multiple checks can come down here. So here we're going to see the Gato come. And now the question is, do you take the life? No, you probably don't, right? You just kind of chill and relax a little bit. And just go up the chain here. You have plenty of options to go up the chain. You can get rid of this Paladin Ace very handily. And there, boom, going to use that event there. Going to dig a little bit deeper. And having the access to the Ruin mode here is crazy. You know why? Because now if you go into Ruin mode here, that Wormon is not coming up. There is no way you can deal with this. Here the token's going to come down. He still has time here. He can set up, look to do some chip damage this turn, and then go into the next turn knowing that he has the game pretty much on lock. And here we see the memory boost coming down. That is going to gain him 2 memory here. He needs to go in. We did see him grab the Sakuya Ace earlier. So this is going to be Sakuya Ace coming down. Going to get the Rush token. Notice here. And he can still go full combo and go into another Sakuya Ace on the other side and do a big turn swing here. This is still not over. So here we're going to see the swing come down. Going to be able to use that option card off the one attacking effect. And then we know what's going to come down here, right? There's only one correct option here. And then boom. Gonna look at the top. What is he getting here? Boom. Putting the
family arts.
Yep.
Is there a Valder arm, or does he want to get into a Ruin mode off of this?
Yep. Here's the Evo.
Into the Valder arm.
Yep. Valder arm. Gonna rest that there. Gonna rest the Tamer as well. Gonna keep the turn. No surprise. Gonna do the checks here. 2 checks going in. Going in again for another 2 checks. Gonna swing with the Gatomon for the last tech. Nothing there. And then take the last turn. Going in for the rush. And Cheech gets it. Insane turn right there. Taking his opponent down from 5 life. Going all the way to 0. And making that final swing. Insane turn. What a turn. Oh my God.
Sakuya takes it.
Sakuya just on top, bro. What a deck. And we talked about this the whole time. Just that being able to hold turn and doing so much work. We saw the agility trainings. We saw the memory boost doing up so much work and just being able to just churn up into the level 7s. And we saw the level 7s here putting in a lot of work. We talked about the Ruin mode. He didn't even need to go into the Ruin mode. He said, I see the line, I'm going for it. Insane play. Insane. And let's talk about that a little bit more, because there were a few pivotal moments there. In that game 1, we did see, right, how just aggressive Imperial can be into this matchup, right? And that's what Sean was looking to do, but he just wasn't able to get there in game 2. He was obviously in that brick state, but in that game 3, he was trying to do that, but he just wasn't seeing it. Guess what came up? that first check memory boost just basically said, now I have this much memory to work with. And the big thing as well is when he went into that fighter mode, he forgot that it had protection from the wizard mod, so he wasn't able to get rid of it. And then Cheech was just able to say, I'm going up the chain. It was just very unfortunate. Definitely a misplay, but man, what a game. That was a game, that was a series, and that's how you pilot Sakuya to its best ability. But man, I'm almost losing my voice here. It was so nice to see.
Oh man, I really thought Imperial would have it there, especially having such a strong game one lead right off the bat just from that. But yeah, Sakuya definitely pulled off and made a comeback, huge comeback afterwards as well, securing this regionals as the winning deck, fully undefeated.
Fully undefeated, a clean 9-0 sweep from Cheech there. Very well played. He must be excited right now. I know I was talking to him before. He was saying he didn't want to be, he gets nervous on stream because a lot of the time when you come on stream, you get really nervous, right? Especially in these later rounds. But he was able to hold it and take the dub here today. And hopefully we can get an interview with him to talk about his build a little bit to see what he can do. If you have any questions, make sure you guys drop those in the comments. We'll see if we can get a little interview there. But man, it was great. So well played from both players. Unfortunately, on the side of Sean, his deck just wasn't functioning for him. And that one costly misplay in game 3 did really hurt him. Plus with the overflow as well, just not being able to, honestly, giving your opponent 4 memory and saying, hey, you basically have 8 memory to work with is just very, very tough. But that does happen from time to time. But we're going to take a little break here. We're going to finalize standings. I will try to see if I can get the top 8 deck list for you guys once the round is finalized, and then we can see if we can get Cheech on here. If Avalt has any questions for him, he can definitely ask that as well. So I'll actually have Avalt do that interview because he's the interview aficionado, and then we'll come back and we'll have a little top 8 breakdown and see what the top 8 decks were today.
Sounds good.
All right, so we'll be right back. Make sure you guys stick around for that breakdown and that winner interview as well.
All right, here we are with the champion, one and only himself, Cheech.
Yeah.
Absolutely mad congrats. How do you feel right now?
Feels good. Haven't won a regional before, so I feel good.
Absolutely mad congratulations. Would you like to share with the chat, what did you play today? I mean, pretty much everyone saw, but
Yeah.
let us know a little bit about your build. How did you construct your build? I know, actually, one thing I did notice, you didn't play any Rikas. Can you elaborate on that as well? We're going to go through your build.
Yeah, I was playing Sakuyamon. I found it hard to get Rikas in my area.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so I just couldn't find anyone giving Rikas around, and like obviously coming from Canada, ordering off TCG player sucks.
Yeah.
So no Rikas, no pause plugins. I waited like 2 weeks because I wanted to play the deck, and I was telling my friends, oh, you can't play this deck without Rikas or pause plugins. And then I was like, I can't wait anymore. So I kind of constructed it like this, and turns out it works really well without Rikas.
Yeah, yeah. I actually, when I was commentating, watching you play, and learning sort of how you're piloting the deck, I thought to myself, yeah, generally everyone says you have to play Rico. Well, first of all, you prove everyone wrong today, which is absolutely crazy, and that's really cool. But the thing is, like, yeah, you know, Sakuya is a deck that tends to suffer from brickiness, right? You sometimes don't find your pieces. You can't go up your line. You can't continue to combo off. It doesn't really matter if you have Rikas or not. Although Rikas are your searchers for the deck, which is great, but if I recall correctly, it only digs 3. So I thought you played the memory boost just to dig 1 deeper for that extra card. And also in return, generally in this game, yeah, you might have 1 or 2 turns to get your Rika's memory back for using options. But if you had the delay boost to begin with anyways, it gives you 2, which gives you a lot more room to work with during your own turn.
Yeah, exactly. There are a bunch of pros to not running Rika. For starters, a lot like you want to have options in your hand with Sakuyamon.
Yeah.
And if you have Rikas instead of options, you can't activate your effects. So there's one pro. Because I'm running 19 options in my deck. I'm running 4 of Amber, 4 of Yellow, 4 Training, 4 Scramble, 3 Noble Family Arts. Noble Family Arts were my pause plugin replacement. Also, your Tamers can't get popped by Galacticmon, Leviamon, whatever else, getting rid of Tamers, and suddenly you have dead plugins in your hand.
Yeah.
So I like this a lot, and like you said, I really like just searching out. I like the deep search of the options.
Right, right. The extra card really, really does matter and helps you get that piece. How this is kind of interesting because a lot of Sakuya players out there I see that have been debating, you know, playing for the level 4 line. It's either the Starmons, you know, QB some even actually tech in like the Shushu Mon promo.
Yeah.
And there's always been a discussion. I've been telling my community like I think Wizardmon is actually one of the best cards, best level 4s you can run in a deck. Tell me about how you feel.
It is a crazy card. It makes me want to play Dynasmon. I don't understand this card. If it was printed for, like, you could print this card for almost any deck and make it meta relevant. I don't know if that's true, but I love, for starters, the When Digivolve effect is great. It turns it into 1-cost Evo, more or less, and you draw a card, which, and the Inheritable gives you protection by Traction and Security. Taomon has Barrier, so it lets me play really aggressive by racing up. If I don't even have all the cards I need, I'll go into Wizardmon, Trash Security, draw a card, gain a memory, go into Taomon. Now I have Barrier and protection from leaving by an effect, which means I feel pretty safe against most decks.
Yeah, I've seen your matchups so far on some of them. When let's go for the finals one just now. At the ending play, you know, we saw Sean trying to bottom deck you with the Fighter Mode Ace, but you have that barrier to protect you, which is great. I saw you play against Red Purple Imperial. They try to Dino B, raid, swing, unsuspend into you. You utilize the barrier. You know, it's really, really cool mindset that when you play Sakuya, you're just trying to see that your resources, you know, your security is just a resource for you. You know, if you can actually keep your Sakuya sticking on the board, the next turn you go for the OTK, Valder Arm, or you go into Ruin mode to control, and you just win from there. You know, it doesn't matter how much security you have left, as long as you're still living.
Oh,
right?
exactly. And like you can't feel bad about trashing scrambles or boosts or anything out of your security. Like those are theoretical hits. You know what I mean?
Right.
If they're not hitting your security, and you don't see that often, but for stuff like 7 Great Demon Lords where they're trashing your whole security,
Exactly.
or Mill, to me that's just a resource. So trash that, get that out of the way, and then let me do my combo. And so the Sakuya combo is so potent. You've got like a phenomenal sword with Valder Arm to do crazy damage, and you've got, I mean, it also acts as a great shield, right? Like can unsuspend, no on plays, but then Rune mode is also just a very potent card.
I'm genuinely curious. With Valder Arm being at 15k, it is a really strong level 7 base by itself, but with the meta running a lot of 16k DP bodies, have you ever run into situations where your Valder Arm loses a security battle? Have you
Yes.
felt like,
Yeah.
was there anything that you would change about that, or is there anything that you feel like, okay, it doesn't hurt you that much, just recline, rebuild all over again? What's it like?
So I run 3 barrier Digimon.
Right.
And the general idea is it really depends on what you're facing. But Wizardmon is only good when you're in the Sakuya line. As soon as you go into your level 7,
Yeah.
it's off.
Yeah.
So if you're going into your level 7, I'd prefer to have barrier.
Yeah.
The only time I use Wizardmon is when I want to be aggressive and push out,
Yeah.
and go. And obviously, like, try and dig a little bit more. You don't always have the option. So I use Starmon for minus 3k and actually 1 Gatomon because I didn't have a 3rd Starmon.
That is a pretty spicy tech, though. We have seen you use the wizard to trash and play out the Gatomon, having an extra body to work with out there, which is pretty nice too.
Yeah. I couldn't stop smiling when that happened. That does not happen often with 1 Gatomon.
I know, right?
But I was messing around in locals with just 3 Gatomon, get rid of the Starmon, because I do trash a lot of cards. My issue is that Starmon, it costs 4 to play, which is sometimes important because it's a low rookie count.
Yeah.
So sometimes you need to play that out. And also, negative 3k is very relevant a lot of the time.
Yeah,
So,
especially dealing with the floodgate rookies that may stop you from reducing your digivolution costs and so on,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
so I'm still playing around with that. I'm definitely test Gato more. I don't really foresee me playing a lot more Sakuya, to be honest. It's a really fun deck, but I've played a lot of it. So
That's great. That's
and
great.
I have other jank to play. So
Absolutely. So, a huge congrats to you once again. Any shout outs or any final remarks that you would like to give to everyone watching?
yeah, I'll do some shout outs. I've never won before. I get to have shout outs. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to shout out the Brick City podcast. That's a local community that's kind of expanded outwards. They have a podcast. I'm going to shout out Errata Sonata. That's actually a podcast that I was doing with my friends.
Nice, nice,
Um,
nice.
It's on a little bit of a hiatus. I've been not a complete hiatus from Digimon, but I've definitely slowed it down. Life stuff has been very busy, but listen to those old episodes. Some of them are gold for sure. And then shout out all the locals guys that came here with me, play tested with me, and my mom, I guess, in that order. Oh, and my wife probably too. Also my wife,
Nice.
shout outs
Very
to them.
nice, very nice.
for sure.
Absolutely. So I know most of you guys want to know what at least top 8 is. We'll quickly go through this with you guys. But in 8th place, we do have Magijamon. Really strong deck, crazy combos, chunking the opponent's security down and trashing. 7th place, we have Galactic Mon, the powerful Galactic Ragnarok Cannon combo, which we saw today. 6th place at Royal Knights, which we know, very, very highly represented deck. Really good, strong power. Go for Omni Swings. 5th place, Blue Green Imperial. 4th place, Sakuya. 3rd place, Red Purple Imperial. And as well, 2nd place, Magijamon once again. And of course, yours, ones and truly, winner of today, Sakuyamon with Cheech. But yeah, that is pretty much it for today, guys. Thank you guys all for watching. Huge shout outs to Carta Magica. Huge shout outs to everyone. Huge shout outs to the judge and staff for hosting this event. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We'll definitely be staying tuned for more Digimon content. Once again, I am a Vault. Make sure to check out my channel as well. Subscribe, stay tuned, and all that kind of stuff. But we're not done with the event yet because tomorrow there will be Dragon Ball Fusion World tournament that will also be streamed. So be sure to stay tuned and check that out once again. And yeah, absolutely huge pleasure hosting you guys. Once again, hope you guys enjoyed, and we will see you tomorrow for Dragon Ball.